In the distant void of space, a solitary soul drifted out of a spatial rift like a piece of cosmic debris. Nothing could be seen. Not a single glimmer of light existed around him. Aixin groped about helplessly with outstretched hands, yet he could not sense anything at all. Darkness. Boundless, endless darkness. Aixin had no idea where he was, nor could he remember how he had come to this place. Am I dead? Aixin tried to lower his head to look at his own body, but saw nothing. He reached out to touch himself, yet neither hands nor body could be seen or felt. Extreme darkness and utter silence would make anyone afraid, and Aixin was no exception. He wondered if he might be dreaming, for such a situation seemed only possible within a dream. Only dreams were this unreal. Once he woke, everything would be fine. Aixin could only console himself in this way as he drifted endlessly through the void of the universe, silently waiting for his so-called dream to end. Yet as time slowly passed, Aixin grew increasingly flustered. It did not feel like a dream at all. Dreams rarely allowed such clear-headed awareness. He had been counting silently in his mind from 1 all the way to 15,803 without pause, yet his consciousness remained razor-sharp. For him, this was impossible. Having only recently left campus, he found mathematics unbearably tedious. In his dreams, the moment he began counting, he would quickly sink into deep sleep and either shift into another dream or simply wake up. Now, however, Aixin was growing more and more alarmed because this truly did not seem like a dream. Had he really died? He did not know how much time had passed. In the endless dark, Aixin could no longer tell whether he was drifting onward or simply suspended in place. The prolonged darkness left his heart steeped in loneliness, yet perhaps because he lacked a physical body, he did not grow irritable. The darkness was agonizing, but the fact that he had not gone insane could almost be considered a small blessing. Aixin even felt that if his body were here as well, he would probably have gone mad and begun to mutilate himself, using that as a way to end his own life. More time slipped by. The loneliness that had once merely gnawed at him now pushed Aixin toward a strange, tranquil kind of madness. He did not know what was happening to him. He simply felt that perhaps it would not be so bad to just fade away like this. His spirit was beginning to scatter. Aixin considered his current state and guessed that his soul was on the verge of dissipating. In the mythology of his homeland, one might say his allotted span in the underworld had come to an end. If he did not quickly enter reincarnation, his soul would completely disperse. Aixin had always been half skeptical of such things, but now he felt only a vast desolation and an urge to weep. Yet he had no way to cry. His soul instinctively wanted to sob, and he could not tell whether his heart should be sorrowful or relieved. His feelings were in turmoil. In any case, he would soon be freed. Just as Aixin quietly awaited the arrival of death, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of light appear in the distance. It was a tiny, tiny speck of radiance, yet within this endless darkness, it blazed with dazzling brilliance. Light. At the sight of that glowing point, Aixin instinctively stretched out his hand. He did not know what he still hoped for, but upon seeing that light, his primal desire to live surged forth once more. He had no idea whether that light could save him, but it was the only thing in all this time that might bring change. As the point of light grew larger and larger, Aixin's heart beat with mounting excitement. Light, give light. Yet just as the light drew near, the shining object suddenly vanished. No, don't go. Aixin grew frantic, even suspecting that what he had just seen was nothing more than a hallucination before death. Darkness engulfed everything once more. He could see nothing at all, no so-called light anywhere. Just as Aixin sank into deep disappointment and despair, he suddenly felt a violent impact. Yes, an impact, a fierce, overwhelming collision. Aixin felt as though his entire being had been smashed apart, and in an instant he lost all sense of anything. Even the surrounding darkness disappeared. He plunged into a world of fantasy born of his own unconsciousness, a dream. A brilliant meteor streaked through space, trailing a shower of starlight as it passed behind several dead celestial bodies. This region lay in the shadow of all illumination, a permanent zone of darkness in the universe. After the meteor crossed the dark region, it remained unaware that it had just smashed through a soul on the verge of dispersal. Unchanged, it continued along its original trajectory, flying toward the solar system. On this not-so-large meteor, a gigantic creature lay sprawled upon its far side, resting. It was a comet monster, Dorako. This type of monster loved to ride meteors to different star systems and then descend upon them in search of prey. At this moment, Dorako was in a deep sleep. It passed the tedium of interstellar drifting by slumbering, only awakening when it neared a life-bearing system and sensed the rise in temperature. Just then, the shattered fragments of the soul that had been struck by the meteor drifted toward it. Sensing the only living being in the vicinity, those shards instinctively gathered around Dorako and began to fuse with it. Their souls began to intermingle. It was impossible to say whether Aixin was merging into Dorako or whether Dorako was obtaining Aixin's soul and memories. Soul fusion was notoriously difficult. Even with the same species, it was hard to achieve, let alone between two utterly different beings. Yet Aixin's soul was already on the verge of scattering, and having been shattered by the meteor's impact, it had no power to resist. Dorako, on the other hand, possessed little intellect. Only the instincts of hunting and battle. In a sense, their souls complemented one another, and so the degree of fusion was remarkably high. In most cases, this would not be fusion, but devouring and digestion. Yet Aixin's soul was somewhat special. In this realm where mind was everything, a refusal to die could indeed call forth a small miracle. Within the dream, Aixin found that he had become a monster. From a first-person perspective, he lived through the entire growth of a cosmic beast. At the same time, he recognized this monster. As a devoted Ultraman fan since childhood, deeply influenced by the Ultraman tokusatsu series, there was no way he would fail to recognize it. Dorako, the tireless grunt among monsters, had appeared many times, yet never once had the chance to clash directly with Ultraman. Every time it fought other monsters, only to be killed when a third monster entered the stage. In all its life, it was never actually felled by Ultraman himself. Aixin did not know why he was having such a bizarre dream, but he welcomed it. He had long since had his fill of the endless darkness. Becoming a monster, even becoming an insect, was far more exciting than lingering in that void. Though he could not move, simply watching the growth of a monster like this was for Aixin a kind of enjoyment. The dream did not last long. After ambushing an alien base, Dorako fled under a barrage of alien spacecraft fire, escaping back into space. Upon reaching a rapidly drifting meteor, Dorako settled onto it and fell into slumber. Aixin's dream ended there. Everything around him once again turned dark, much like before. The only difference was that Aixin now could not move at all. He could only stare blankly into the darkness. He could feel that he had a body again, but it was as if he were being held down by an invisible weight in sleep paralysis, completely unable to move. What now? What is happening this time? After such a long stretch of darkness, Aixin had grown accustomed to it. Yet now the sudden return of physical sensation made him suspect with a jolt of unease that he might have become a vegetative patient. If he could feel his body again, did that mean he was beginning to recover? Time trickled by. Though Aixin still could not see any light, he could vaguely sense the warmth of his own body. Yes, warmth, real body heat. Once he had been icy cold, but now he could clearly feel warmth coursing through him, and Aixin grew increasingly excited. It seemed he had merely fallen into a coma for some unknown reason. Thus the Z-Efong meteor streaked through the cosmos, carrying within it the fusing souls of Aixin and Dorako all the way toward the solar system. Its target was Earth, or rather it swept past Earth's side. A collision was impossible to strike Earth. It would have had to wait until the morning of December 8, 3040 at 8 o'clock. Upon entering the solar system, the Z-Efong meteor, which had originally radiated a blue starlight, underwent a sudden change under the direct blaze of the sun. The blue glow turned crimson. As sunlight struck the surface of Z-Efong, it reflected a torrent of strange cosmic rays. Dorako, who had been resting on Z-Efong, was jolted awake by the bombardment of those rays. In truth, Dorako should have awakened after digesting the energy from its last feeding. Yet due to the fusion of souls and its own inherently lazy, sleep-loving nature, it would have slumbered on indefinitely without external interference. The disturbance of the cosmic rays roused Dorako. It opened its eyes and slowly rose to its feet. Its body was pitch black, segmented by white stripes across its shell-like plates. Horn-like protrusions jutted from its head, its beak-like mouth curved forward, and a pair of translucent wings spread from its back like a fusion of bird and cicada. Its hands ended in a pair of sickle-like claws. Ayo! The cry it released was neither quite an eagle's shriek nor a beast's roar, but something oddly unique in between. At the same time, Aixin gained access to Dorako's vision, seeing the surroundings awash with Z-Efong's cosmic rays, blinding crimson and dazzlingly bright. What on earth is this? Are my eyes filled with blood? Aixin complained inwardly. Yet his eyes did not actually feel painful, only unaccustomed to light after being shrouded in darkness for so long. Suddenly the body moved on its own. Aixin felt a ravenous yearning surging up from the flesh. Hungry, unbearably hungry. Before he could even react, Dorako was already acting on instinct. Hey, what is this? Aixin suddenly felt as though new appendages had sprouted from his body, itching faintly. Dorako's massive translucent wings unfurled, and like those of a cicada or a bee, they began to beat at a furious speed. With a whoosh before Aixin could even process what was happening, Dorako had already taken flight, soaring into open space. Dorako could sense the direction of living beings, and right now it needed to hunt and feed. Once Dorako left the Z-Efong meteor, Aixin finally saw the colossal planet hanging before his eyes and was completely stunned. Earth, a sight he had only ever seen on television and posters, now unfolded in front of him, shaking him to his core. No, something's wrong. This angle is all wrong. Where the hell am I right now? Because Dorako never lowered its head, Aixin still could not see what his body currently looked like. However, the hungry cries Dorako let out from time to time gave him a few unsettling guesses. He simply did not dare believe it. He felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Only this dream was so vivid that it hardly felt like a dream at all. Earth, Comet Squad Headquarters. Captain, we've detected a massive object on Z-Efong heading straight toward Earth. What? The Comet Squad captain frowned. The crisis posed to Earth by Z-Efong had only just been resolved, and now another bizarre phenomenon had appeared. How long until it reaches Earth? 21. No, wait. The object is accelerating. At most 12 hours before it arrives. Predict the impact location. After a flurry of operations, the operator calculated the landing point. The Alps. Have Zhao Yin and the others take the fighter out. The captain shook his head and walked aside to pick up a cup of coffee. Misfortune never came alone. The incident with the 6 hydrogen bombs had yet to be resolved, and now this new anomaly had appeared. The coffee had barely touched his tongue when the captain's face twisted in horror. Who mixed up the salt with the sugar again? A few hours later, Dorako entered Earth's atmosphere. The moment it broke through, Dorako grew wildly excited. To arrive on a planet teeming with life meant it could finally sate its hunger. Aixin desperately wanted to control Dorako's actions, but with their souls not yet fully fused, he could not command the creature's body at all. He no longer cared whether this was a dream or reality. If he had truly crossed over into another world only to become a monster, then coming to Earth was nothing short of courting death. As Dorako plunged downward at high speed, a special fighter jet suddenly appeared not far away. The energy it carried instantly seized Dorako's attention. Alo! Without a second thought, Dorako lunged after it, clinging to the fighter's tail, intent on devouring it. Dorako's flight did nothing to hinder its dynamic vision, and Aixin quickly gained a clear view of the aircraft's appearance. The Ultraman squad's fighters were highly distinctive. Anyone who had seen them even once could recognize them at a glance. As luck would have it, Aixin knew this field well. When he saw this toy-like aircraft whose design completely defied the principles of aerodynamics, he fell silent. The first generation. Other Ultramen could be negotiated with if one behaved docilely enough. There might yet be a sliver of hope. But those old Showa-era veterans, especially the first Ultraman and 7, when they encountered a monster they really did beat it to death. The kind of beating where they would skin you and tear you limb from limb. Dream or not, stop. Just stop already. If you really shoot that plane down, we're dead. Aixin mustered all his willpower, determined to make Dorako halt, or they were truly finished. Dorako's arm merely twitched twice in response. It still doggedly pursued the fighter. Suddenly the plane went into a steep dive, and Dorako followed right on its tail. With a sharp whoosh, just as they were about to hit the ground, the Comet squad pilot yanked back on the control stick, sending the plane soaring upward. Dorako, however, did not follow. It was not that Dorako could not pull up sharply. It was that another monster had appeared below. A snowfield beast, Kikas. White above and brown below, it looked like a cross between an ice cream cone and a gorilla, and it was spectacularly ugly. Kikas now attracted Dorako even more than the Comet squad fighter. Without a moment's hesitation, Dorako, for whom other monsters were also prey, launched a bullet-like dive toward the completely unsuspecting Kikas. Boom. The 300,000-ton mass slammed into Kikas, smashing the beast flat on the ground. If this were a game, it would have lost half its health the moment it appeared. Dorako raised its sickle-like claws and began hacking at Kikas in a frenzy. Stroke after stroke sent showers of sparks flying as Kikas was battered so savagely it could barely fight back. Fortunately, Kikas was thick-skinned and tough. Even after taking such a beating, it did not die. With a powerful shove, it threw Dorako off its back. With a hiss, Kikas pushed Dorako aside and stood up. Dorako, wanting to continue the attack, was met with Kikas throwing snow at him by digging his hands into the ground. This was the Alps, where snow covered the ground year-round, and Dorako was unfamiliar with such things as snow. Seeing a large amount of snow hurled towards him, Dorako quickly raised his hands to shield his face and retreated, trying to avoid the snow's assault. Aixin watched all of this unfold, unsure of what to say, only able to reflect that a monster is a monster driven solely by instinct with no intelligence whatsoever. After enduring a flurry of snowballs, Dorako realized they posed no real harm, and his courage grew. Ignoring the snow, he lunged at Kikas with his scythe-like claws aimed directly at Kikas' head. Slicing through the air, a large chunk of the white tissue on Kikas' head was severed, causing it to howl in pain. Desperate like a cornered dog, Kikas, though inexperienced, did not mean he was weak. He began to fight back against Dorako, and his strength was significant, even able to briefly suppress Dorako. However, Dorako's shell was harder than diamond, rendering all of Kikas' attacks ineffective, especially since Dorako could soar into the sky. Against a brute like Kikas who relied solely on physical combat, it was a complete domination. In just 2 rounds, Dorako knocked Kikas to the ground, extinguishing his will to continue fighting as he lay moaning on the snow pile. As Dorako prepared to deliver the final blow, Aixin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Roar! A massive roar erupted. When Dorako turned his head, he saw a monster with bulging muscles and a small head crawling out from a pile of rocks. The skeletal beast, King Red. We're doomed. This plot, damn it. You better run. Aixin recalled this part of the plot. If he remembered correctly, his current identity was the first-generation Dorako, the one that met the most tragic end. Although Aixin was afraid, Dorako was not intimidated at all. Having just defeated one monster, he was filled with confidence. How could he be afraid of the other? He had never seen the opponent, and only through combat could he determine who was stronger. As a cosmic beast, Dorako had an innate confidence against these creatures that could not fly. But the outcome was tragic. Just like the original outcome, Dorako did not become smarter due to Aixin's fusion. He could not even comprehend human memories and instead chose to engage King Red in close combat. Then his wings were plucked, his tail was broken, and the entire monster was beaten to a pitiful state on the brink of death. Aixin also completed the fusion with Dorako due to this brutal beating. But it was all too late. After taking such a thrashing, even if someone else operated Dorako, there would be no salvation. With the soul fusion complete, Aixin felt a surge of intense pain throughout his body, especially in his tail, and back, the agony nearly causing him to faint. Moreover, due to Aixin's takeover, Dorako was forcibly granted a fleeting breath of life. Though a desperate struggle, a black hole suddenly appeared, pulling the agonizing Aixin away. King Red looked at the suddenly vanished Dorako, tilting its head in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. But then a flash of light appeared in the sky, and the first-generation Ultraman delivered a flying kick to its head, knocking King Red over. Of course, the events occurring on Earth were no longer related to Aixin. Being sucked into the black hole, Aixin was not thrown into the chaotic flow of time and space. This black hole was not a natural occurrence, but rather created by a peculiar monster. The four-dimensional monster, Bruton. Through a long space-time passage, Aixin arrived in a pitch-black place. Boom. Dorako's massive body crashed to the ground, causing Aixin to scream in pain. In this place, there were numerous monsters pulled from various time and space by the four-dimensional monster Bruton. One giant monster after another stood in place, their bodies enveloped in a red glow that restricted their movements. Once this wave of summoning was complete, Bruton exhausted its energy and retreated to a nearby meteorite to rest. The red glow also enveloped the dying Aixin, the power within the glow continuously stimulating Dorako's body, driving Aixin to the brink of ecstasy and agony. Ugh, what on earth is this? Before Aixin could ponder, a pair of bright eyes appeared in the dark sky, their immense pressure causing all the monsters to roar uncontrollably. "Ha! Go monsters! Follow my child!" The powerful entity in the sky laughed. The monsters on the ground transformed into beams of different colors, entering various battle instruments. "Ha! The Battle of Leonix is about to begin." Wormholes appeared in the sky, and each battle instrument passed through a wormhole to seek the designated Leonix. Aixin was naturally among them. Originally on the brink of death after entering the battle instrument, his injuries began to heal rapidly, and the power of Leonix continuously restored his wounds and enhanced his strength. What was that just now? Recalling the massive figure and the Leonix, Aixin felt an uneasy premonition. "I want to become a battle beast of Leonix, will I?" He had not yet fully accepted the fact that he had transmigrated into a monster, and now he was becoming a monster used for Leonix battles. The leap was somewhat exaggerated. If I must transform into Leonix, that's fine, but how can I end up as the monster they use for fighting? Wait, what's going on? Inside the battle instrument, the energy containing a large amount of Leonix factors began to interact with Aixin's soul, and the Leonix factor started to transform Aixin's soul. The Leonix factor acts directly on the soul, and although Aixin's soul within Dorako had fused with it, he was essentially not a monster, allowing the power of Leonix to impact him. The changes to the soul caused Dorako within the battle instrument to accelerate its recovery, and its combat power was continuously surging. Leonix and the monsters complement each other. The battle instrument connects the souls of both to achieve a mutual nurturing effect. Aixin and Dorako's souls were not merely connected, they had already fused. The growth effect in battle was even better, but the downside was evident. If Dorako died, Aixin would also perish. So, does that mean I'm now bound to myself? As Aixin pondered the relationship between him and Dorako, the black hole transmission abruptly ended, and he, trapped in the battle instrument, fell out of the black hole along with it. Leonix fighting refers to the competition for the heir of Librando. The Raybrander aliens select a representative from all races in the universe to become the Raelianix of that race, allowing them to participate in the Sacred War. The ultimate winner of the Sacred War will inherit everything from Raybrander, including its memories. This is the deception of Raybrander's resurrection, yet it's a fate from which all chosen ones cannot escape. Aixin did not know if he would be favored by Raybrander. After all, he no longer had a body and was now one with the monster. He thought Raybrander would likely overlook a monster's form right. After all, as the ultimate life form, the least it should choose would be a parasitic entity, like an Ultraman. But now was not the time for such thoughts. At this moment, Aixin was watching his so-called master through the battle device. The Raelianix factors within the battle device were not fully absorbed by him when they were taken away by this pig-headed alien outside. This alien looked grotesque, resembling a pig and a bat with no visible eyes and a face covered in wrinkles. "This is amazing. I've actually been chosen. I truly am the strongest of Hawkstar." "Ha!" The Hawkstar alien exclaimed, holding Aixin's battle device and emitting a pig-like laugh. "Now that I've been brought to this place, I'm no longer afraid. Raelianix, Sacred War, here I come." The Hawkstar alien excitedly ran with the battle device, eager to find a monster and test its strength. Initially frightened, thinking it had been sucked into a wormhole and brought to this strange place, the Hawkstar alien was already fantasizing about inheriting everything from Raybrander upon realizing it had become a Raelianix. It summoned its small spaceship and began searching for other Raelianixes on this planet. However, the Hawkstar alien quickly became disappointed. In its perception, there wouldn't be many Raelianixes on this planet. This was merely an initial selection arena with many alien races in the universe. Many could become Raelianixes, so filtering was necessary. Only the strongest batch of Raelianixes could proceed to the final battlefield, and this was not the site of the ultimate battle. Relying on the connection among Raelianixes, the Hawkstar alien quickly found an unknown alien who was also a Raelianix. "Another one seeking death, then I shall grant you that." Seeing the newly arrived Raelianix, the alien below took out its battle device. "Come forth, Ponton." The two-headed monster, Ponton, with a red body covered in coral-like bumps and two beaks on either side of its head, it was a formidable beast. Seeing the opponent summon a monster, the Hawkstar alien unhesitatingly took out its battle device. "Battle device activate. Come forth, my..." "Wait, let me take a look." The Hawkstar alien suddenly remembered that it hadn't checked what its initial monster was. This is Dorako. Fantastic. Go Dorako. Take it down. A red light shot from the battle device, forcibly bringing Aixin out, materializing him. All his injuries healed, and the tail and wings that had been broken by King Reed grew back, now strengthened by the power of Raelianix. Aixin, still a bit dazed after emerging, could not see far beyond what was happening outside the battle device. He could only see the Hawkstar alien summoning him. Goth! Ponton roared and charged at Dorako. Seeing the aggressive Ponton, Aixin quickly assumed a battle stance, feeling an unimaginable battle intent arise within him, a ferocious battle spirit belonging to Raelianix. Though it was his first time fighting in a monster's body, Aixin was no novice in battle, who couldn't fight. Moreover, Dorako was simply a humanoid monster with an extra pair of wings and a tail which Aixin found quite familiar. Facing the dumbly charging Ponton, Aixin felt no fear and kicked at Ponton. Bang! With a kick, Ponton was sent tumbling. The immense impact forced Aixin to stumble back several steps before regaining his balance. Though Ponton had no special abilities, its strength was undeniably substantial, though luckily Aixin did not engage it heat. After getting up, Ponton looked increasingly furious at Dorako, opening its mouth to shoot 2 fireballs from either side. Knowing the opponent's abilities, Aixin would never choose to take it heat, and he fully utilized Dolako's characteristics, spreading his wings and ascending rapidly. The Comet Monster Dorako might not have the fastest flying speed, but its greatest strength lay in its ability to ascend rapidly and hover. Its wings, which had poor defense, could perform various unique aerial maneuvers. After dodging the opponent's fireball attack, Aixin opened his mouth. Having seen all of Dolako's memories, he could also shoot fireballs. A fireball shot from Dolako's mouth, striking Ponton's large head. Boom. The exploding fireball sent Ponton staggering, smoke rising from its head. Damn it. Ponton, keep firing fireballs, commanded the opposing Raelianix. However, he had only recently gained the power of Raelianix and had not yet established a mental link with his monster, thus unaware of Ponton's current condition. Ponton, feeling dizzy after the hit to its head, could barely stand. After all, this was no ordinary monster's fireball, but one enhanced by the power of Raelianix. Aixin understood the importance of finishing off an opponent. He descended from the sky and directly knocked Ponton down. Bang! The threatened behemoth crushed Ponton beneath it. Under Aixin's control, the 2 scythe claws relentlessly sliced into Ponton's body, especially targeting its throat with meticulous care. Ponton, severely injured, attempted to counterattack, but Aixin denied it any opportunity, pinning it down and striking. The weights of the 2 monsters were similar, with Ponton being slightly stronger, but Dorako, covered in armor harder than diamonds, posed no threat in close combat. Well done. Dorako, finish it off. The Hawkstar alien laughed heartily. Aixin glanced back at the Hawkstar alien. He actually wanted to deal with this guy first, but with the control of his battle device in its hands, and the alien having half of the Raelianix power, Aixin could not shake off the Hawkstar alien's control for now. As the scythe claws wildly slashed at Ponton in an overwhelming advantage, Aixin beat Ponton to death. The scythe claws tore open Ponton's outer skin and extracted its heart. Aixin did not know if this would be useful to him, but he too possessed fire attributes, and Ponton's energy was richest in its heart, so consuming it should provide some benefit. This brutal scene caused the opposing Raelianix to show signs of fear, wanting to escape. Dorako, don't let it escape. Eliminate it. The Hawkman urgently ordered Aixin, unwilling to allow any other Rionix to survive. The fewer Rionix remained, the greater his own chance of ultimate victory. Aixin opened his maw and unleashed a searing fireball. The opposing Rionix had no time to flee. The scorching inferno vaporized it instantly. Brilliant work. You're truly formidable, Dorako. The Hawkman declared, holding up his combat device as he watched Dorako feed upon the charred flesh of Ponton, then paused, abandoning his intention to recall Dorako into the device. Eat your fill. We will claim final victory. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the Hawkman, who had once again lapsed into self-absorbed fantasy, Aixin continued devouring Ponton's flame-infused flesh. Since becoming a Rionix, Aixin had inherited fragments of information left behind by Rayblood, and even though darkness had eroded much of his memory, this pivotal narrative remained indelible. The entire Rionix battle was an elaborate deception. Not only was the final survivor destined to become Rayblood's vessel for resurrection, but even the tournament itself was rigged. The ultimate contenders had long been pre-selected: Raymond, the Earthborn Rionix, and Grandy, hailing from the planet Chalu. Both had elder sisters of their own kind who provided preliminary training, ensuring their awakening would proceed smoothly and prevent premature failure. As for the others, they were nothing more than stepping stones, mere fodder upon the victor's path. For Rionix, growth demanded relentless combat. Truth be told, Aixin had no desire to participate in this predetermined monster tournament, but circumstance left him no choice. He needed to grow. The Ultra Cosmos was perilous beyond measure. He possessed neither sufficient power, nor patronage, nor external advantage. All he held now was this tenuous will-based force, the Rionix power. After Aixin had consumed nearly all of Ponton's potent flesh. Enough, Dorako. Let's seek our next prey. The Hawkman announced, then activated a wristband and vanished aboard his ship. Follow me, Dorako. Engaging stealth mode, the Hawkman piloted his vessel toward the next Rionix location. Aixin unfurled his wings and surged forward at Mach 2. Modest speed, yet more than adequate for this desolate world. Like most planets across the cosmos, this one was barren, a lifeless expanse of endless desert. Against that vast, empty sky, Aixin's colossal form stood starkly exposed. After roughly 2 hours of flight, Enki, not distinctive cry pierced the air. Aixin snapped his gaze upward. There hovering above him loomed a monstrous beast. Leathery wings stretched wide, its small head crowned by a sickle-like horn to a razor-sharp beak, amber-orange eyes, elongated pincer-like forelimbs, thick, powerful legs, and a tail longer still, lashing like a whip. The ancient dragon, Melba, legendary leviathan, said to shatter the heavens themselves. And Melba far outstripped Aixin in velocity, and had already locked onto him as prey. ZZZT. ZZZT. Two blinding beams erupted from Melba's eyes, lancing toward Aixin. He veered sharply midair, evading the searing assault. Aixin bared his maw, launching a white-hot fireball skyward. And boom. Unprepared to dodge, Melba took the blast full force and plummeted from the sky. Aixin dove after her, sinking his scythe-like claws deep into her hide, piercing flesh with brutal precision. Melba shrieked in agony, writhing uncontrollably. The two titans crashed downward together, leaving the Hawkman aboard his ship momentarily stunned. He hadn't even issued the command, yet Dorako had already charged in. So Dorako, you're even more battle-hungry than I am. Excellent. And as for you cowardly beast who dared ambush my creature, let's see where you've hidden yourself, thief. The Hawkman guided his ship in search of the unseen Rheonics. This world bore no native life, so Melba's presence could mean only one thing: she was being controlled by another Rheonix. In their colossal bodies slammed into the earth, raising a thunderous plume of dust. With his initial mastery of Rheonix power now solidified, Aixin's strength had surged dramatically. The deeper the psychic bond between Rheonix and monster, the stronger the Rheonix bloodline influence over the beast. Hence why contracted monsters grew ever more powerful. When that bond reached its zenith, ultra-evolution occurred. A monster's evolutionary ceiling depended entirely on how profoundly its Rheonix master had awakened his own bloodline. Innate potential set the floor, while the Rheonix cultivation defined the apex. Aixin and Dorako had already merged as one, beyond mere intimacy. Their synergy required no compromise. Aixin could drive Dorako's evolution to its absolute limit unimpeded by compatibility constraints. Moreover, having endured eons within the abyssal dark, Aixin's spiritual energy had attained extraordinary density. Given even a brief interval to integrate the Rheonix bloodline, he would rival Raymond himself in power. His sole limitation was the Hawkman, who retained dominion over half of Aixin's body. Aixin could unleash only half his true might, yet even so Melba was utterly overwhelmed. Enki. Melba's body was raked with deep gashes from Dorako's claws. She yearned to strike back, but his strength was insurmountable. Cursed wretch. How can such a monstrously powerful beast exist? On the ground below, Baltan stamped furiously. He couldn't comprehend it. Both had just become Rheonix, yet his monster paled hopelessly before the others. As the battle intensified, Baltan felt searing pain ripple through his own body. This is the Rheonix battle. Baltan reeled in shock. Such shared agony occurred only when psychic synchronization with one's monster reached absolute depth. When Rheonix engage in direct combat, both are forced into profound symbiosis with their monsters, triggering authentic Rheonix battle. Through this crucible, growth accelerates exponentially. Yet the cost is absolute defeat, means death. And damn you. You dare challenge me to true Rheonix battle. Do you think I'll flinch? Baltan unleashed his Rheonix power, azure radiance blazing from his core. Simultaneously, Melba's body erupted with Rheonix energy, her strength surging anew. But Aixin struck first. A vicious scythe-claw slash ripped straight into Melba's eye, tearing it open. Ki-ei. Melba shrieked in excruciating torment. While on the ground, Baltan collapsed, his own eye dimmed and lifeless. Due to the symbiotic bond between Aixin and Dorako, any Rheonix who engaged him in battle would be forcibly drawn into this shared state. In other words, combat with him permitted only one survivor. Though he could wield only half his Rheonix power, Aixin's formidable mental strength, amplified now by Rheonix blood, enabled him to effortlessly crush even numerous low-tier opponents using merely that fraction of his might. Die. Aixin lunged forward, slashing his claw straight through Melba's armored chest, ripping it open with brutal precision. Arg. The Baltan alien shrieked in agony before collapsing onto the ground in torment. Melba ceased struggling, its colossal form stilled, then crashed lifelessly to the earth. Just as Aixin prepared to consume Melba's unique organs, a soft azure radiance shimmered across its body. Then in an instant, Melba dissolved into shimmering particles of light. Before Aixin could process the phenomenon, he sensed a sudden surge of Rheonix power flooding his veins. So that's how it works. Defeating an opponent locked in Rheonix combat mode grants the victor their Rheonix power. At that moment, the Hawkian starship descended overhead. Dorako, you're truly magnificent. At this rate, victory is all but assured. Retrieving the battle instrument, the Hawkian retracted Dorako into its crystalline chamber. I can hardly wait for the Rheonix wars. Waha. Thereafter, the Hawkian guided Aixin across the planet, systematically eliminating every remaining Rheonix. There were few in number, mere novices still unbound to their monsters. Facing Aixin, a Rheonix beast incarnate, they stood no chance whatsoever. After dispatching the final Rheonix, the Hawkian boarded his vessel and set course for the ultimate arena of Rheonix combat. Hama Planet. Across the cosmos, all rayonics converge here for the final decisive contest. By now, Aixin had mastered the application of rayonics power. Owing to his unique physiology, each battle with another rayonics accelerated his growth at an extraordinary pace. I hope my current strength suffices against them. Within the battle instrument, Aixin contemplated the looming confrontation with stronger rayonics, and unease stirred in his heart. The Hawkian was a liability, claiming half his power, yet offering no meaningful support in return. Aixin felt no pride in besting mere novices. True rayonics combat was perilous. His own monster lineage was inherently unremarkable, and now half his rayonics power remained sealed. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Under ordinary circumstances, the Hawkian would never consent to severing their link with the battle instrument. A cosmic space station. Boom. Sparks erupted violently as the human-built station detonated. Within seconds, it fragmented into drifting debris, a graveyard of twisted metal adrift in the void. 2 interstellar freighters narrowly escaped the blast radius. Boss, are you all right? From the Panlong, Hazum frantically hailed the other vessel. After a tense pause, the comm crackled back to life. I'm fine. Hearing the captain's voice, every soul aboard the Panlong exhaled in profound relief. It was Lei who saved me again. This time thanks entirely to him. Captain Hinata added. Beside him, Lemon smiled quietly. To him, every crewmate aboard the Panlong was irreplaceable. Boss, since everyone's safe, where do we go next? The station is gone. We. Zzzz. Hazum's words cut off abruptly. The transmission with the Kiryu severed without warning. Boss, danger. Vice Captain. A temporal energy signature detected ahead of the Kiryu. Kumano turned sharply, voice urgent. It's a wormhole. Inaji cried aloud, gazing out the viewport. Before the Kiryu bearing Captain Hinata and Lei, a colossal wormhole yawned open, its gravitational pull already ensnaring the vessel, inexorably dragging it inward. Captain Hinata and Lei wrestled the controls, but resistance proved futile. They merely delayed the inevitable. This was Lyman's destiny. As one of the preordained elite contenders, other rayonics might choose absence, but he had no choice but to appear. Ultimately, the entire Panlong crew watched helplessly as the Kiryu vanished into the wormhole's maw. Having fulfilled its purpose, the rift collapsed at blinding speed, leaving only silent emptiness and the solitary Panlong adrift in the void. Boss. Sucked into the vortex, the Kiryu traversed a vast temporal corridor, spanning immense distances, until it emerged in a remote, forgotten corner of the cosmos. This is... Emerging from the wormhole, Captain Hinata stared speechless at the colossal world suspended before them. Beside him, Lei shuddered, overwhelmed by a deep, unsettling resonance rising from within his core. Homoplanet. Damaged beyond control, the Kiryu plunged headlong into the planet's atmosphere. As it pierced the cloud layer, Captain Hinata wrenched the controls desperately, attempting an emergency landing. Lei, strap in. We're going down. Understood. Fortune favored them. Though obsolete, the Kiryu had once been a frontline combat vessel, and such relics possessed one defining virtue: sheer durability. It slammed into the earth, skidding violently, shattering hills and boulders along its path, before finally grinding to a halt. The violent, jarring slide nearly knocked both men unconscious. Beep, 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 beep. The ship's alarm shrieked incessantly, yet miraculously neither man was injured, and both breathed easier. That sigh of relief hadn't yet faded when a deafening roar split the air. Urur. From behind a jagged rock formation strode a towering bipedal kaiju. The ancient kaiju, Gomus. Captain Hinata stood utterly dumbfounded, hardly grounded, and already presented with such a monstrous welcome gift. And another one. Lei pointed toward the opposite ridge. There a quadrupedal beast emerged, its body bristling with conical stone spines. The subterranean kaiju, Megura. Both kaiju had been drawn by the Kiryu's crash, but upon sighting each other they instantly assumed battle stances. Megura was clearly no match for Gomus, built for subterranean burrowing, or perhaps even as a mount, but wholly unfit for rayonics combat. Gomus seized Megura's skull in one massive hand, then pummeled the hulking brute relentlessly. Empowered by rayonics energy, it took only a few blows before Megura lay stunned, legs splayed skyward. Having subdued Megura, Gomus turned its gaze upon the Kiryu, advancing deliberately step by step. It had not forgotten its master's command. Seeing the opponent approaching, Lei glanced at the captain. Go. Be careful. Jumping off the Shilong ship, Lei took out the combat device. A golden light flashed from the combat device. Go Gamora. Outside Homoplanet, a round spaceship finally arrived. This place is so remote. The Hawkian looked at the massive planet and took out the combat device, feeling an indescribable battle intent surging within. Let's go. The spaceship plunged into the planet. After landing before the Hawkian could exit, someone had already come to welcome them. Whoosh. A large whip swung out from behind the rocks, smashing the Hawkian spaceship to pieces. In the moment of crisis, the Hawkian reacted swiftly, using the teleportation device to escape the ship before it exploded. Damn it. How dare you ambush me? The Hawkian looked at the monster opposite, taking out the combat device. The monster showed no mercy and swung its whip down again. Come out, Dalakeo. The combat device emitted a red light, and Aixin's monster appeared before the Hawkian. Before Aixin could clearly see the monster's appearance, the whip struck him hard. Ow! Aixin cried out in pain. At that moment, he also got a good look at the creature before him. The creature had a long head with two sharp black horns, a yellowish body, red eyes, and spikes protruding from its body with arms that were long spiked whips. The underground monster, Guduin. Get rid of it. Dalakeo, commanded the Hakian. Aixin was certainly not a monster that would just take a beating. He opened his mouth and fired several fireballs. Fireball barrage. This ability was enhanced after consuming the heart of Plankton, transforming from a single fireball to a barrage, although the accuracy would decrease somewhat. Guduin had initially begun to prepare to dodge upon seeing Aixin shoot fireballs, but the series of fireballs left it confused about which way to evade. In a moment of hesitation, it took 5 fireballs directly. Although the underground monster had some resistance to flames, taking so many fireballs at once made Guduin emit white smoke. Ow! Not giving the opponent a chance to breathe after shooting out the fireballs, Aixin brandished his 2 claw scythes and slashed at Guduin. The overripe flesh on the outside could not withstand the sharp scythes tearing through Guduin's defenses in an instant. Just as Aixin was about to finish off this creature, 2 tentacles burrowed up from the ground tightly, ensnaring Aixin's feet. This thud. Before Aixin could break free, the 2 tentacles pulled with force, flipping Aixin onto the ground. Hiss. That hurt. You damn creature. The Giant alien emerged from behind the rock. You bastard, do you want to engage in a real Leonix battle with me? Then I shall oblige you. The Giant alien said to the Hakian, then unleashed the Leonix power within. Initially, just wanting to test this creature's strength, he did not expect to face a true battle right away. Oh, what a reckless youth. Not afraid of death. After regaining its breath, Guduin, enhanced by the Leonix power, stood up again. The 2 whips began to strike at the downed Aixin, while the underground monster also crawled out. The underground monster, double-tailed monster. How could these natural enemies be captured together by the Giant alien? Were they not afraid of them fighting each other during battle? On the other side, seeing Dalakeo being beaten by the 2 monsters, the Hakian couldn't help but feel worried. However, the raging battle intent within him quickly overshadowed that concern. Get up, Dalakeo. Defeat these 2 monsters for me. Do you think you can win against me? The Giant alien scoffed, boasting that this monster combination had already taken down many Leonixes. The 2 underground monsters pounded on Aixin, but the damage caused was limited. Udalakeo's shell was still too hard, and without the brute strength of King Red, normal attacks found it hard to inflict significant harm. After hitting for a while, Guduin found it was ineffective and opened its mouth to bite. Stopping the strikes, Aixin seized the opportunity and slashed at Guduin's mouth with a claw. The sharp scythe severed Guduin's lower jaw, causing its mouth to bloom. Ow, ow, ow. After repelling Guduin, Aixin stood up, gathering fire energy in his mouth. A massive fireball shot out. The fireball crashed into Guduin, and the fiery energy quickly entered Guduin's body, colliding with the energy within it. The Giant alien hurriedly severed the connection with Guduin. The next second, Guduin exploded with a bang. Damn it. How could this happen? My Guduin. The Giant alien touched its scorched body, unable to believe how strong the opponent's monster was. After dealing with Guduin, Aixin turned to look at the double-tailed monster that was gnawing at his leg. With one claw, he severed the tentacle entangled around his neck and kicked the double-tailed monster in the head, flipping it over. Aixin felt an uncontrollable surge of anger within him. This was the battle instinct of the Leonix. Compared to other Leonix monsters, Aixin's battle intent was far stronger. Dalakeo's beast instincts, the Leonix violent bloodline, and the dark negative emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were all ignited by the Leonix. Hunting, battle intent, and boundless negative emotions. These 3 strong desires made it nearly impossible for Aixin to contain himself. He leaped toward the double-tailed monster, opening his mouth wide to begin tearing into its flesh. Hiss, hiss. The double-tailed monster cried out in pain, but Aixin remained undeterred, continuously feasting on its flesh. The Giant alien also fell to the ground, writhing in pain. At this moment, it desperately wanted to sever the connection with the double-tailed monster, but the pain in its soul combined with the increasingly intense battle instinct of the Leonix left it nearly despondent. In the end, the double-tailed monster was killed by Aixin, and the Giant alien was also effectively tortured to death. This horrifying scene left the observing Hakian feeling chilled, and the fear diminished its internal battle intent. Though the mental connection with Dalakeo was quite poor, and it could not sense the other's thoughts, the enraged Dalakeo transmitted emotions through the combat device, instilling fear even in the Hakian. The desire to feed, the desire to fight, and the endless negative emotions. So terrifying. Dalakeo, are you alright? Although a bit fearful with the combat device, the other party wouldn't harm him. Aixin ignored this guy, continuing to attack the dead double-tailed monster, relentlessly consuming its flesh and venting the emotions within. The Horkstar people dared not disturb Aixin, waiting until he finished devouring the twin-tailed monster before taking out the combat device. At the same time, not far from the damaged Horkstar people's spaceship, Raymond's battle had also concluded. On the planet Hamara, when a Leonis engages in battle, it is rare for a third Leonis to join because these battles belong to them personally, how any third party would be besieged. Unless one is extremely confident in their own strength, Leonis generally do not intervene in the battles of other Leonis. Raymond was clearly not an ordinary Leonis. His Gamora defeated 2 opponents, vanquishing Magra and driving off Gomez. Gomez's escape made Raymond and Captain Hinata realize that the monsters in this place were all controlled by others, as Gomez had transformed into a green light taken by the combat device. What on earth is happening here? Captain Hinata looked at the vanishing monster, feeling increasingly uneasy. Raymond returned to the Shillong having just grown up and not yet capable of disguising his emotions or whatever he thought would show on his face. What's wrong, Ray? Captain Hinata noticed his heavy heart and hurried over. Did something happen? Raymond shook his head. I don't know, since coming to this planet my body has become strange. Oh, ugh. Raymond's emotions turned volatile and he slammed his fist down on the pilot's seat, creating a dent. Since summoning Gamora to battle, his Le Belando bloodline had begun to surge, filling his brain with an indescribable instinct for combat. Ray, calm down. Captain Hinata quickly held him down, physically suppressing his agitated emotions. After a night of rest, Raymond's emotions finally calmed. When he woke up and entered the cockpit, he saw Captain Hinata working alone, repairing the ship. Boss, sorry. I made you worry again. Raymond lowered his head, filled with remorse. Captain Hinata, who was twisting wires, turned around and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You're fine, kid. After seeing you like that yesterday, I thought you were going to eat me. Captain Hinata joked. Since you're awake, come help out. With Kumano gone, I really can't fix the ship alone. Seeing that the captain didn't blame him for yesterday's incident, Raymond felt reassured and hurried over to help. With Raymond's help, the repair work was filled with sparks, causing Captain Hinata to chuckle. He said nothing, as two people were certainly faster than one. However, the two working on the ship did not notice a massive monster flashing by in the sky outside the spaceship. Suddenly, Raymond froze, his brows furrowing. What's wrong, Ray? Captain Hinata asked. I sensed it again outside. Outside there is. Raymond's words were cut short as their spaceship suddenly shook. Outside the spaceship in the sky, a giant monster unleashed a fireball towards the craft. Boom. The left wing of the Shillong was directly blown off, rendering it incapable of taking off again. Aixin folded his wings and slowly descended to the ground. After a day of searching, he finally located the spaceship where Raymond was. Only able to use half of the Leonis power, trouble was bound to occur. Fighting Raymond was Aixin's only solution. The Horkstar people must die. After sensing the rich Leonis power inside the spaceship, Aixin unleashed his own strength, continually provoking Raymond within. Inside the spaceship Ray, Captain Hinata turned around. He found Raymond had already run out of the cockpit. Once outside, Raymond took out his combat device. Go Ele Wong. A flash of metallic light passed, and the beige Ele Wong made its entrance. As soon as Raymond's Ele Wong appeared, Aixin's Le Belando blood couldn't be contained any longer. Roar. Aixin charged up and kicked at Ele Wong. But Ele Wong sidestepped and grabbed Dorako's thigh with its short arms, while the other hand kept slapping Dorako's body. Bang bang bang. As Raymond's monster, Ele Wong's every attack was powerful, and its combat style differed from ordinary monsters. A series of agile punches forced Dorako to retreat continuously. Ele Wong flicked its tail, preparing to unleash a special move on Aixin. But as soon as its tail touched Aixin, it was severed by Aixin's scythe claw. Grr! Ele Wong let out a painful cry. Aixin continued to swing the scythe claw, launching a series of slashing attacks on Ele Wong. On the ground, Ray was also in pain, kneeling. Roar! Aixin roared, kicking Ele Wong over. He chose not to kill, but to provoke the opponent. Well done. Dorako, quickly take it down. Not far from the Shillong spaceship, the Horkstar people were hiding here. Their spaceship was destroyed. Unexpectedly discovering the Shillong, they wanted to seize this ship, but first they needed to eliminate the Leonis on board. Seeing Ele Wong wounded, Captain Hinata quickly activated the ship's weapon system. The missile ports on both sides of the Shillong opened. Armored Dragon missile. Fire. 8 missiles shot towards Aixin at incredible speed, which he couldn't dodge. Boom boom boom. A large number of missiles struck Aixin, blowing apart much of his outer shell. Seeing Dorako interrupted in its attack due to the missiles, Raymond raised his combat device, channeling more Leonis power into Ele Wong. Take it down. Ele Wong. Ele Wong got back up, enduring the agony of its severed tail, beginning to gather the power of lightning. A thin lightning beam shot out from Ele Wong's mouth, striking Dorako and knocking it to the ground. Roar. A massive clash between lightning energy and the internal fire energy caused Aixin to feel as if his body was about to explode, collapsing to the ground, falling into a death-like state. No. How could this be? Dorako. The Horkstar person could not imagine that such a powerful Dorako was about to fall. Watching the dying Dorako, the Horkstar person also collapsed to the ground, feeling their own life slipping away. When fighting with other Leonis, Aixin was present, so he felt none of this, but Raymond was different. He had always maintained absolute telepathy with his monster. Once in battle, enemies would be drawn into this state. If the monster died, the Leonis would die as well. Just as the Horkstar person was about to faint from the pain, a thought flashed in their mind of Dorako, trying to sever their connection. Dorako, I never expected you. Monsters can sever their spiritual connection with Leonix unilaterally, but only if Leonix does not resist, which is also the reason why Aixin is on the verge of death. If this is not done, the Hawkeye alien will not agree to dissolve the contract with him. Leonix's combat device has too strong a control over the monsters. This is the only way. After defeating Aixin, Raymond let out a roar, and the pain of King Ele's severed tail ignited his fighting spirit and desire for destruction. Guided by his bloodline, Raymond turned to face the Hawkeye alien. You die? Raymond swiftly charged forward, seizing the weakened Hawkeye alien, whose connection with the monster had just been severed, and began to pummel its face. Ouch. No. Don't hit me. Oh. The Hawkeye alien begged for mercy, but Raymond ignored it. and continued to beat it mercilessly. Stop it. Ray, what's wrong with you? Just then Captain Hinata rushed out and grabbed Raymond from behind, stopping him from continuing to violently assault the alien. Pinned down by the captain, Raymond's reason finally returned for a moment. Gasping for breath, he pointed at the Hawkeye alien. Captain, it was him who summoned the monster to attack us. Raymond said, his tone still filled with anger. You attacked us. Why did you do that? Even Captain Hinata, who usually had a good temper, was somewhat angry, questioning the Hawkeye alien. The Hawkeye alien stuttered, terrified by the fierce duo before him. Why attack you? Aren't you here to participate in the Leonix fighting match? The Hawkeye alien asked, trembling with fear. We just accidentally passed through this planet. We had no intention of fighting you. The Hawkeye alien interrupted Captain Hinata. Accident? Huh. You can't really think this is an accident, can you? Everything is the will of Librando. You were destined to come here. Mentioning Librando, the Hawkeye alien found courage from who knows where, perhaps influenced by Leonix bloodline, and revealed everything it knew about the Leonix battles. Upon hearing this information, both Raymond and Captain Hinata were utterly shocked, especially Captain Hinata, who could not believe that someone had orchestrated such a grand selection tournament for heirs. Taking advantage of the two's astonishment, the Hawkeye alien's hand reached behind itself, about to press the teleport button. Just then, whoosh, a small fireball shot directly toward the three, specifically targeting the Hawkeye alien. Boom. The fireball exploded violently, instantly engulfing the Hawkeye alien in flames. Noticing the imminent attack, Raymond quickly tackled Captain Hinata to the ground. Neither suffered significant injuries. As the smoke cleared, Raymond turned around to find a massive figure standing before them. This is Dorako, not dead. Raymond was astonished, not expecting that Dorako, who had taken a powerful hit from King Ele, was still alive. Of course Aixin was not dead, but the price paid was immense. Of both of his wings, and the clawed arms were gone. In his near-death state, the connection with the Hawkeye alien was severed, and Aixin fully unleashed the power of Leonix, transforming Dalako's body as if shedding its skin. The damaged outer shell was shed along with the wings and claws, all falling away. Although it lost its ability to fly and weaponry, it shed all injuries, and its outer shell defense was significantly improved. Its hands transformed into 5 fingers, and a single horn on its head split into 4 small horns. Dorako regeneration form. Seeing Dorako at that moment, Raymond took out his combat device once again. Go, Gamora. The enormous ancient monster Gamora made its entrance. Aixin ignored it and crouched down, grabbing the pile of Hawkeye alien remnants that had been blown apart by the fireball. Scooping up a handful of soil containing the combat device, Aixin directly swallowed both the device and the soil. At the same time, Gamora charged towards him, launching a brutal assault. Bang! Aixin took the hit, he'd being knocked back and crashing hard to the ground. Cough, cough, just wait. Aixin roared angrily while activating the combat device he had consumed. He could also use the combat device, after all, he was also a Leonix. Aiming the contract target at himself, a red light erupted from Dalako's body. Contract completed. Combat device activate. After successfully establishing the contract, Aixin unleashed his true power through the combat device. Roar! Flames ignited on Dorako, and then its entire body transformed, the black outer shell melting into a lava-like state, and the originally white patterns turned into bright red magma patterns. Leonix eruption state. Regeneration Dorako flame type. This is the state triggered by the fire attribute energy within, activated by the power of Leonix. Before Gamora could react to what was happening, Aixin opened his mouth, unleashing a thick beam of flame. This flame beam possessed astonishing destructive and impact power, knocking Gamora down and scorching its rocky exterior, causing cracks to form. Ugh! Raymond also clutched his abdomen in pain, feeling injured due to Gamora's sensory link. After unleashing all his Leonix power, Aixin entered a berserk state, spitting fireballs at Gamora as if they were free. Gamora was beaten to the point of barely standing, its body covered in burns, collapsing on the ground. Raymond was not in a much better state. The burning sensation from deep within his soul awakened his bloodline, and the Leonix blood within him grew increasingly violent. Ugh! Raymond suddenly sprang up from the ground, glaring fiercely at Aixin. A blood-red Leonix power erupted from his body, and Raymond entered the awakening form of Leonix in a state of uncontrollable rage. Connected by life with the monster, after Raymond awakened, the originally dying Gamora regained vitality, its burned exterior starting to shed, igniting with red flames like Aixin before. Gamora furious type, but before it could continue showcasing its form, a fireball struck Gamora back. Aixin, also in eruption state, charged forward, slamming into Gamora and flipping it over. 2 rampaging monsters engaged in a fierce battle. In the Leonix eruption state, the monster's body defenses and resistance to damage were greatly enhanced, becoming extremely ferocious. Gamora and Aixin began a brutal exchange of blows, each delivering powerful punches and claws. The 2 monsters had been fighting for an unknown duration, turning the surface once strewn with massive rocks into a wasteland filled with remnants of burnt debris. The noise of their battle was tremendous, attracting the attention of other Leonix. However, when the other Leonix approached the battlefield, they were taken aback by the ferocity of the 2 monsters and the intense aura of Leonix surrounding them. They all halted in their tracks, stunned by the spectacle of this battle. What the hell? These creatures are actually Leonix. This is impossible. How can there be such powerful Leonix? The three originally proud Leonix, upon witnessing the might of the two ferocious monsters, lost their fighting spirit. Although they had come to this planet with heightened battle intent, it did not mean they were mindless. If they knew they could not defeat the opponent and still charged into battle, they would not have been chosen as Leonix. Their bloodline was wild, but these aliens were not as deeply connected to it. As the three lost their fighting spirit, the Leonix blood within them ceased to burn. As a Leonix, one could flee or kneel to survive, but losing the will to fight was unacceptable. Just as they stood there with their combat devices at a loss, a fireball came crashing down. Boom. The three were engulfed in flames, turning to ash. It was Aixin. His fireball had been dodged by Gamora and then struck the three Leonix hiding behind. Aixin and Gamora clashed once more, and unlike their previous equal footing this time, Aixin was the one pushed back. Although Aixin could fully unleash the bond between Leonix and monsters, he had not yet awakened, failing to exert the maximum potential of this mental force, which was quite different from Raymond. Raymond had been meticulously selected by Ray Blando after observing the relationship between Ultraman and humans, using his sister Kate as a sacrifice to help Raymond awaken the true power of Leonix. One could say that Raymond had already activated the mental power of the Leonix bloodline. The longer the battle went on, the stronger his monster power became. Initially, Aixin could rely on his tenacious will forged in darkness to force himself to remain calm amid the frenzy, giving him a slight edge over Raymond. But ultimately, he had not fully awakened. As the mental connection between Raymond and Gamora strengthened, he lost all chances. Ugh, finish it. Raymond commanded Gamora, entering a berserk state, his mind consumed by the urge to kill. Gamora ceased fighting Aixin and began to gather energy in the horn atop his head. Ultimate move, Super Vibration Wave. Seeing the opponent gathering energy, the frenzied Aixin was not to be outdone and also began to channel his fiery abilities. Ultimate move, Blazing Breath. A massive surge of energy coalesced in his throat, and the scalding blazing breath erupted from Dorako's mouth, charging towards Gamora. Gamora's Super Vibration Wave was also fully charged and launched. The two different energy shockwaves collided, and the explosive energy swept across the entire battlefield. The earth began to tremble, mountains were engulfed in flames, and the battlefield lay in ruins, the intense aura of Leonix spreading far and wide. The Super Vibration Wave in Berserk mode was immensely powerful, and the Blazing Breath was equally formidable, but ultimately there was a slight difference in their energy attributes. Though Aixin's Blazing Breath injured Gamora, the latter, with its tough skin and entering a berserk state, also possessed fire attributes, thus the injury was not severe. However, Aixin was different. Gamora's Super Vibration Wave was designed to clear paths underground, using high-frequency energy vibrations to shatter rocks and hard soil. When this technique was transformed into an attack, its power was astonishing, capable of countering all armored biological monsters and mechanical beasts. The Dorako that Aixin transformed into suffered internal injuries from the vibration wave. Its hard exterior armor cracked, plunging it into a severe and near-fatal state. Enduring the pain of his body, Aixin activated his combat device. Come back. The dying Dorako glowed red, transforming into a light card and returning to the combat device. The blue and white combat device landed amidst the ruins, surrounded by flames, appearing strikingly out of place. But the completely frenzied Raymond no longer cared about this combat device. He had already triumphed over his opponent. Ugh. Retrieving Gamora, Raymond did not revert from his awakened state due to the battles, and instead he followed the guidance of his bloodline, seeking out other Leonix. In a berserk state, without sufficiently strong mental will, one could not control this power. The ultimate outcome would be facing endless battles. If one survived through these, they would become the perfect vessel of Ray Blando. But if they faltered, they would perish. They would become stepping stones for other Leonix. At this moment, Captain Hinata, who had survived the battle, was awakened by the scorching heat around him. What is going on here? Looking at the hellish environment resembling a mountain of flames and the still burning Hyron, Captain Hinata stared in shock. And upon seeing that familiar yet strange red figure, Captain Hinata thought of Raymond after his awakening on Polis. Ray, what happened to you? Captain Hinata hurriedly chased after him, sensing that Raymond's current state was off. Hearing the captain's voice, the berserk Raymond turned to look at the approaching captain, the inner turmoil making him want to kill all living beings. But the remaining rationality allowed him to recognize the captain. Captain, no, get away. Raymond desperately fought against his negative emotions, repeatedly hitting his head various murderous intents, causing him to become increasingly agitated. Before Captain Hinata could reach him, Raymond turned and ran into the distance. He did not wish to harm the captain and could only suppress his killing intent to escape from there. Ray. Captain Hinata wanted to pursue, but the surrounding flames made it difficult for him to catch up, and he could only watch as Raymond vanished into the sea of fire. This battle between Raymond and Aixin was observed by the mastermind behind the scenes, the Ray Blando alien. Raymond was one of the seed candidates it had arranged, and naturally, it was very concerned about him. However, Aixin's appearance also surprised it. Although it did not know how this Leonix merged with its monster, Aixin's emergence provided a new line of thought, even if it looked down on him. The ultimate evolution path of the Leonix was, of course, the Ray Blando aliens. This evolution was supposed to be, without mishap, under normal circumstances there would not be a second Ray Blando. Its power stemmed from itself, with monsters merely serving as its weapons. The method Aixin employed to fuse with the monster was the very same technique Rayblood intended to use upon the victorious Rhyonics, complete fusion granting each party full access to the other's essence. Yet Aixin's fusion occurred by accident, whereas Rayblood possessed the ability deliberately and assumed absolute dominance over it. Truly a worthy warrior. Though I disdain this vessel you inhabit, I deeply admire your spirit. Come forth. I shall bestow upon you even greater power. My son, become a true Rhyonix. To rule the cosmos alone is impossible. To resurrect itself, Rayblood required legions of formidable monsters, and Aixin as a Rhyonix-monster hybrid fulfilled that criterion perfectly. Rayblood began channeling the complete Rhyonix power into the battle armor lying amid the smoldering ruins of Mount Flame. The power Rayblood granted all Rhyonix varied in completeness. Graniti and Raymond received the full unadulterated form from the outset, while others inherited only fragments, requiring gradual evolution to attain the full potency. As torrents of deep crimson Rayblood blood surged inward, the Rhyonix power accelerated its transformation of Aixin's soul within the battle armor. Go forth, slay the weaklings infesting this planet, and uncover for me the strongest Rhyonix warrior. My resurrection draws ever nearer. Was he dead? Aixin's consciousness sank into darkness. Gazing upon the void surrounding him, he recalled that distant harrowing experience once more. Endless darkness near eternal silence, a solitary soul adrift. Aixin remembered having teleported his body back into the battle armor at the final moment. He should not have perished. Could it be my injuries were simply too severe? A wave of despondency washed over him. Without a physical form, the fusion of Rhyonix power and soul progressed agonizingly slowly. Even if he could wield fragments of that power, he remained fundamentally distinct from a true Rhyonix. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a corridor of dark crimson light tore open within the void, and Rayblood emerged. Rayblood. Aixin stared up at the towering giant, especially those eerie, uncanny eyes. Come, Aixin, my son. Hearing Rayblood's words and watching that outstretched hand, Aixin fell momentarily speechless. Logically, he should never have drawn Rayblood's attention. He was after all a monster. But Rayblood offered no chance to refuse. It flooded Aixin's being with torrents of its own blood, corrupting his soul utterly, transforming him irrevocably into a Rhyonix. Ugh, 8. Several days had passed since that cataclysmic battle. Mount Flame's fires had long since died, but the land still bore stark, brutal scars of war. What's this? A battle armor. An alien arrived. Jet-black necklace, its massive head crowned with gleaming silver cranial armor, its gaze locking instantly upon the artifact lying on the scorched earth. How peculiar. Has its master fallen too? My fortune truly knows no bounds. I've acquired another. The Zerub alien chuckled, its puckered flower-like mouth twitching comically. Tucking the recovered battle armor into the sack slung across its back, the Zerub alien strode onward. It was no Rhyonix itself, but the allure of Rhyonix power remained potent. After all such devices commanded monsters sold on the black market, they would fetch an exorbitant price. Already its sack brimmed with battle armors. Wealth was imminent. These artifacts promised immense riches. Scouring the cosmos for Rhyonix, the Zerub alien's collection grew steadily larger. Rhyonix varied widely in strength, and fortune favored this alien. Every Rhyonix it encountered proved weak. Merely assuming the form of the original Ultraman was enough. No action required. It need only stand, and its prey would surrender their battle armors in terror. The original Ultraman's renown echoed across the stars. Though these beings had received power from Rayblood, they knew precisely their own limits, and feared accordingly. Fortunately, the Ultra race abhorred wanton slaughter. Laying down arms meant survival, most likely. Of course, had they discerned the imposter before them, they'd have unleashed their monsters without hesitation, and raged uncontrollably. Yet none dared test this original Ultraman, not a single one. Even Aixin, were he present, would hesitate long. This was reality, not a tokusatsu drama, where visual cues distinguished hero from fraud. The Zerub alien's disguise was flawless, indistinguishable from the original in every external detail. What kind of Rhyonix are you? To dream of ruling the cosmos, yet you're weaker than I am. The Zerub alien laughed, standing before the Rhyonix it had just terrified into flight. The wretch didn't dare glance back, legs pumping frantically as it fled. Casually kicking the fallen battle armor into its sack, the Zerub alien hummed an unknown tune, strolling leisurely forward, unaware that a faint crimson flicker pulsed within its backpack. Flash! A surge of overwhelming energy erupted behind the Zerub alien. It whirled around instantly. Who dares ambush me? After scanning the surroundings closely, the alien tilted its head in confusion. Nothing visible. Yet the energy signature had been unmistakable. Boom! An explosion detonated directly behind the Zerub alien, hurling it violently through the air. Dozens of battle armors burst from the sack. Under the influence of a commanding force, their latent Rhyonix power surged toward the central unit, converging in a radiant vortex. My battle armor! Damn it! Who dares attack me? Enraged, the Zerub alien wasted no time. White light flared across its body, intensifying rapidly as it began to grow colossal. Once again, it assumed the guise of a false Ultraman, eyes sharp, scanning the perimeter for its unseen assailant. Unnoticed by the alien, upon the scorched ground, one battle armor pulsed with intensifying crimson light. having absorbed vast quantities of Ryonic's power. Its biomechanical architecture surged with rapid evolution. Awakening was imminent. The silhouette of its awakened form shimmered into view, radiance blazing ever brighter. The sheer magnitude of Ryonic's power finally drew the Zerub alien's attention to that singular battle armor. But before it could inspect further, the device snapped open. Battle armor activated. A flash of scarlet light, and the Comet Monster Dorako descended. His wounds had fully regenerated. Though still in his regenerative form, traces of his prior evolutionary surge remained. His carapace gleamed like polished obsidian. Before the false Ultraman could react, Dorako charged, slamming into it with crushing force, then hammering its fist repeatedly into the imposter's skull. Oh! Aixin's eyes burned crimson. Having just entered his awakened state, his consciousness spiraled into uncontrolled frenzy. In a rampaging state, Aixin exhibited extreme aggression. The Zaleb Star people barely endured a few blows before they could no longer maintain their disguise due to the pain. Seizing the opportunity, the Zaleb Star people quickly dodged Aixin's erratic attacks and hurriedly stood up. You, remember this. With those fierce words, a claw from Aixin left a scar on the head of the Zaleb Star person. Not daring to entangle with this crazy beast any longer, it pushed off with both feet and flew into the sky. Its flying style, resembling stepping from one foot to the other, was rather peculiar and appeared somewhat comical. Although Aixin's wings had not recovered, it did not mean he could not deal with these flying targets. Dorako opened its mouth and fireballs began to coalesce. Whoosh! One fireball after another shot into the sky as if energy consumption were of no concern. Boom! Although the aim was poor, in a state of rage, the sheer number was overwhelming, and the Zaleb Star person, not flying very fast, was hit. The collision of fireballs with flesh produced a greater counterforce, propelling it further into the sky. I will definitely take revenge. After leaving that statement, the Zaleb Star person vanished into the horizon. On the ground, Aixin, who had just vented his fury, did not return to normal, but entered an even more frenzied state. He began to wreak havoc on the surrounding environment, venting his desire for battle. Roar! The massive commotion he caused attracted other Leonics. The Nakel Star people quickly arrived here, and soon discovered Aixin, who was unleashing his anger. Oh ho ho! Look what I've found. A beast caught in a rampaging state. The Nakel Star person chuckled as it took out its combat device. It sensed that this beast was imbued with a strong power of Leonix, and its Leonix controller should be nearby. It seems you've just finished a battle. Not satisfied. Let us have some fun. As the Nakel Star person's combat device flashed, the destroying Aixin suddenly sensed a new enemy, and turned around to see a massive creature with a black and white body and a glowing yellow entity on its head and chest. Gyujin. The special call and the familiar appearance made Aixin, in a state of rage, regain a bit of clarity. Gyujin. Aixin was very familiar with the name Gyujin, but now he possessed the bloodline of Leonix not inferior to this biological weapon. No longer suppressing the battle intent within, Aixin infused a large amount of Leonix power into Dorako. Dorako emanated a rich, fiery power and opened its mouth to spew out a multitude of fireballs. Facing these fireballs, Gyujin unfolded a shield to block, successfully deflecting all of them. Ahahaha. Useless, your attacks mean nothing to me. The Nakel Star person boasted, believing that this Gyujin was a phantom unable to see through it, leading to an inevitable demise. However, the unleashed battle power of Aixin was indifferent to these claims. More fireballs erupted from Dalakus' mouth, frantically attacking in all directions. These attacks certainly had no effect on the phantom Gyujin, but they were a different story for the Leonix on the ground. The Nakel Star person was forced to flee in disarray, barely escaping with its life from the barrage of fireballs. You damn bastard. The Nakel Star person was nearly driven mad. How could such a reckless Leonix allow the beast to attack indiscriminately without fear of injuring itself? But now it couldn't even locate the Leonix, it only saw Dorako wildly attacking. Suddenly a fireball struck the monster hiding behind, releasing the phantom of Gyujin. The phantom Gyujin that was battling Aixin instantly vanished, leaving Aixin standing dumbfounded in place. Moreover, the destruction caused by Gyujin on the ground also disappeared, leaving only the traces of Aixin's fireballs. Simultaneously, after the illusion ended, Aixin immediately detected Gerubaros hiding behind the rocks. Beast Gerubaros. Possessing the same abilities as the aberrant beast Gerubaros, but not being an aberrant beast, it had 3 heads, and could release highly realistic illusions to deceive all the senses of its enemies. The Nakel Star person had utilized this illusion ability to defeat many Leonix, which could be described as an extremely perverse capability. Unfortunately, the wide-ranging attack of fireballs struck it, disrupting the illusion. Without this ability, Gerubaros was actually not very strong in combat. It belonged to a type of long-range mage, with poor melee capabilities, and its short claws could not breach Aixin's defenses at all. Soon the rampaging Aixin twisted off Gerubaros' head, crushing the Nakel Star person nearby. After finishing everything, the influence of Lebrando on Aixin did not end. He continued to stride towards other areas, attacking other Leonix. On the other side, Lei, also in a rampaging state, was achieving significant results against Gamora. A large number of monsters and Leonix around were wiped out by Lei. The rampaging Gamora was undeniably powerful, especially since Lei was in an awakened state. However, the prolonged battle had left Gamora exhausted. Once again erupting, it transformed into a ferocious Gamora, breaking the horns of an Antora and neutralizing its combat capability but Gamora's strength was about to run out. But Lei did not tire. As long as he continued to provide Leonix power, he could fight on until death. You? Cough cough. You madman. The Babalar star person clutched its painful head, kneeling on one knee as it looked at this speechless lunatic unsure of what to say. Without regard, they immediately engaged in combat, mindlessly battling with Leonix, showing no intelligence whatsoever. This fight was utterly unfair. One battle after another, logically the opponent should be exhausted and unable to defeat him. But it still lost. Antora. The Babalar star person gazed at its fallen beast, feeling deeply pained. Is it over now? It was the finest warrior of Babalar chosen to wield Leonix. It had been very pleased at that time, for the victor could inherit everything from Lebrando. It did not desire to conquer the universe, it only sought power. The power to survive in this dangerous universe, the power to contend against the Ultraman race. Just as Gamora was about to deliver a fatal blow to Antora, a figure finally arrived behind Leimon. Captain Hinata embraced Leimon. Lei, stop this meaningless fighting and come to a halt. Captain Hinata had been searching for Leimon for several days, following the traces of Gamora's battles until he finally found Leimon. Raymond broke free and immediately flipped Captain Nichiang to the ground. He had completely lost his sanity and raised his fist ready to eliminate this troublesome individual. But before he could strike, a beam of white light flew over. The massive white light quickly shrank, revealing a shining object at its center, a frozen spear. The rapidly spinning spear struck Raymond's chest, as if piercing through him entirely, leaving him stunned in place. Captain Nichiang looked in shock at the frozen spear embedded in Raymond's chest, as well as at Ray, who had stopped attacking. Ray. Captain. The purifying light freed Raymond from his berserk state. A sense of tranquility washed over him, like never before, leaving him fully awake. However, what followed was extreme physical and mental fatigue. Raymond had not slept for days, and had been in a state of rage and battle. His body had reached its limit. Gamora transformed into an energy card and returned to the battle device. Captain Nichiang held Raymond and sat on a rock to rest. He looked down at Raymond and his arms sighed in relief. After pursuing for several days, he too had not had a good sleep. Looking at the spear on Raymond's chest, Captain Nichiang felt an eerie familiarity. Roar. A massive beast's roar startled Captain Nichiang, prompting him to quickly turn around. Before them approached a towering dinosaur-like monster with gigantic horns, the ferocious beast Astrolon. It had been drawn by the battle Raymond had just fought, and sensed the rich Leonix bloodline within him. Ray had fallen into a deep sleep, and Captain Nichiang had no choice but to carry him and flee. Yet how could a small human outrun a gigantic monster? They were soon to be caught. At this critical moment, whoosh, a barrage of missiles shot down from the sky, their fiery trails accurately striking Astrolon, causing a violent explosion that flipped it to the ground. The Dragon Spiral. How wonderful. Captain Nichiang never expected that his crew could find them. After all, they were in such a remote area of the universe. Captain Nichiang could never have imagined that Haruna and the others would receive help from the pedant aliens, upgrading the old Dragon Spiral ship to the level of a top-tier cosmic battleship. After all, the technology from 50 years in the future was far ahead of its time. Another volley of Brontosaurus missiles was launched. All struck the downed Astrolon, resulting in a tremendous explosion. No, my Astrolon. The Kirin alien's face was filled with disbelief as it watched its dying monster and the Leonix power leaking from within. It could never have anticipated that it would end up defeated by humans after coming all this way. A gust of wind blew by, and the Kirin alien turned to ash, dissipating between heaven and earth. At the same time, not only the Dragon Spiral arrived at the planet Hama, but also the Chi-Lu aliens. Chi-Lu alien, Grandy. As the only fully awakened Leonix to date, Grandy's purpose was simple: to defeat all Leonixes and become the ultimate victor. He did not wish to be the so-called heir, nor did he aspire to rule the universe. He only wanted to fulfill his sister's wish and become the Leonix warrior in her heart. I hope this planet allows me to have some fun. Sitting in the spaceship, Grandy looked down at the empty rocky surface, lost in memories. Meanwhile, the berserk Aixin was also discovered by other Leonixes. A brutal battle was unfolding. Tyler Stone, Button Sadra, and Aixin, 4 monsters, were engaged in combat. In front of the rampaging Aixin, any one of the 3 appeared weak. In a Onion 3 fight, the 3 monsters were being forced back by Aixin and could only unite in defense. Aixin opened its mouth, unleashing a fiery ray. Sizzle. Tyler Stone stood at the front and was instantly blasted by the fiery ray. Roar. This scene frightened Sadra, who stepped back, eyes filled with fear, emitting strange cries. On the ground, the 3 Leonixes exchanged glances. One of them fell, dissipating into Leonix particles. Damn it. How can this monster be so strong? They came to subdue this Dorako, not knowing what had happened to its master, who might be dead or otherwise absent. In short, this Dorako was incredibly formidable, its dark light-absorbing armor making it far superior to others of its kind, except for having no wings. But their abilities were insufficient. As Leonixes, they couldn't even defeat a single monster, which was too embarrassing. By the rocky edge behind the remaining 2 Leonixes, a spiritual entity appeared. Seeing the formidable Dorako taking on 3 opponents, Kate was also shocked and couldn't help but worry about her brother Raymond. All the Leonixes that arrived on this planet were strong. Although Raymond had awakened, Kate could clearly sense the immense power contained within this rampaging Dorako. Its Leonix power was not in the slightest inferior to Raymond. Which planet did this Leonix monster come from? Under Kate's gaze, Dorako shredded Button's wings, grabbing Button's beak with its small hands and snapping it apart. Button's venom posed no threat to Aixin at all, as Dorako's obsidian-like shell had extreme physical resistance. Ordinary attacks couldn't breach its defenses. Brutally dismembering Button and devouring its heart, the furious Aixin turned to Sadra, who had been slacking off. Roar! With a leap, Aixin pounced on Sadra, biting down on its neck. At the same time, the flames within began to boil, and intense flames erupted from its mouth, burning Sadra alive. Roar! After eliminating all opponents, Dorako howled at the sky. On the ground, Kate emerged. Although she could survive in a spiritual state like Ray Brando, due to her high-purity Leonix bloodline, she had lost the qualification to continue participating in Leonix battles. Dorako, how about becoming my monster? Kate said loudly, simultaneously releasing her Leonix power towards Aixin, attempting to form a contract with it. After observing for a long time, Kate found no sign of this monster's master. Perhaps it truly was a masterless beast. Although she had lost the qualification to participate in Leonix battles, it did not mean she lost the ability to contract a monster, just that without a battle device, the power she could provide was limited. Hearing Kate's voice, and feeling another surge of Ryanix energy enter his body, Aixin lowered his gaze toward the small figure on the ground. As Kate steadily channeled calm Ryanix energy, two distinct currents of Ryanix power began to collide. Kate had intended only to soothe Dorako, making him easier to subdue, but her action backfired spectacularly, like pouring water into scalding oil. Roar! Dorako raised his massive foot and brought it crashing down toward Kate. Yet Kate, now a spectral entity, simply dispersed, unaffected by physical assault. Just as Kate struggled to devise a way to subdue Dorako, an invisible spacecraft materialized, descending in a radiant beam. Grant emerged, clad in crimson armor, his face concealed behind a cobalt visor. Hey there, beautiful, what brute did this to you? Grant glanced at Kate, instantly captivated by her aura, one uncannily reminiscent of his own sister. A Caluxian. Kate studied Grant, sensing for the first time an exceptionally potent Ryanix presence radiating from him. Ah, you already know me. Then formal introductions are unnecessary. I find you utterly compelling. Might you spare time for dinner? Grant assumed a courtly posture, extending his invitation with polished charm. Before Kate could reply, Aixin hurled a searing fireball downward. Grant lunged to shield her, but Kate dissolved first, leaving him alone to absorb the blast heat. Boom. Ugh. Flung backward by the explosion, Grant wheeled around, glaring furiously at Aixin, and drew his awakening battle instrument. You wretched fool. What do you think you're doing? Grant raised the instrument high. Violet light erupted. Battle instrument activated. In a flash of violet radiance, a colossal bipedal kaiju manifested before Grant. Left arm wielding a scythe, right arm gripping a spiked chain mace, and a gaping monstrous mouth, reminiscent of Bemster, embedded in its abdomen. Go forth, tyrant. Teach that insolent creature a lesson he'll never forget. Commanded Tyrant, sharpened his scythe with a metallic grind, and charged straight at Dorako. Dorako withstood the blow, only shedding a few fragments of outer plating, then retaliated with a thunderous punch to Tyrant's skull, sending him reeling. The two titans descended into primal, brutal hand-to-hand combat. On the ground, Grant rubbed his aching jaw, dazed. Dorako's fist had nearly shattered his teeth. What in blazes is that? My kaiju is Tyrant the Tyrant, and yet this ordinary beast fights with such terrifying might. At that moment, Kate coalesced once more. Watching Dorako and Tyrant locked in furious battle, she couldn't suppress a quiet gasp of awe. Excuse me, do you happen to know who commands this kaiju? He's been trained remarkably well, Grant asked, turning to Kate. He has no master. He is a wild, unbound kaiju, Kate replied. Impossible. That punch struck me with undeniable force. I felt real pain. Only Ryanix combat can transmit such visceral sensation between fighters. Grant scoffed. He refused to believe her. Such extraordinary power implied mastery, not chaos. Regardless, I've seen no master appear, and Dorako has remained in a state of uncontrolled frenzy since arrival. Is that so? Grant observed closely, and indeed Dorako fought with raw, unstructured fury, not strategy, like a vessel venting pure rage. Then Tyrant, show him your true power. At his master's command, Tyrant ceased, holding back his ears, unleashed relentless beams of violet energy. ZZZT. The beams struck Dorako, sparking violent showers of incandescent embers. Enraged, Aixin fired a torrent of incinerating plasma, but Tyrant's abdominal maw generated a powerful vacuum, swallowing the flames whole and converting them into stored energy. My sincere thanks for the meal. Grant clapped lightly, now certain Dorako lacked coherent thought. And now, here's your portion returned. Having absorbed the plasma, Tyrant expelled a concentrated inferno from his maw, scorching Aixin relentlessly. Yet the flames barely scorched him. His extreme pyro-resistance rendered them ineffective, and instead stoked his battle lust to new heights. Tyrant hurled his meteor hammer, striking Dorako squarely and toppling him. Then swift as lightning, Tyrant closed in, pinning Dorako beneath him and slashing wildly with his scythe. Each crushing blow drove Aixin's fury to its apex. His combat instinct surged uncontrollably. With no barrier between himself and Dorako, evolution via Ryanix energy came with startling ease. Under Tyrant's relentless assault, Aixin's obsidian carapace began fracturing and sloughing away, revealing pulsating flesh beneath, while his skin flushed deep crimson. At the instant Tyrant's final strike was about to crush Aixin's skull, his battle instrument underwent transformation, its original cerulean white casing ignited into a blazing fusion of gold and scarlet, the awakening battle instrument. Simultaneously, Aixin's clarity returned, and his inner Rhinox energy surged anew, volatile and immense. His very form began to shift. Obsidian plates melted away, replaced by molten rock. His pale, epidermal tracery burned crimson, transforming into glowing magma veins. Reborn Dorako flame variant with a single explosive kick, Aixin hurled Tyrant aside and rose to his feet, mind fully restored. He stared at Tyrant, then at Granty and Kate below, momentarily disoriented, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. All he recalled was Riabluto granting him new, overwhelming power, a force he could neither control nor contain. His memories fragmented, his awareness flickering, leaving him adrift in chaos. Below, Granty stared at his shimmering, awakening battle instrument, the first time he'd ever witnessed synchronized resonance between two awakened Rhinox. When Rhinox encounter one another, their blood cries out for strength, compelling them into combat. Victory fuels evolution. This is the immutable truth of Rhinox combat. When two awakened Rhinox meet, their battle instinct peaks, driving them toward lethal confrontation. Yet awakening itself demands exceptional spiritual fortitude and self-mastery. Granty clenched his jaw, suppressing the rising tide of combat hunger within. He would not become a mindless puppet of war, as he once had when his own hands ended his sister's life. Return, Tyrant. Gritting his teeth against the primal urge, Granty retracted his instrument and staggered away, determined to distance himself from this dangerous convergence. To claim ultimate victory, he must never surrender to Riabluto's legacy, to become nothing but a weapon obeying bloodlust. Aixin did not stop Grandy from leaving. He did not want to be enemies with Grandy and Raymond, as no matter who won, the beneficiaries would not be them. Although Rayblando granted him power, it did not mean that Aixin would help Rayblando resurrect. As long as Raymond and Grandy were alive, Rayblando could not resurrect through them. This world ultimately embodies justice, with the light side having too many powerful beings such as King Ao, Noah, Lijato, and Saiga, along with various combined ultimate beings. In contrast, on the dark side, among the existing powerful beings, the most formidable is a single Dark Zaki, who is being suppressed by Noah. The remaining dark factions' powerhouses perish one after another. They simply have no chance of defeating the light side. As a monster, he could not bring himself to lick humans and Ultraman. Although he once was human, he was not from this world. Now he just wanted to be himself. As for destroying the world, he preferred to refrain from that. He could engage in minor mischief, but major evil deeds were absolutely off limits. Otherwise, he would face death. If helping the Rayblando aliens to resurrect caused destruction in the universe, Aixin felt that in the end the result would be nothing more than Rayblando being killed by the mysterious four ultimate beings, and the monsters under his command would be eliminated, leaving him no escape. After Grandy left, Kate saw Aixin stop his attack and was about to communicate with him, but Aixin ignored her and stepped away. He needed to continue fulfilling the task given by Rayblando to eliminate other Leonix. There are still too many Leonix in this universe. It is necessary to reduce their influence on the universe and other alien races. Truly, 3 Leonix are sufficient. Kate watched as Dorako left and could only sigh. She had thought that with all the preparations she made for Raymond, the position of Rayblando's heir was secure, but she did not expect so many powerful beings among the other Leonix. Raymond, you must be careful. 3 days later, Raymond had been unconscious for a full 3 days and nights. Inside the Ponlong, Haruna, are you saying that you received help from the Pedon aliens to modify the spaceship and arrived here? Captain Hinata looked at the deputy captain, who was narrating the situation all the way, feeling somewhat incredulous. What 50 years later, Pedon aliens, what modified spaceship, and then hunting Leonix had Captain Hinata in a daze. Yes, boss, the spaceship has indeed been modified, and its performance has greatly enhanced, especially the Super Omega Cannon, which has been transformed into the Pedanium Ray Cannon. One strike can destroy a small asteroid, said Kumano, the ship's mechanic, who was quite impressed with the technology of the Pedon aliens. Destroy an asteroid. Captain Hinata frowned. He disliked excessively dangerous weapons, as his Panlong was merely a transport ship. If they used such destructive weapons whenever faced with danger, could they still be considered a transport ship? Don't worry, boss, the Pedanium Ray Cannon has already been sealed by Brother Kumano. Without your captain's card and audio, this weapon cannot be used. Haruna said, knowing what the boss was worried about. Hearing this, Captain Hinata took out his captain's card to check, never expecting that his transport ship would ultimately take up weapons and resume its former duties. At that moment, the door of the cockpit opened with a creak and Raymond walked in. Boss, everyone. I made you all worry. Raymond looked at everyone in the cockpit, feeling guilty. You're fine, Ray. Kumano came over and patted Raymond on the shoulder. Thank you, everyone. Raymond then looked at Captain Hinata. Because of him, the captain had also been injured, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Captain, no need to say more, Ray. I can understand your feelings, besides it's nothing for me. Scars are a man's badge. Captain Hinata said with a smile, pointing at the bandages on his body, his face full of pride. All right. Now that everyone is safe, we should leave, right? This planet is very dangerous. According to Dai Air, this is the site of the final battle for all Leonix in the universe. said the hidden chi beside him who loved monsters but did not want to encounter them. Yes, then we should prepare. Captain Hinata was about to say to leave when Raymond grabbed his hand, interrupting him. Ray, what's wrong? Captain Hinata looked at Raymond, who had a troubled expression, and asked. Boss, I cannot leave. Raymond pondered for a long time. He still could not allow Rayblando to resurrect. On this planet, numerous Leonics are engaged in meaningless battles, and Rayblando's resurrection would also be a disaster for the entire universe. I cannot just stand by. Raymond clenched his fist, stating. He must stop this meaningless fighting and prevent Rayblando's resurrection. I see. Captain Hinata and the other crew members nodded. Indeed, they could not just stand by. Boss, how about you guys? Raymond was about to say for them to leave while he handled this matter, but Captain Hinata interrupted him. Do you remember what I told you? You are my crew, and the matters of the crew are the responsibilities of the captain. We are in this together. Remember, we agreed to return to Earth together. Ultimately, the crew of the Panlong agreed to stay and prevent this disaster for the entire universe. This made Raymond very happy. He had such a group of companions willing to accompany him. Then we need to make full preparations. We will be stationed here for a while. There are supplies on the Shilong, and we can. While the captain and the others discussed the upcoming plan, Raymond sat aside, not quite understanding the captain's plans, just needing to follow along later. He took out the head-marking ice axe that had awakened him, silvery and sharp with a rich energy inside. As long as he held it, Raymond could clearly feel the peace of mind. Suddenly, Inky also sat down beside Raymond, but when he saw the head marking in Raymond's hand, he froze. This, what is this? Inky, do you recognize this? Raymond suddenly remembered that Inky was a monster expert. Perhaps he knew about it. I know. But how do you have this thing? Inky asked curiously, and being so small he almost thought it was a toy, but then realized that this place had no conditions to produce such toys. It's like this. Raymond recounted the entire process of entering a berserk state and being purified and restored by this item, including the scar on his chest caused by the head marking. Gaarrrr. A mournful cry echoed across heaven and earth. Having expended every ounce of its strength, Doraguri collapsed. Metronian stared in utter disbelief. His hands trembled as he gazed upon the fallen beast. No, this is impossible. Doraguri is a super beast. How could it be defeated by a mere monster? The Metronian's voice quavered with shock. Gazing at Dorako, the very monster that had vanquished his super beast, the Metronian seethed with bitter resentment. I will return, and you will remember this. Before Dorako could unleash its fireball, the Metronian instantly teleported away. Aixin made no attempt to pursue. His opponent still commanded another monster, and clearly held no desire to continue the battle. Chasing him would have yielded little more than stalemate. Moreover, the Metronian had severed his psychic link with the monster with startling decisiveness, evidence he'd done so before. Such a seasoned opportunist held no future worth pursuing, whether he lived or died was inconsequential. Just as Aixin turned to leave, 4 strange aerial craft descended from the sky. Sensing imminent danger, he swiftly evaded. Several laser beams struck the spot he'd just occupied, blasting rock and soil into violent shards. Boom. Seeing their initial assault had failed to overwhelm Aixin, the 4 craft converged midair, fusing into a colossal black humanoid robot. Cosmic Robot, Black King Joe. Thud. Its massive feet struck the ground with a thunderous impact, sending fissures spiderwebbing across the surrounding bedrock. Eliminate the Rheonics. Upon completing fusion, Black King Joe raised its cannon arm and opened fire directly at Aixin. BRRRT, BRRRT, BRRRT. A torrent of high-energy rounds rained down, hammering Aixin relentlessly and forcing him into retreat. After enduring the first barrage, Aixin assessed his wounds. The enemy's projectiles inflicted minimal damage upon his obsidian armor, but his relatively light frame left him vulnerable to their tremendous kinetic force, driving him backward with each impact. Compared to other monsters weighing 4 to 5 million tons, even after shedding his wings and enhancing his mass, Aixin's total weight remained only 3 million tons. Even with wings deployed, Dorako weighed merely 2 million tons. Its aerial combat form, deliberately optimized for agility over mass. Realizing long-range bombardment proved ineffective, Black King Joe abruptly shifted tactics, charging forward with its massive cannon barrel drawn, initiating brutal close-quarters combat with Aixin. Forged entirely from exotic alloys, Black King Joe was unervingly resilient. Though it could not wound Aixin, neither could Aixin breach its impenetrable defenses through physical strikes. Even the crystalline plating over its chest possessed extraordinary hardness, utterly impervious to Aixin's assaults. Realizing melee offered no advantage, Aixin opened his maw and began gathering energy, a blazing fireball coalescing within. Whoosh! A fireball larger than his head erupted from Aixin's jaws, slamming into Black King Joe's chest. Kaboom! The cataclysmic detonation hurled both combatants backward, shrouding the battlefield in thick, acrid smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Black King Joe remained operational, its chest lamp still pulsing steadily. Yet the fireball had not been futile. A jagged fissure now split its left anterior armor, exposing tangled circuitry beneath. Before Black King Joe could locate Aixin, a searing crimson beam lanced from the haze, striking the exposed wiring with surgical precision. Knowing well the adage, smoke means safety, Aixin wasted no time. He surged his energy output, incinerating Black King Joe's internal circuitry in an instant. Its obsidian carapace glowed cherry red. Then with mechanical rigidity Black King Joe snapped into a perfect paraderist stance, before toppling lifelessly to the ground. Boom. The explosion reduced Black King Joe to a heap of smoldering scrap. On the ground below, two Pedenborn Rheonyx hunters stood frozen in stunned silence. This can't be real. It's only a level 2 monster. It shouldn't be possible. Black King Joe should never have lost. One hunter stared dumbfounded at his scanner, displaying Dorako's insignificance, utterly baffled how such a low-tier monster could overcome Peden's legendary Black King Joe. Before the other could speak, a massive foot blotted out the sky. Oh, no, thud. With a single stomp, Aixin silenced the two nuisances. Then gazing up at the radiant sky, he resumed his relentless path as a Rheonyx warrior. Time flew. Within half a month, the entire planet Hamar's Rheonyx population teetered on the brink of annihilation, crushed under the combined might of Ramon, Grundy, and Aixin. Ramon destroyed the Peden bases and numerous Black King Joes, liberating Ultraman 7 from his dark armor. Grundy hunted down elite Rheonyx warriors. Aixin, however, accepted no distinctions. Strong or weak, all fell before him without exception. The three did cross paths and clashed repeatedly. Only Grundy engaged Ramon in full-scale combat, resulting in mutual losses. Both sacrificed one of their monsters. Aixin, by contrast, deliberately avoided mortal conflict with Ramon. Ramon's Eleking and Grundy's Tyrant were both slain. Only Gamora and Red King remained viable combatants for either side. The final confrontation loomed ever closer, and Rayblood watched with profound satisfaction. From the two candidates, he had already chosen the strongest, Ramon. In his sleep, Ramon jolted awake, startled and breathless. "Stop dreaming, Rayblood. Your senseless war has claimed countless lives. I will never let you escape justice." Sweat drenched his brow, his emotions surged violently. Rayblood could not forcibly possess him. Only those whose will had crumbled could be overtaken. To claim Ramon's body and achieve true resurrection, Rayblood needed first to break his spirit, then shatter his mind. Resurrection, not mere possession, was his sole objective. When Ramon proved unyielding, Rayblood turned instead to Grundy. As the latter brooded aboard his starship, Rayblood drew him into a dream. But the moment Grundy opened his eyes, Rayblood's consciousness was violently expelled. "Get lost. I don't want to rule the cosmos. You wretched parasite." Cursing under his breath, Grundy seized his battle instrument. The Rheonyx power flared around him, scattering Rayblood's spectral form like mist before wind. His sister's death had long extinguished all desire within him. What he sought now was solace, connection, not dominion over galaxies. Especially after his recent defeat by Ramon, failing to fulfill his sister's last wish. Though he should have perished, Ramon had spared him, a mercy that shattered Grundy's pride. Until he bested Ramon, he could never become the greatest Rheonyx warrior. Neither heir would inherit his legacy. Rayblood could not comprehend it. He had played his part flawlessly, never once revealing his ultimate design. Yet why had not a single soul accepted his gift? Gazing upon the two Rheonyx who had rejected him, Rayblood fell into absolute hollow silence. Of course, on this planet, there is also a Rheoblander. However, Rheoblander looks down upon Aixin's body, seeing him as someone worse off, destined to be nothing more than a monster in this life. It is the noble Rheoblander who would never settle to be a servant's monster. "Since you refuse to obey me, then return all the power I have given you." As Rheoblander began to unleash his power, a powerful dark force shrouded the sky of the Hama planet. At the same time, a black hole opened. The immense suction drew the Dragon Spiral ship into it. Rheoblander, having exhausted his patience, planned to seize it by force, a scheme he had long plotted, and he would not allow it to fail. It's Rheoblander. On the Dragon Spiral ship, Ainchi quickly detected the source of the gravitational pull identical to the wormhole that captured the Shillong ship before. "Control the ship. The final battle is upon us." On the Dragon Spiral ship, Raymond gazed out the window, feeling the oppressive atmosphere around him as the Rheoblander factor within his bloodline began to stir restlessly. The Rheoblander factor comes from Rheoblander, but Rheoblander cannot fully control this power, as it is the bloodline of the Rheoblander people. All Rheoblander are in a way beings of the same level, belonging to the same lineage. "Rheoblander, I am coming." Meanwhile, in another part of Hama planet, Aixin and Grundy also felt Rheoblander's call. "Is the final battle upon us?" Aixin looked at the dim sky, his expression not looking good. During this time, he had been hunting other Rheoblander in hopes of regrowing his wings, but no matter how much Aixin healed himself, the wings just wouldn't return. It was as if he had never had wings at all. Now, regardless of who wins, Hama planet is destined for destruction. Without wings, Aixin did not know how he would escape this dangerous place. Without resisting the gravitational pull, Aixin was sucked into the wormhole, arriving in a different space. As soon as he entered, Aixin saw Gamora and Red King battling against the dark armor with Raymond and Grundy on the ground. "What is this?" "Dorako." Ainchi looked at the descending Dorako, feeling a surge of hope that had originally seemed certain. "What does it want?" Captain Hinata observed Dorako rushing to the battlefield, feeling utterly perplexed. This monster had been entangled with them for a long time, with wins and losses always stopping short, leaving them unable to discern whether it was friend or foe. Upon seeing Aixin's arrival, Rheoblander within the dark armor let out a laugh. "Just in time. Eliminate them for me." But Aixin did not act. He simply watched, not aiding anyone. The laws of heaven could not be defied. Attacking Raymond would be suicidal, while attacking Rheoblander would be treachery. Caught in the middle, Aizen did not know whom to help. Damn it, are you also betraying me? Riablander was furious, releasing most of his bloodline power, plotting for this chance at revival, yet none of the Riablander warriors he painstakingly trained were willing to follow him. Give it up. We have no chance of winning. Aizen communicated with the spirit power belonging to the Riablander. Raymond and Grandy, also of the Riablander, heard this voice. You are. Raymond was a bit taken aback. It was the first time he had heard this Dorako speak. Initially, he thought it was just a rampaging monster controlled by Riablander. Grandy was also somewhat surprised. A Riablander belonging to the monster. How peculiar. However, Riablander did not give up because of Aixin's words. He controlled the dark armor to unleash a massive barrage of Riazolium beams targeting all surrounding monsters and humans, including Aixin. Die all of you traitors. Riablander was furious. Whether he wanted to possess a body or not, the betrayal of these sons was unbearable. The light skills of the dark armor had a significant restraining effect on Ultraman, but for monsters, it was merely a powerful ordinary skill that could not cause them much harm. All attacks directed at the Dragon Spiral ship were blocked by Gamora, while Red King defended against all assaults. Feeling the power of these beams, Aizen found it hard to describe. Perhaps Riablander was strong while alive, but now he was reduced to merely a spiritual entity, and only half of that, the other half, was locked away with Belial in prison. In this state, Riablander was truly weak. The once supreme life form was left with only this little power. Gamora let out a massive roar, his body continuously shimmering with golden light as the power of Riablander within him began to surge. A multitude of spikes erupted from his body and Gamora's form began to evolve. Yex Gamora. This transformation into an ultra-evolved form requires the fighting spirit of both Riablander and monsters to reach their peak during battle. Beside them, Grandy and Red King were also influenced by Raymond's fighting spirit, their resolve reaching a zenith. The power of Riablander erupted from within Grandy while Red King ignited with fierce flames burning like a corn cob, his fangs elongated, eyes turning crimson and fists becoming immensely huge. Yex Red King. The appearance of the EX forms of these two monsters overwhelmed Riablander's dark armor. The dark armor, which had previously kept the two monsters at bay, was now being ruthlessly beaten by the two EX monsters. Although Aizen did not need to synchronize with the monsters this time, he lacked the fighting spirit, so he did not enter EX form. He now wished to avoid conflict and just leave this place quickly. Without wings, the only way to survive was to rely on Riablander and Raymond. With a claw, Yex Gamora tore through the dark armor's chest, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. The weapons of the dark armor were also knocked away by Yex Red King, who began to charge up his own ultimate move. Super Vibration Wave. Lava Path. The Super Vibration Wave crashed into the dark armor, constantly damaging its interior, accompanied by Red King's Lava Fury, creating an inferno that shattered the dark armor into pieces. Boom. With Riablander's defeat, the surrounding space became unstable. Not good. The space here is about to collapse. Run. Captain Hinata called to Raymond. Raymond was about to leave, but looked at Grandy beside him. What are you looking at me for? I have my own spaceship. Grandy replied, then snapped his shiny earring. And remember to introduce your sister to me. Next time we meet, I won't go easy on you. The moment the words left his lips, a beam of light descended. Grandy vanished from sight, returning to his spacecraft. Raymond gave a curt nod toward Grandy's vessel, then turned his gaze to Aizen, who had been silently observing the scene. Dorako, will you come with me? This place is about to be destroyed. Raymond asked, drawing forth his battle instrument and extending a packed invitation toward Aizen. Aizen longed to step inside, but he possessed his own battle instrument embedded deep within his body, rendering him unable to depart from it. Just as he prepared to transform into the instrument itself, a colossal purple hand materialized from the void and seized him. Ultraman Belial. Raymond stared at Belial, who now held Dorako captive. Rage surged through him. How could this fiend still persist? Raymond. Having seized Aizen, Belial refused to relent. Another palm forged from raw energy lashed out toward Raymond. Raymond evaded it just in time. Ray, retreat now? This place is collapsing, shouted the first officer aboard the Panlong-class ship. Raymond cast one final glance at the captured Dorako, then surveyed the surrounding space, crumbling into annihilation. Damn it. Go. I will not perish. Aizen's voice resonated softly within Raymond's mind. But, Raymond looked once more upon the ensnared Dorako. Through days of battle, he had discerned the being's true purpose, to forge him, to hone him, to spur his growth. Whether monster or Belial's agent, Aizen had aided him, and thus earned his gratitude. As Raymond prepared to awaken into his ascended form, Captain Hinata lunged from behind, seizing him and dragging him toward the ship. There's no time, go. In the end, Raymond was hauled aboard. Below, only Aizen remained, a lone kaiju upon the dying earth. Aizen gazed upon the pulsating violet energies that bound him. With a surge of his Rhinox power, he could shatter those restraints, yet he chose not to. For it was futile. Belial would never let him escape. Why? Why betray me? Remember, your very strength was my gift. Belial's voice echoed in Aizen's ears, furious, seething with contempt for Aizen's inaction. There is no path to victory, and this is not the hour of your resurrection. Aizen replied calmly. What do you know? Had you aided me, I would have claimed Raymond's body and risen anew. It is all your fault. Futile. My kaiju lineage pales beside theirs. Even if I ascended to EX form, could I truly hold back one, let alone both? Aizen countered. not boastfully but truthfully. At that peak, Raymond and Grandy had burned with unmatched battle fervor. Their Rhinox energy ran purer than Belial's own. Against Eek's form Gamora and Red King, and Belial's fractured spirit alongside Aixin's transformed Dorako, the odds were insurmountable. Belial fell silent. He had not foreseen that his final two sons would unleash such transcendent power. If resurrection is your sole desire, take my vessel. I yield it without reservation. Aixin spoke with quiet detachment. Then boom. The surrounding space fractured. The ground collapsed inward. Magma surged upward from the depths, transforming the realm into a writhing inferno. Belial ceased speaking, and the violet claws binding Aixin dissolved into nothingness. Belial departed, bound for the planet Hamar beyond, pursuing the fleeing ship. Even a sliver of hope remained. He would not abandon it. Aixin had no reply. Such power, wasted on ruin. He sensed the vast reservoir of bioenergy coursing through Dorako's form. Hard-won sustenance drawn from the flesh of fallen kaiju, the very essence of evolution. As an awakened Rhinox, true death was unlikely. His consciousness would likely endure, as Kaido's had, since the Rhinox bloodline was at its core a soul-born lineage. Hamar planet, now unraveling under Belial's influence. Seismic tremors shattered the crust, the sky churned with chaotic energies and electromagnetic surges, forcing the Panlong-class ship to fight for every meter of altitude. Just as the Panlong neared the edge of Hamar's atmosphere, a titanic hand erupted from the planet's core, its gravitational wave ensnaring the ship once more. Beep beep beep. Critical alert BS. Belial has recaptured us. The ship is locked in gravitational traction, reported Hazum, wrenching the ascent lever fully forward, pushing the engines to their absolute limit. Yet the Panlong continued its descent. Acceleration merely delayed the inevitable. At that dire juncture, two radiant beams flared into existence, one on each side of the vessel. As the light faded, two towering figures stood revealed. Oh, it's Ultraman 7, and the original Ultraman. He lives. In that instant of manifestation, both Ultramen unleashed their ultimate techniques, Spatium Beam and Ultra Beam. Die. Twin beams struck Belial's grasping hand, driving it backward. Curses! You damned Ultraman! Belial roared in impotent fury as the ship carried Raymond farther and farther away. Hamar planet began its terminal collapse, every inch saturated with the scent of oblivion. When subterranean energies reached critical saturation, the world fell utterly silent. Then in a single cataclysmic instant, the planet detonated. Continents shattered into meteor swarms, hurtling outward across the infinite void. This sacred battlefield of the Rhinox, this world cradling the legacy of all Rhinox life across the cosmos, had breathed its last. All was over. Once again, boundless darkness. Aixin had long grown accustomed to it. Yet unlike before, his awakened Rhinox blood granted him startling clarity. His own form, his own essence, now vividly perceptible. A curious welcome sensation. The detonation of Hamar planet sent shockwaves through the dimensional rift where Aixin lingered. Agony lasted but a heartbeat. Before his neural pathways could even register pain, his body dissolved into ash. His soul was then hurled into the churning maelstrom of the void. He had assumed he might, like Kaido, retain conscious control over his spirit, but instead an inexplicable force seized his soul, pulling him toward a distant, unseen locus. He offered no resistance. After all, he was unbound, free, without destination or duty. So Aixin simply closed his eyes and slipped into slumber. Thus the fused soul of Aixin and Dorako drifted ever deeper into the cosmic expanse. Across the void, countless other immense, invisible kaiju spirits traveled in the same direction, as if summoned by some ancient, irresistible call. Drifting in the void for an unknown duration, that force of attraction was unaffected by external distances, devoid of any sense of time, distance, or sound. The closer he approached that place, the more peculiar sounds Aixin could hear, resembling wails, resentments, and fury. Upon finally reaching his destination, Aixin could see clearly where he was. The ground was black, with a river of lava flowing beneath the high-temperature magma, occasionally leaping up, continuously scorching the dark earth. All around were jagged rocks resembling claws, and the entire land was shrouded in darkness akin to a tranquil hell. In the sky here floated countless monster souls. Each creature was in deep slumber, undergoing an eternal rest. This is the monster graveyard. Aixin felt a bit confused, wondering how he ended up here. Looking at the sleeping monster souls around him, he recognized many of them. Jiren, Ponduin, King Blake, King Reed Barton. Because these were the creatures he had defeated. Of course, the most outrageous was that Aixin also saw the soul of the black golden ancient bridge. Do mechanical monsters have souls? Is it some kind of artificial intelligence? Gazing at these azure spirits, Aixin felt a desire to consume them, but after a moment's thought, he ultimately refrained. This world is a realm of idealism, where a hodgepodge of souls coalesces, eventually forming a patchwork entity, and encountering an idealistic Ultraman would lead to demise. Aixin believed he should first study his Leonix bloodline, as it too belonged to a form of idealistic power. With a strong heart, the power of Leonix would likewise grow, ultimately transforming him into an immortal existence, like Reblondo. Moreover, upon reflection, Aixin thought he might find a chance for resurrection in this place. Leonix can resurrect its own monsters. Reblondo and Belial were examples. Aixin felt he should explore whether he could use his power to resurrect himself. After all, he had made a pact with himself. He counted as a monster. 3 months had passed since the destruction of the Hama planet. Except for Lei, everyone had emerged from that crisis. Earth, I haven't been back in many years. Captain Hinata sighed, noting how fast the modified dragon ship was. However, he did not report the modifications of the dragon ship to his superiors. He did not want the advanced technologies of Pedant Star to transform Earthlings into a super dangerous force, allowing weapons that did not belong to this era to appear widely. Peace, exploration, and coexistence were the themes of this era. The age of rampant invasions was over. This universe is vast enough for everyone to coexist. As for how long this secret could be kept, Captain Hinata was unsure, but he would keep it as long as he could. Unless discovered, he wouldn't voluntarily disclose it. Moreover, wouldn't they specifically monitor transport ships? Lei, you haven't been to Earth, right? When the time comes, we'll take you there. Earth is truly beautiful. Kumano glanced at the pensive Raymond and patted his shoulder as he spoke. Raymond nodded. Yes, then thank you, brother Kumano. Hey, why are you saying this? You are one of us, and we will definitely take you to see Earth, Kumano said with a smile. The others laughed too, but Captain Hinata was lost in thought, feeling uneasy about letting Lei go to Earth, at least not now. Because of the incident on Boris planet, the higher-ups were already aware of Lei's identity, including his ability to control monsters. If the human elite harbored any ill intentions, Captain Hinata was unsure if he could protect Lei. Thus, it was best to avoid sending Lei to Earth for now. This way they couldn't conduct research on him. After the Leonix riot, although the selection contest for the heir initiated by Reblondo had concluded, its impact was profoundly far-reaching. While most Leonix wished to participate in the Holy War, many extraterrestrials were captivated by the combat abilities of these Leonix and their power to control monsters. Finally, while the Holy War's location was not devoid of extraterrestrial observers, they were all eliminated by the black golden ancient bridge from the future before they could witness it. Now that the final Holy War had ended, who the heir of Reblondo was remained unknown, as Hama planet had been destroyed and all Leonix had vanished. Whether Reblondo would return was also uncertain. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, as if that Holy War had never occurred. In an instant, extraterrestrials with ulterior motives began to stir. They believed that Reblondo needed a legion to fight alongside it against the Ultraman clan. To prove their strength to the former cosmic sovereign and demonstrate their qualification to follow it, various dark extraterrestrials began to create havoc throughout the universe. During this time, the Ultraman clan was overwhelmed with work. Various negative energies surged in the universe, prompting the Ultramen to increase their ranks to prevent the impending crisis. Perhaps it was a bit naive. Though inherently kind-hearted, many young Ultra Warriors were quite arrogant, as they did not believe anyone would dare to attack the Land of Light. The nebula, beautiful like glass, was the only life planet in this region following the sun's destruction. The Land of Light of the Ultraman clan was also the sole source of light here. A massive extraterrestrial with a blue tail flame flew to the outskirts of the M78 nebula. Gazing at this nebula, it came to a halt. I truly dislike this monotonous environment, the Zera people said. However, soon I will add a splash of color to it. Huh. Looking at the ultimate battle device in its hand, the Zera person let out an eerie laugh. Recently, it had learned from a fellow clansman about Reblondo's impending revival, coupled with the ultimate battle device it found near the monster graveyard. An evil plan was born in its mind. No extraterrestrial could resist the temptation of ruling the entire universe, as long as it released the dark Ultra Warrior that had attacked the Land of Light thousands of years ago. As the greatest contributor, it could undoubtedly rule the entire universe alongside it. When the time comes, uniting with Reblondo's heir to overthrow the Ultraman clan's long-standing rule over the universe. Belial, wait for me to rescue you. Above the Land of Light, a colossal cosmic prison looms. This prison was constructed by the King of Ultra to seal away Belial, and it holds but a single inmate, Belial. Since the establishment of the Land of Light, it has faced numerous colossal crises, the last of which was the invasion by Belial's monstrous army. However, that was tens of thousands of years ago. The current Land of Light is no longer the realm that could only dwell in one corner. They have transformed into cosmic police, bearing the responsibility of maintaining peace throughout the universe, protecting weak planets from malevolent extraterrestrial beings. Having evolved from the downtrodden to the saviors, the new generation of Ultra Warriors has forgotten the dangers of the past, oblivious to the dark Ultra Warrior looming above them. Today, an unwelcome guest has arrived near the Land of Ultra. Accompanied by a surge of energy fluctuations, the Zerub aliens have transformed into the likeness of the original Ultraman. The original Ultraman is a mimicry target that every Zerub alien must learn, for the fame of the original is tremendous. Merely assuming his form can almost avert most dangers in the universe. Every Zerub alien learns the movements and habits of the mimicry target from a young age, with the more capable even mastering light skills. The original Ultraman can be regarded as the idol of the majority of Zerub aliens. Unfortunately, it is not quite right. Though it doesn't look exactly like him, it will suffice. The Zerub alien examined its mimicked form. The body was passable, but those two slender orange-eyed eyes could easily reveal its malevolent nature. After mimicking Ultraman, the Zerub alien flew towards the cosmic prison. Since it was in the form of Ultraman, it was not hindered by other Ultras along the way. After all, everyone is quite busy now. Coming and going, as stopping for everything would be a hassle. Relying on its disguise, the Zerub alien successfully reached the entrance of the cosmic prison. Upon seeing the original Ultraman arrive, the two members of the Ultra Guard on duty immediately stood at attention. "Good day, Commander." But before they could finish, the two Ultras sensed something was amiss. "Something's wrong. You. Who are you?" The Zerub alien remained silent, merely raising its ultimate combat instrument, aiming it at them. A thick bolt of lightning shot out from the top of the ultimate combat instrument, its speed so swift that the two Ultras had no time to react. Boom. Ugh. The lightning struck the door, sending the two guards flying, while simultaneously blasting open the cosmic prison's entrance. Quite impressive. Hefting the ultimate combat instrument onto his shoulder, the Zerub alien strode into the cosmic prison with a swagger. In stark contrast to the dark exterior outside, the prison's interior was a vivid red with massive crimson bricks enclosing a terrifying black-red giant. Perhaps due to the prolonged sealing, this dark Ultra Warrior had not noticed anyone's arrival here. "At last I found you, Belial. Let me rescue you." The Zerub alien controlled the ultimate combat instrument, cranking the energy output to maximum, unleashing a colossal lightning beam towards the sealed Belial. ZZZ. Woo. The alarm of the cosmic prison began to sound continuously, sending invasion signals to the land of light. As the smoke from the lightning attack dissipated, the Zerub alien finally laid eyes on the legendary Dark Ultraman. Belial. Belial Ultraman. The most powerful and darkest Ultraman of the land of light. Ha. Belial slowly emerged from the shattered seal, gazing at the being that had liberated him. "This is your ultimate combat instrument that was sealed in the Valley of Flames. Oh, I return it to you," said the Zerub alien, tossing the combat instrument to Belial. Belial took the combat instrument, inspecting it, noticing it was significantly shorter than before he attempted to channel his dark power into it. Suddenly, the ultimate combat instrument flashed, its ends elongating back to its original length. "Ha ha ha, just like that. With this we shall surely dominate the entire universe. The whole universe will soon be ours." But before the Zerub alien could finish speaking, Belial struck it in the abdomen with a mighty blow, the overwhelming lightning force from the combat instrument ruthlessly decimating its body. Boom. Following the explosion, the Zerub alien perished. "So noisy. Huh." Belial then looked at the combat instrument in his hand, that familiar sensation returning. It appears to be the real deal. Aiming at the prison wall, he fired a shot, obliterating the wall that had sealed him for tens of thousands of years, stepping out with purpose. As the highest-ranking official closest to the cosmic prison and the Prince of the Land of Light, Taro rushed with his security team to investigate the situation at the cosmic prison, just in time to encounter Belial emerging from the prison. Although Taro had never seen Belial's true form, he could not mistake the image in the historical textbooks. "Belial, return to your cell at once." Hearing the warning, Belial straightened his hunched back and looked up. A dozen Ultras, led by one with horn-like features and a cape, stood before him. He really resembles someone. Belial thought, recognizing the lineage immediately, although he had long since let go of the past. Seeing Taro made his heart twitch. Seeing Belial in a victorious posture without Taro needing to issue an order, the surrounding security team members charged forward with their weapons drawn. A dozen Ultras surrounded Belial, launching an assault. In their view, although Belial was powerful, he was ultimately an ancient relic from history, and before the new generation, he could only be subdued. But soon they realized the gap between themselves and Belial. After a few initial probes, Belial, having readjusted to his long exercised body, unleashed his true power. With one strike for each, not a single Ultra Warrior could withstand his blows. In just a few moments, he laid waste to the entire security team. Seeing this from the sky, Taro no longer held back. He shed his cape and charged down. "Come at me. Let me see how much skill you've inherited from your father," Belial said as he swung his stick directly at Taro. The two began to engage in combat. Having trained during his time on Earth, Taro was no longer the child he once was. Now he was the chief instructor of the Land of Light, with no deficiency in close combat abilities. In close quarters, Taro pressed Belial hard, wielding his stick, while Belial's attacks were broad and sweeping, causing Taro to momentarily gain the upper hand. However, after fighting for a while, Tai Luo realized that he was unable to inflict any effective damage on this guy, and his stamina was continuously depleting. Finding an opportunity, Belial feigned a weakness with his combat instrument, extending his claw towards Tai Luo with a swipe. Ugh. After creating some distance, Tai Luo knew he could no longer afford to stall, or otherwise he would lose. He crossed his hands above his head, shimmering with colors of the rainbow. Stellium Ray. The colorful beam shot towards Belial, but just as it was about to hit, Belial executed a tactical backward maneuver, completely evading the light attack. Is that all you've got? You. Aha. Before Belial could finish his mocking words, Tai Luo charged towards him, knocking him away, and both of them broke free from the prison's gravitational pull, soaring towards the Kingdom of Light below. Meanwhile, within the Kingdom of Light below, numerous combat personnel were already prepared as Tai Luo had delayed the freshly released Belial, giving them ample time to prepare. The higher-ups of the Kingdom of Light were well aware that once Belial emerged, his target would undoubtedly be the Plasma Spark Tower. Therefore, a large number of Ultramen gathered around the Plasma Spark Tower, remaining vigilant of the sky. Here it comes. A fireball fell from the sky. Boom. After the fireball struck the ground, the Ultramen could clearly see the situation inside. Tai Luo was pinned to the ground, the life indicator on his chest flashing continuously, having lost his combat ability. Belial, meanwhile, had grabbed Tai Luo and tossed him aside. Tai Luo, The Ultramen of the security team witnessed this scene, clenching their fists and locking their gazes onto Belial. Ultimately not wanting to kill this guy, Belial glanced at the surrounding Ultramen who had encircled him and let out a laugh. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. Huh. The entire security team, except for those out on missions, was gathered here, consisting of carefully chosen warriors from the hundreds of billions of Ultramen. Regardless of whether they were civilian officials or military generals, they all joined in, but the result? Among the unfamiliar Ultramen, only 2 sword-wielding individuals managed to hold their ground. The rest were all knocked down by Belial with a single swing. But one of them fell after taking 2 hits. The Ultraman brothers Cebu, the first generation, and Zoffy, who were Belial's juniors, had decent combat power, but after Belial found an opportunity, they too were taken down with 2 blows. Belial forged ahead with unstoppable momentum, facing no adversary. What a bunch of trash. With you around, the Kingdom of Light should have perished long ago. After eliminating Ace and his companions beneath the Plasma Spark Tower, Belial leaped upwards. A gentle leap brought him beside the Plasma Spark, thousands of meters high. Gazing at the constantly emitting light energy of the Plasma Spark, Belial's eyes brimmed with desire. It was this very thing that had led him down this irreversible path years ago. As he slowly reached towards the Plasma Spark, Belial's hand trembled slightly. After tens of thousands of years, he could finally touch this thing again. But just as Belial was about to grasp the Plasma Spark, a hand seized his wrist. Belial, have you forgotten your Ultraman spirit? The father of Ultraman grasped Belial's hand, asking sternly, before pulling Belial away from the Plasma Spark. Belial, however, dismissed it and shifted his gaze away from the Plasma Spark. What nonsense, Ultraman spirit. I lost that tens of thousands of years ago. Hee. You've had a comfortable life all these years, haven't you? Belial said with a sinister smile, then turned his gaze to another person behind the father of Ultraman. I was truly foolish back then, believing in your nonsensical Ultraman spirit. Belial, you. Shut up. Ultraman mother wanted to say something, but Belial interrupted her. I have nothing left now. I only want to reclaim what originally belonged to me. Those who stand in my way shall die. Belial declared powerfully, a dark aura emanating from him, his crimson, menacing eyes fixated on the father of Ultraman. Without further ado, as former comrades, the father of Ultraman and Belial instinctively began to engage in combat. No dodging whatsoever, just a turn-based exchange of attacks. Enhanced by darkness, Belial's physical capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what the previously injured father of Ultraman could contend with. If he could use true power, there might have been a chance, but there were no ifs. After the father of Ultraman collapsed, clutching his injured waist, Ultraman mother charged forward. Even though she knew she was no match for Belial, she still took action against him. Her actions once again caused Belial's heart to tremble. Back then, when he had just fallen into darkness, his mind was unclear, and she was merely a girl, while he was someone who had unleashed his inner darkness. But seeing her again, now she had become his wife, and he was just a freshly released prisoner. Belial had thought a lot while in prison. Yet now, having to see the person he once loved taking action against him, he didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Mary, don't force me. But Ultraman mother did not listen and continued to throw punches at Belial. Belial seized her by the neck, lifting her up. Ugh. Belial, stop it. Seeing his wife being choked, the father of Ultraman wanted to save her, but the pain in his waist prevented him from getting up. Watching Mary struggle in his grip, Belial's heart sank completely. He realized that she was no longer the Mary he once knew. Tens of thousands of years had passed. He no longer belonged to this era. Oomph. Casually tossing Ultraman mother aside, Belial strode towards the Plasma Spark without looking back. Grabbing the supporting pillar beneath the Plasma Spark, he directly yanked it out. Stop. This is your homeland, Belial. Are you really going to destroy it? The father of Ultraman felt a sinking feeling in his heart as he saw the Plasma Spark being extracted. Belial said nothing, only glanced back at the two. With a push off the ground, Belial soared into the sky, bursting out of the Plasma Spark Tower. At the same time as the Plasma Spark departed from Ultraman planet, the universe's chill began to envelop the entire Kingdom of Light. In the M78 Nebula, the only source of light and heat was the Plasma Spark. Without it, Ultraman planet would fall into extreme winter and nightmare of cold for all Ultraman. Seeing the last remaining glimmer of light on the Plasma Spark platform about to fade, the father of Ultraman's spirits plummeted. Could it be that the Kingdom of Light was really going to perish this time? King, where are you? At this critical moment, Tai Luo, engulfed in flames, charged in. Upon seeing that last flicker of light, he rushed forward, unleashing his life fire to protect that final glimmer. If that light were to extinguish, the Kingdom of Light would be beyond saving. Having been bound and subjected to the light therapy in the Land of Light for quite some time, Meng Bias saw the great demon lord flying out of the Land of Light with a Plasma Spark in hand. Meng Bias was momentarily stunned. Everyone, up. He unleashed the light energy within him, breaking free from the electric ropes, and then flew toward the direction of the Ultra Star. He had just been thrown out for a while. What on earth was happening? In the monster graveyard, this did not refer to a specific location in the universe, but rather to the other side of the universe, a place dedicated to sheltering souls. Because even in death, the powerful souls of monsters still possessed significant destructive energy, which could easily wreak havoc across the entire universe if exploited by someone with ill intentions. Thus, the monster graveyard came into being. It exists on the other side of the universe with only one entrance not far from the Ultra Star. At this moment within the monster graveyard, Aixin was practicing his Leonix power. Having familiarized himself for quite some time, he could now skillfully utilize it, and he knew how to resurrect and control monsters. But the most crucial aspect now was energy. Even someone as powerful as Lebrando needed to possess energy after merging to resurrect monsters. Aixin only had the Leonix power that affected souls, and without energy, he could not create physical bodies. Just as Aixin was floating aimlessly in the air of the monster graveyard, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky. The dazzling radiance warmed Aixin's soul. What is this? As Aixin looked up at the sky, the light descended, landing on the ground of the monster graveyard. Belial. Has the time come already? Aixin looked at Belial, who appeared with a plasma spark, somewhat in disbelief. Resurrect my monsters. Belial inserted the plasma spark into the ground while raising the ultimate battle device high. Resurrecting monsters isn't just a casual affair. The monster graveyard is home to countless monster souls. Except for Lebrando, who can resurrect freely, other Leonixes can only resurrect their contracted monsters. What Belial needed to do was resurrect the 100 monsters he had contracted thousands of years ago. As the light energy was released, the ultimate battle device also unleashed Belial's Leonix power. Soon 100 monsters and cosmic souls in the void responded to Belial's call. With the aid of Leonix power, each monster absorbed the power of the plasma spark and sank into the earth, beginning their materialization and resurrection. Of course, Aixin would not let such a great opportunity slip by. He immediately activated his Leonix power to gather the light energy from the air. Using the energy here, he began to replicate his body one-tin from the soul. Then he took this energy into the earth and started the resurrection. Awo! Gagaga! As the roars of monsters echoed, the ground cracked, and one by one the resurrected monsters and cosmic beings crawled out. Gats people jet in Thales stone golden bridge. Aixin mingled among the crowd of monsters, feeling the energy within him. His expression was not pleasant. Light energy. As a monster of dark and fire attributes, he was using light energy in his body, which felt a bit off. But because of this light energy, the volatile factors in Aixin's Leonix bloodline were suppressed, making him much more rational. Now he understood why the monsters he saw here were so weak, easily cut down by Ultraman, as if they were vegetables being obliterated with just a few strikes. The light energy within the monsters was like gas, and the Ultraman's attacks were like a spark. It would explode with just a little ignition. Watching the triumphant Belial, Aixin began to quietly retreat, not wanting to die again right after being resurrected. Come back, my little treasures. With Belial raising the ultimate battle device, one by one monsters and cosmic beings were sucked into it. Originally, there were other monsters blocking the way, but once all the monsters were collected, Aixin was exposed. My. Belial looked at this Dorako, then glanced at his battle device, which already contained another Dorako. This one was not his monster. But sensing the energy within the creature, confirming that this guy was also resurrected using plasma spark energy, Belial slowly approached Aixin. Interesting. You are not my monster. How were you resurrected? Belial inquired, sensing something different about this monster. I am the Leonix of monsters, my lord. I apologize. I borrowed your energy to resurrect myself. Aixin knelt on one knee, bowing his head as he spoke. Facing Belial, he dared not resist, otherwise he might be killed. Monsters. Leonix. Belial was a bit confused. It was the first time he had heard that monsters could become Leonixes. Indeed. So, does that mean we are brothers? Belial asked with a smirk. I do not dare to claim brotherhood, but if my lord has need of my services, Dorako is willing to serve you. Aixin expressed his submission. Enough. There's no need to pretend. As a Leonix, you should have some spirit. Belial stated. Yes. Being able to resurrect yourself with your Leonix bloodline's power, you are indeed a talented successor among Lebrando's heirs. Do you wish to fight for me? Belial asked Aixin, raising the battle device. I am willing to follow you. Feeling the pressure from Belial, Aixin was at a loss for words and could only nod in agreement. And so Aixin remained by Belial's side. Belial was quite curious about this novel brother. The power of Lebrando infecting him and Ultraman to become a Leonix was already quite strange, but he did not expect it could also affect the souls of monsters, turning them into Leonixes. How did you die? And what about Lebrando? Where did that guy run off to? Belial inquired. Years ago, Lebrando invaded his soul, intending to occupy his body to resurrect, but due to Belial's strong will, he could not take over. Thus Lebrando left half of his power to continue corrupting his soul, while he himself departed. I died because I participated in the Leonix Holy War. Ultimately, there were 3 victors in the Holy War. Aixin truthfully recounted everything about Lebrando's resurrection plan, including how Lebrando lost, and how he himself died. There was no need to hide the truth. Haha, so this fool still dreams of resurrection. Belial merely chuckled at Rayblood's defeat. Enough. Now I shall rule the entire universe. And let Rayblood watch closely. True strength lies only in one's own power. Aizen nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Just don't falter when you later face Ultraman King or Ultraman Noah. Thereafter, Belial began deploying his monster legion across the cosmos. Legions of resurrected aliens carried out this task. Their slots within the battle gauges were repeatedly unbound and recontracted, enabling Belial to revive vast numbers of aliens and monsters. Aside from the 100 monsters retained within his personal battle gauge, the remaining aliens and a portion of the monsters were dispatched to every corner of the universe. This time, Belial intended to ascend unchallenged as Cosmic Overlord, proclaiming his return to all existence. Aixin too was assigned a mission to infiltrate the frozen land of light and eradicate its last remnants. So it seemed he was treading once more upon Doraklaw's path. Aixin voiced no objection. The assignment might be a test of loyalty or perhaps something more ambiguous. It mattered little. Aixin's Rhinox soul had already fused completely with the beast's soul. Like Rhea blood, he was effectively immortal, albeit not yet possessing Rhea blood's transcendent might. Serving under Belial held distinct advantages. Resources were abundant and risks were borne by a far greater power. So long as Aixin avoided egregious transgressions, the Supreme Elders would hardly deign to strike down a junior such as himself. Doraklaw, you are also a Rhinox. Shall I grant you several beasts? Belial mused, turning his gaze toward Aixin. No need, Lord. Fragmenting my power would diminish my combat efficacy. Aixin replied telepathically. A Rhinox's strength did not scale with the number of contracted beasts. Rather, beasts required the Rhinox's energy to evolve. Multiplying their number inevitably diluted that vital force. Belial made no remark upon Doraklaw's refusal. He well understood that proliferating contracts scattered one's power, but unlike a Rhinox, he did not rely on beasts for ascension. The Rhinox force served solely as a tool of dominion. The beast's individual strength was irrelevant. Only his supremacy mattered. Watching Doraklaw depart with the flying monsters Bimster and Baltan from the monster graveyard, Belial stood motionless at its heart, awaiting word. The land of light now lay buried beneath an eternal winter. Every Ultraman, elders and youths alike, had been entombed deep beneath the frozen earth. The sacred realm had become a glacial star. Having received urgent instructions from his two elder brothers, Ultraman Mebius swiftly soared from the frozen land of light, vanishing into the distant void. This was the gravest crisis in the land of light's history. Across the entire planet of light, Mebius alone remained capable of battle. All others were either stationed far away or still engaged in distant missions, utterly unaware of their homeland's dire plight. Belial's assault had been devastatingly sudden. From prison break to seizure of the Plasma Spark Tower, less than an hour had elapsed before the land of light fell. Now Belial sought to resurrect every monster slumbering in the monster graveyard, to wield them as instruments of universal dominion. The sole being capable of opposing Belial was Ramon, the Earthborn Rhinox, inheritor of the same bloodline, yet guided by unwavering compassion. Ultraman 7 and Ultraman Father, having met Ramon before, knew his character intimately. Thus they entrusted Mebius with seeking his aid. Moments after Mebius departed, may all unfold as hoped. Hayata, Ultraman Father in human form, sat atop a snowdrift gazing down at Zoffy sealed beneath the ice and sighed deeply. To withstand the lethal cold, he and Ultraman 7 had exhausted their entire reserves of light energy. Now even sustaining their Ultraman forms had become impossible. Have faith. Ultraman Father, formerly known as Dan Moriboshi, replied beside him. Neither appeared as elders, but as vigorous young men in their prime. As they deliberated their next course, a colossal bestial roar shattered the silence. Ruawar. Father instantly raised his eyes. There, piercing the icy cloud layer, a massive winged monster descended upon them. Doraklaw. So soon. Father's heart sank. He had not anticipated Belial would resurrect the monster graveyard's denizens so swiftly. Watch out. Dan lunged, shoving Hayato aside, just as a searing yellow lightning bolt scorched the ground where they'd stood. Two more monsters streaked across the horizon. Bimster, Baltan. Three formidable foes converged at once, yet the two Ultramen possessed no means to transform. Their only weapons were terrestrial arms they'd brought from Earth during their human lives. Aixin had not expected to encounter two powerless Ultramen immediately upon arrival, and though he'd issued a warning cry beforehand, neither had fled. Alighting with Bimster and Baltan, Aixin encircled them, but refrained from striking first. Among all adversaries, Ultraman 7 was one he dared not kill. Should he truly slay him, the rabbit of space would surely hunt him down to the ends of creation. From Bimster's back, a masked alien leapt down onto the snow. Ha ha ha. What an unexpected prize, Ultraman 7. The Shadar alien grinned broadly at Seven's grim expression. Do you recall me? On Earth you struck me down. Drawing his blaster, the Shadar alien leveled it at Dan and Hayata. This moment had been long awaited. You're nothing but a vanquished foe. What arrogance fuels your glee? Seven retorted, then unleashed his ultra psychokinesis, a torrent of psychic force instantly immobilizing the Shadar alien, robbing him of even the chance to squeeze the trigger. Hayata, poised and ready, raised his machine gun, its staccato fire echoing across the frozen expanse. A relic from his days with the Science Patrol, he deliberately retrieved it before returning to the Land of Light. A barrage of bullets hurled the Shadar alien backward into a snowdrift, burying him beneath a collapsing avalanche. Simultaneously, Seven withdrew his capsule monsters. Uindum, Miklos, Akira, attack! 3 capsules burst open, releasing the 3 beasts Seven had personally trained. Uindum, gleaming in silver steel armor, Miklos, towering with 4 horns and prodigious strength, and Akira, the unassuming single-horned bipedal triceratops-like creature. Without hesitation, Bimster and Baltan charged forward to meet them. Uindum versus Baltan, Miklos versus Bimster, and Akira alone sprinted straight toward Aixin. Though modest in raw power, Seven's capsule monsters were perfectly suited to this confrontation, capable of overwhelming these newly resurrected beasts whose internal energies still raged in chaotic dissonance. Of course, this does not include Aixin. Although the energy within him is also light energy, he once wielded fire energy, and the two are not in conflict. Moreover, Aixin mainly relies on the power of Leonix, and the light energy instead suppresses the runaway factors in his genes, allowing him to fight more calmly. When fighting against Akira, Aixin completely dominated, wielding his scythe claws to strike repeatedly, leaving Akira with no temper to retaliate. Meanwhile, the other two battlefields were one-sided. Barton, who favored using venom for attacks, encountered the heavily armored Windam. Barton's beak was even bent, and one of his poison sacs was knocked off. Bamonchten, who could devour light skills, faced the combat-loving Mikolas, who was beaten to the point of not being able to rise. Fatal blow. Savin looked at Akira, who was being ravaged by Dorako, and spoke to Windam and Mikolas. Upon receiving the command, Windam raised both hands, and the red crystal on his forehead fired a fiery laser. Barton was pierced by the fiery laser, triggering an explosion of light energy within him. Boom. Barton vanished in a cloud of smoke. On the other side, Bamonchten was also being beaten to death against the ice wall by Mikolas. Chirp. With a cry, the light bird fell, having consumed no light at all, crushed to death by fists. Seeing his two colleagues taken down, Aixin decided to stop slacking off. Wings spread wide, he soared upwards. Upon reaching the sky, Aixin opened his mouth, and the fire and light energy within him mixed together, condensing into fireball light bombs. A multitude of light energy fireballs rained down, enveloping all three capsule monsters within. Gah! Mew! Chirp! The three capsule monsters cried out in agony, but soon their cries were swallowed by the flames, collapsing into the inferno. Windam. Seeing his monster defeated in an instant, Savin was stunned, but quickly took out the capsule storage box. Windam's steel was melted down significantly. It was not truly a mechanical beast, and the molten scorching steel burned its core, leading to severe damage. Mikulas' horns were blown off his body, covered in scorch marks, lying on the ground wailing. The most severely injured was Akira, who already bore many wounds from Aixin's attacks. With the barrage of fireballs, its skin was charred, and it now gasped for breath, nearing the end. Savin recalled them, his face filled with concern. They were too injured, and he did not know if they could be saved. In the sky, Aixin was also somewhat surprised to see these monsters still alive. It seems that the light energy and the icy environment have affected my ranged attacks, but it doesn't matter. Aixin glanced at Savin and the first generation, who had disappeared into the snow, and slowly flew towards the corpse of Bamonchten. The sharp scythe claws pierced Bamonchten's skin as Aixin began to consume its flesh and blood. Dorako was inherently a carnivorous monster, and it was called the Comet Monster simply because it often rode comets to hunt on other planets. Aixin did not seek to gain the abilities of the monster. He simply wanted to replenish his internal energy, converting more flame energy to restore his basic form. As Dorako feasted on Bamonchten, the first generation, and Savin slowly peeked out from behind the snowy mountains to observe. What exactly is this monster? How could it defeat my capsule monsters? Savin looked at the first generation. As a PhD from Ultraman University, the first generation was well aware of every type of monster, but he truly found it difficult to understand this Dorako. Comet Monster. Dorako, a monster that enjoys drifting through the universe on comets, generally possesses weak combat power. The first generation said. In his recollection, monsters of this type often perished in the chaos of battle, rarely having the chance to engage. Not strong. Facing his brother Savin's doubts, the first generation shook his head. I don't know if you can feel a familiar aura from this Dorako. The first generation asked, as someone who had been sealed directly by Reblando, he was very familiar with this type of power. Hearing this, Savin also amplified his perception, carefully observing the aura emanating from the being. A black and red powerful and volatile energy reaction. But at the same time, there was also an energy reaction from plasma sparks, two entirely different powers existing within this Dorako. This mixture with a somewhat familiar aura reminded Savin of Belial, whom they had just fought not long ago. Belial was in a similar situation to this Dorako, except that the plasma spark energy within Belial had already darkened, but the other type of power was very similar. Leonix. No wonder this monster is so strong. It turns out to be a Leonix monster. But clearly all Leonix except for Raymond should have already perished. This is my confusion. Logically, as a Leonix, it should not be able to exist in the same camp as Belial. The first generation said. He had personally witnessed the impulsive and bloodthirsty urges that arose after Leonix encountered one another. The phrase that all Leonix could survive is not just talk. Reblando's volatile factors are indeed unreasonable. As the two recalled the Leonix holy war from months ago, a beam of light descended from the sky. Not good. The first generation sensed the light and quickly stood up to warn, but it was already too late. Swish. Mebius descended here with Raymond, and then Mebius immediately detransformed, panting, as he explained everything that had happened. The distance from the land of light to where Raymond was at that time was particularly far, and this time searching for someone had nearly drained Mebius' energy. This was due to the immense energy cost of opening a spatial passage, especially for superluminal man travel. Raymond was also quite shocked by everything Mebius said. Images of Belial involuntarily floated in his mind. Although he had never seen him, as soon as Mebius described him, he could vividly picture Belial. Can I really handle him? Sensing the powerful force within his opponent, Raymond doubted whether he could defeat Belial. With the land of light having already fallen, could he win? I believe in you, you definitely can. Before Mebius could finish his sentence, a huge figure loomed over them. Little Mebius looked up and saw Dorako's massive head. Monster. Mebius, be careful. Hearing the voices of his two brothers, Mebius swiftly activated his transformation device. Mebius. The golden Mobius ring began to shimmer, and little Mebius transformed into Mebius Ultraman. But before he could fully transform, a large foot kicked towards him. Bang! The transformation was interrupted and Dream Beat was kicked aside, crashing heavily onto the icy surface. The timer on his chest flashed red, with little energy left, and having suffered a heavy blow, Dream Beat's transformation rapidly faded. Aixin also stopped attacking, instead looking at the fallen Raymond, who would be the key to his survival. Raymond recognized Aixin, sensing the excitement of his awakening Leonix bloodline within him, and reacted. Raymond. Hearing that familiar voice, Raymond was shocked to see Dorako, who had grown back his wings. Dorako, you're still alive. Raymond was very excited. Among the two who had helped him grow, one sister was already dead, and the other was Dorako. He had thought that Dorako had perished on Hama Planet, and never expected to encounter him here, on the distant Ultra Star. But what are you doing now, eh? Why are you attacking Ultraman? Although Raymond was glad to see that Dorako was alive, he also felt uneasy since Dorako had attacked Dream Beat, coupled with his past actions. Because we are enemies and I am a subordinate of Lord Belial, Aixin declared, unleashing his Leonix bloodline. Stimulated by Aixin, the battle device in Raymond's hand began to flash. Come on, I came here to stop you. Let's see how much you've grown during this time, Aixin said through mental synchronization. Seeing Dorako approaching the injured Dream Beat, Raymond could not hesitate and hurriedly took out the battle device. Come forth, Gamora. A flash of golden light appeared, and the mighty monster Gamora made his entrance. Seeing a familiar enemy, Gamora was excited. Ever since leaving Hama Planet, he hadn't encountered a worthy opponent, and the battle with Dorako made him very happy. Zhu Xingtuan and Hayata rushed over, carrying the transformed Dream Beat away. Ray, I really have to thank you this time. Zhu Xingtuan told Raymond that if it weren't for his arrival, their group of remnants would not only have failed to find Belial, but they would have likely been killed by Dorako. No need. You go first, I will catch up shortly. Raymond turned to Seve and the others, and then seriously directed Gamora to confront Dorako. Seve and the others exchanged glances, then nodded to Raymond, hurriedly running towards the Plasma Spark Tower, where there was still a glimmer of hope. Once everyone had left, Raymond could finally stop pretending. He commanded Gamora to cease the attack. Dorako, why are you helping Belial? He is a great villain of the universe. Raymond asked in confusion, still unwilling to believe that Dorako, who wouldn't help against Riabulando, would assist one of the Ultraman's Leonix. He resurrected me. This is a favor I must repay, Aixin said in a highly emotional tone. What? Belial is my benefactor. No matter what he does, my life was given by him, and one must not forget gratitude, even as a monster. Aixin said, almost moved by his own words. Wanting to survive in the ultra world, light and darkness mattered little, but bonds were essential. As long as you have bonds with those on the light side, such as Gagula and Torquia, as long as there is even a hint of hope for redemption, it equates to having a Gatuda fail-free card. Others who wish to kill you must consider the opinions of your allies. Aixin wanted to do bad things, but not evil ones. To survive in the ultra world, bonds were indispensable. Aside from the old generation of Ultraman rogues, the new generation values bonds greatly, solving their own issues. Raymond was a very good target for bonding. Righteous faction, noble status, and immense strength. As long as he survived this crisis, Raymond would earn the permanent label of a friend of the Land of Light. Through the mental clash of the Leonix, Aixin revealed all his past experiences in the dark universe, despairing, helpless, and eternally shadowed by negative emotions to Raymond. This, Dorako. Through his mental connection with Aixin, Raymond also experienced the negative spiritual emotions that Aixin had once felt. Ugh! Black smoke erupted from Raymond as the intensity of the negative emotions threatened to push him into a berserk state. Understanding Dorako's past, including that he too was once human, the painful anguish of a split soul greatly affected Raymond. Does it hurt? You'll get used to it. Eternal darkness is my true home, Aixin said, and immediately after his own negative emotions burst forth. Flames ignited on Dorako, and he began to evolve. Dorako flame type, no. Stop. After witnessing Aixin's past, Raymond no longer wished to harm him. Not only was he also a Leonix like Raymond, but he was also human, and his experiences were even more tragic. It was the pain in his heart that led him to the darkness. Watching Aixin enter a berserk state, Raymond could only order Gamora to defend, losing all desire to attack. Stop it. Aixin, I can feel it, please stop. Gamora pinned Dorako down, pressing him onto the icy surface, firmly restraining him. But Aixin seemed to have fallen into a complete berserk state, ignoring everything, wildly attacking with his scythe claws. As the two continued to collide, the berserk factor within Raymond's bloodline became harder to suppress. Ultimately, with a roar from Raymond, the battered Gamora went berserk. Continuous vibrational waves erupted from his chest, striking Dorako and creating a violent explosion. Boom! As Dorako fell lying on the ground, the flames burning on him began to extinguish, and Raymond finally recovered from his berserk state. Aixin, the Land of Light was thoroughly frozen. Even the tallest building, the Plasma Spark Tower, could only reveal the tip of its spire above the ice. Seve and the first generation brought Dream Beat into the Plasma Spark Tower from the top, jumping down step by step. After descending about a kilometer, the three finally reached the location where the plasma spark was stored. This is Seeing the enormous ice sculpture of the giant before him, Dream Beat was astonished. Father of Ultra. The father of Ultra and mother of Ultra embraced each other, while before them on the Plasma Spark platform, another giant stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Taro. Seeing the last flicker of light on Taro's chest, Seve and the others immediately understood what Taro was doing. He was using his life to protect the last glimmer of light. Sensing the arrival of several brothers, Taylor released the last plasma glow he was guarding. Next, I entrust you with this. As soon as the words left his mouth, Taylor's eyes lost their light, fully entering a frozen state. Suddenly, Raymond jumped down from above. As the energy replenished, the powers of the first generation 7 and Mebius were completely restored, and their transformation devices were filled with energy. Ray, are you alright? Mebius looked at Raymond, and seeing his dejected expression, hurriedly approached to inquire. Raymond didn't know what to say. He had personally killed another kin who was once his sister, and now it was Aixin. The fate that belonged to Leonix caused Raymond great pain, and he didn't know how to express it. Think positively, we still need to deal with Belial. You can't fall into confusion. Seven approached, placing a hand on Raymond's shoulder. He understood well that Raymond and the earlier Dorako had a story, but now was not the time to think about that. The priority was to confront Belial. Yes, I understand. Raymond nodded, aware of what was important. Now was not the time for sadness. Let's go. As Hayata took out the beta magic stick and pressed the transformation switch. Snap. A strong light shone so brightly that Raymond could hardly open his eyes. This was his first time witnessing Ultraman's complete transformation, and the light dispelled much of the melancholy in his heart. Different shades of white and gold radiated as the 3 Ultraman warriors revealed their forms. Mebius held Raymond in his palm and leaped out of the Plasma Spark Tower, flying towards the direction of the monster graveyard along with the first generation and 7. After they left, the land of light fell back into a cold silence. Thud. Watching the 3 beams of light depart, Aixin controlled the massive monster body to stand up. The final battle is about to begin. Lord Belial, we need to prepare for withdrawal. Aixin looked around at the coldness. He knew very well what was about to happen, so the urgent task now was to gain as many advantages as possible before Belial's defeat. The berserk state was all a facade, playing dead was the truth. With Aixin's mental will to push him into a berserk state would require consuming an overwhelming amount of negative energy, or a situation like Leonix's awakening last time. Otherwise, he could control himself. Looking at the surrounding ice, Aixin spread his wings and flew towards another direction in the land of light. His goal was simple. There was no need to think about the power of the land of light, as it was completely non-existent at this moment. But here there was something stronger than power, and that was knowledge. Knowledge is power, knowledge is everything. Although Hikaru had not yet invented various cheat devices, he surely had some knowledge related to those equipment and tools. What Aixin needed was precisely this. Although he was a monster essentially, he was also a Leonix with a highly developed brain. The brain development of Leonix was high, but it was affected by the berserk factor in their bloodline. However, Aixin had experienced eternal darkness, and his powerful dark will could suppress the berserk gene, allowing him to utilize his brain. Although the land of light was frozen because this was the domain of light, it was very pure. Even when frozen, not a single impurity could be seen, making it clear to see the situation beneath the ice. Soon Aixin found himself near the Ultraman clan's Technological Research Institute. How did he recognize it? Cough cough, although he didn't understand Japanese, he could still recognize the characters on the door. The word research. After locating the target, Aixin did not hesitate, gathering fiery energy in his throat. Whoosh. A thick beam of flame shot towards the icy surface, directly breaking apart the extreme cold ice, turning it into water, and then evaporating into mist. Aixin's body continued to descend, slowly approaching the Technological Research Institute. As a fire-type cosmic monster, he had high resistance to cold and heat, completely unfazed by the cold beneath the ice. Once beneath the Technological Research Institute, Aixin saw many Ultramen frozen solid, their inner light extinguished, resembling statues, each posed coldly, either lying down or trying to fly away, but all frozen here without exception. Oh, Hikaru. Noticing Hikaru lying at the entrance of the Research Institute, Aixin walked over. Looking at the unmoving Hikaru, he thought that if he were to eliminate him, now a significant portion of the universe's crises would likely dissipate. But after some thought, Aixin decided not to kill him. Regardless of Hikaru's status in the land of light, he was someone he couldn't provoke. Moreover, he was also very curious about the devices Hikaru would create in the future. Bypassing this guy, Aixin approached the tightly closed research institute. If it were normal times, breaking in here would likely take a significant amount of time, but now that the energy was depleted, the door could not withstand Aixin's scythe claws. After a few swipes, the door of the research institute was torn open. Moreover, since it was enclosed, there was no ice inside, and everything felt normal except for a slight chill. There were plenty of items, but after searching around, Aixin found no capsules or devices. But time was running out and Aixin was too lazy to search. Slowly, he clawed open the control panel, pulling out the chip data and stuffing it into his mouth. Looking at the useful and useless, he stuffed everything into his mouth. The land of light probably had no paper products. Most likely everything was stored in a database. Aixin simply decided to consume this database, directly storing it in his belly. Fortunately, the technology in the land of light was advanced, and the items produced were not large. Aixin quickly cleared everything inside, leaving nothing behind. Various instruments were destroyed, and the core was taken by him. After finishing everything, Aizen flew into the sky, returning to the monster graveyard. Fortunately, his memory was quite good, and he always remembered the entrance to the monster graveyard. But just as he was about to enter, a beam of light appeared beside him. Before Aizen could react, the colorful light crashed him into the monster graveyard. Following the light, a blue spaceship arrived here. What was that just now? Dorako, hurry and support Ultraman Dyna, be careful, Captain Hinata ordered. The others quickly took their seats, and the spaceship accelerated, charging straight into the entrance of the monster graveyard. Due to their experiences on planet Hama, the crew of the Panlong had developed an inexplicable fear of monsters like Dorako, as that Dorako had left a deep impression on them, causing them to suffer several times. Inside the monster graveyard. Boom. As Gamora rampaged, Steven attempted to stop him, but he quickly experienced the formidable power of the Leonix battle beast. The original Steven and Mebius joined forces to confront the enraged Gamora, but they were instead suppressed by Gamora. Although there was a reluctance to harm one another, Gamora's power was undeniable, effortlessly overpowering the three of them. Raymond also entered a state of awakening, albeit in a red rampaging form. Go crazier. Show me just how powerful you, the Earth Leonix who killed your own kin, really are. Belial sat on the cliff's edge, watching Gamora relentlessly attack the three Ultras. Upon learning that his newly acquired Leonix subordinate was killed by Raymond, Belial remained silent, but felt quite displeased. After all, no matter how one looked at it, he was still a Leonix. In terms of bloodline roots, they were still brothers. At that moment, a flash appeared above the monster graveyard. Belial looked up at the sky and saw two entangled figures descending, one blue and one red. When they landed, everyone present recognized these two. Dorako and Dana Ultraman. At this moment, Dorako was stepping on Dana's chest, repeatedly stomping him into the ground. Aizen was also extremely irritated. He was already flying well, but this guy not only overtook him, but also wanted to take him down. He must make you understand the might of Leonix. Dana was bewildered. He initially thought it was just an ordinary monster and intended to eliminate it with a beam attack. However, before he could unleash it, this guy had already grabbed him, slashing at him with its scythe-like claws while breathing fireballs. Caught off guard, Dana was suppressed by Dorako. Huh, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Belial watched Aizen attacking one of the Ultras and let out a laugh. Although Aizen hit it well, as a dark Ultra warrior, Belial had long seen the depth of darkness in his heart. Such intense negative energy could not possibly just lead to death. The original and his companions who were battling Gamora also noticed Dorako. How could this be? Wasn't it defeated by Raymond already? Steven was caught off guard and directly grabbed by Gamora. The rampaging Gamora unleashed his internal power, the scorching horn, directly thrusting into Steven's chest, activating the supersonic wave. Steven's entire body trembled with light as he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Gamora excitedly stomped his foot and turned his gaze towards the original and Mebius. Belial also saw Steven fall and took out the ultimate battle device. Get ready, take down Steven Ultraman. The monsters could no longer contain themselves. Upon receiving the order, they charged towards Steven and the original, venting their pent-up rage. At the same time, a light flashed above the monster graveyard and the dragon spiral ship charged in. What is going on here? Why are there so many monsters? Look, it's Ultraman. And Raymond. Gamora is rampaging. Quick, find Raymond now, only we can stop him. The dragon spiral ship was already large, but in the face of this massive monster graveyard and its numerous monster legion, it seemed like a mere toy. Belial did not stop the humans from approaching the Earth Leonix. To him, victory was already assured. It was better to watch these grasshoppers struggle and resist, and once their efforts were spent, he would extinguish their hopes, allowing them to truly experience despair. The crew of the dragon spiral ship disembarked, wanting to restore the rampaging Raymond. The original and Mebius tried to save Steven, but they were besieged by the monster army, unable to break free. Even though these monsters were easy to eliminate, their sheer numbers overwhelmed them. The newcomer Dana barely had time to trouble Belial before he was forcefully dragged by Aizen, even getting beaten down at one point. Steven endured the rampaging Gamora's attack, Hedon severely injured, while several monsters continued to drain his strength. After defeating King Jingu and Ale, Steven knelt on the ground, too gravely injured to continue fighting. Looking at the headband in his hand, Steven turned to his struggling companions, tightly gripping the headband before throwing it towards the sky. Please, I beg you. Belial did not understand Steven's intentions, but he was unconcerned. A victory was already secured, and it would be futile for anyone to come. Seeing this, Aizen, who was fighting with Dana, paused. The rescue signal had been sent. It seemed this farce was about to end. Why aren't you fighting? Aren't you good at this? Dana wouldn't stop, crossing his arms. Solar Jet Beam. In the face of the opponent's ultimate move, Aizen did not hold back. Flame Beam. The red and blue beams collided and energy began to expand, but as the power of Leonix within Aizen erupted. Ziz. The combination of fire plasma energy and Leonix power formed a beam that directly pushed Dana's Solar Jet Beam back. Dana was stunned. Before he could increase his energy output, the beam struck his face, sending him flying. Dana crashed to the ground, pain coursing through him, making it hard for him to stand, especially his face, which burned fiercely. If it weren't for the plasma sparks continuously energizing all the Ultras present, this hit would have left him with flashing red lights. At the same time, Aizen defeated Dana. On the other side, Raymond was also awakened by the crew of the Dragon Spiral ship. Captain Hinata punched him in the chest, the ice axe mark from before reigniting Raymond's consciousness. As he exited the awakened state, Raymond's crazed eyes gradually returned to normal. Drenched in sweat, it was evident he was battling his inner demons. Captain, everyone. Raymond looked at his companions on the Dragon Spiral ship, feeling all his negative emotions dissipate, a long-lost sense of peace returning. Ray, it's good you're okay. It's good. Captain Hinata embraced Raymond, patting his back to comfort him, having regarded Raymond as a true companion since the Boris planet. After Mebius took you away, we were all very worried about you. Yes, thanks to Dana Ultraman. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know how many years it would take to find you. Inky said, pleased to see Raymond recovering. Dana Ultraman. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Raymond looked towards Dana's position. Due to their different landing positions, he hadn't noticed in his rampaging state, but now looking over, when he saw the monster pressed against Dana, he was stunned. Aixin, you're still alive? Lei Ming shouted toward the distance where Duo La Cao was attacking Dai Na, but the din of battle and the throng of monsters muffled his voice, and it went unheard. Lei, who is this Aixin you speak of? Captain Rishang asked. Those nearby turned to look as well. Just hearing the name Aixin made it clear he was someone from Earth. Lei Ming watched Aixin, who was locked in combat with Dai Na, with mounting anxiety. Aixin, like me, is one of Earth's Lei Ainakizi. But because he was abandoned, an all-consuming darkness shattered his mind and fused him with his monster. He became one with that Duo La Cao. Lei Ming pointed at the Duo La Cao assaulting Dai Na. The others aboard the Panlong looked stunned. Lei, you mean the Duo La Cao that attacked us on Hama Planet? Captain Rishang frowned. Yes, but Aixin did it to train me the same as my sister did, to make it possible for me to defeat Lei Belong Duo. Back then I failed to save him, I let him die on Hama Planet. Now Beilia has resurrected him, and out of gratitude, he serves Beilia. Lei Ming spoke with great anguish. He understood Aixin, well as someone who had also fallen into darkness. He treasured anyone who had redeemed him. Lei Ming had been fortunate to cross paths with the Panlong crew. Aixin had been less lucky. He had encountered Beilia. After Lei Ming finished his account, the others fell silent. None of them had expected that the fearsome Lei Ainakizi monsters had once been human. I must stop him. Aiding the darkness is wrong. I will set him right. Captain. Lei Ming turned to Captain Rishang. Yes, we will help you. As the group prepared to board the ship, Beilia rose. Watching Lei Ming regain his composure, Beilia's patience snapped. Enough playtime, it's time to move on, little mice. The ultimate combat device unleashed a torrent of lightning toward every Aotman who still fought. The indiscriminate strike incinerated the monsters blocking the path. Beilia paid no mind. So long as he had plasma sparks and the ultimate combat device, he could resurrect as many monsters as he liked. Aixin darted aside. He had no desire to be treated as cannon fodder. Even if the lightning did not kill him, the shock would be unbearable. Dai Na, however, was less fortunate. The bolt struck him full on, smoke rising from his form. Chu Dai and Mingbiusi were also blasted by the lightning. They convulsed and were thrown to the ground. Lei Ming and the others were within range as well. As the devastating final bolt hurtled toward them, the already grievously wounded Saiwen forced himself up and threw his body between them and the strike. Crack, wounded again and again, Saiwen could no longer hold on. His body was scorched black and the light in his eyes dimmed. No, Saiwen, brother. Seeing Saiwen collapse utterly, Lei Ming snapped. Furious tides of rage surged through him, and the combat device in his hand pulsed and flickered. Captain Rishang clung to Lei Ming, afraid to let him go. If he acted rashly now, it would mean certain death. Beilia laughed, savoring their despair. Ha! Ha! Despair, hatred, rage. You will taste what I once felt. Dai Na, Chudai, Mengbiusi, Saiwen. And even Earth's Lei Ainakizi fell. All the Aotmen were drained of fighting strength, helpless, as the monster legion slowly closed in. Beilia reveled in the moment. Such consuming despair gratified him. It's coming, Aixin conveyed to Beilia through a Lei Ainakizi mental frequency. What is coming? Beilia asked, puzzled as he looked toward Aixin. In the next instant, a radiant golden figure descended from the heavens and appeared above the monster graveyard. Before Beilia could react, a jade-green beam shot from the sky and sliced through him, leaving a searing, burning wound. The monster ranks were struck as well. Any touched by the beam had the light energy within them detonated, turning to fireworks in an instant. Boom. Many monsters exploded. Aixin was hit by the attack too, but because he had kept his guard, he evaded that cutting ray. Who is this? Beilia glared at the attacker. The golden light alighted beside Saiwen, scooped him up, and then flew to perch atop a towering pillar of rock at the edge of the graveyard. Do you know him? Beilia asked Aixin. Earlier you ordered me to exterminate the remaining remnants of Guangxi Gua. Although I failed that mission, I found a record related to this being, Aixin replied, via the mental channel. He, like you, once contemplated the plasma spark, an Aotman of the highest caliber. Hearing this, Beilia's interest was piqued. He was not expelled. No, he is Saiwen Aotman's son. Beilia fell silent. He needed no further words from Aixin. The distinction between this newcomer and himself had already become clear. Truly befitting of Guangxi Gua, Beilia murmured in a low voice, his hatred for Guangxi Gua deepening once more. Above the rock pillar, with Saiwen cradled in his arms and the light in his eyes extinguished, Saluo's fury reached its peak. He had long believed himself an orphan and had lived as he pleased. It was this mindset that had once led him to contemplate touching the plasma spark. Sent to Leo's care, he had taken it as punishment from Guangjigua. Only moments ago, when the Ayatezi king told him that his father Saiwan had cried out for help, did Sailuo realize he was not alone. The one who had watched him so closely, who had seemed to single him out, Saiwan, was in fact his father. Now seeing his father die in his arms, Sailuo was truly enraged. "I am Sailuo, Sailuo Aotman, son of Saiwan." Sailuo turned, fists clenched, eyes fixed with cold fire on Belia and the approaching monster horde below. "Huh, I care not whose son you are, die." Belia snapped, sweeping his combat device. A tide of monsters pivoted and surged towards Sailuo. Sailuo met them without hesitation. He leapt into the fray, resolved to annihilate every monster and to end Belia's threat. Removing the two crest blades from his head, Sailuo sliced through the monsters like a farmer through ripe fruit. Each swing of his blades felled another beast. Boom! Because each monster harbored vast stores of plasma energy, Sailuo's strikes were like lighting a fuse. Once their hide was breached, the blow detonated with catastrophic force. Wow, wow, wow. Look at that Ultraman, he's so cool. Ainshi covered his mouth, gazing at Zero, who was slaughtering on the battlefield, his demeanor resembling that of a little fanboy. Incredible. The other teammates nodded repeatedly. It was their first time witnessing such a powerful Ultraman, and he was so handsome too. After Zero killed over half of the monsters, he kept darting between them, taking down one monster with each pass. But just as he was reveling in the slaughter among the monsters, a clawed hand struck his back, abruptly interrupting his rampage. Staggered from the hit, Zero paused and turned to face the monster that attacked him, a creature with a black shell adorned with white stripes and a pair of transparent wings on its back. Roar! Seeing this clearly outlandish monster, his attack failed to breach its defenses. Aixin did not give Zero a chance to continue his rampage, engaging him in a fierce battle with its claws. The surrounding monsters, seeing Zero blocked, also joined the fray. While Zero was entangled, the horned super beast Bakusim lowered its head, its horn aimed directly at Zero. Bang! The sound of a missile launching echoed as the horn shot forth. Zero was struck in the back, the sharp horn causing particles of light to burst from him. In the next moment, a foot kicked him in the abdomen, knocking Zero to the ground. The surrounding monsters swarmed in, trampling him. Aixin also began to gather power for a big move, dense flames coalescing at its throat. A Miriam slash. A green beam sliced through the encircling monsters, obliterating them all. Especially Bakusim, who was pushed back by the beam, crashing into a wall. Goth! Boom! With a resounding crash, Bakusim fell, turning into a spirit of the monster graveyard. "To defeat me, you are still 20,000 years too early." Zero's voice emerged from the flames, followed by a powerful beam shooting forth. Facing the beam, Aixin dared not take it. Heat in its body was full of light energy, and taking it hard could lead to an explosion. Aixin opened its mouth, launching a fiery beam. The two beams collided. In its base form, Aixin was no match for the novice-protected Zero, and the fiery beam was sent ricocheting back. Sizzle. In a moment of crisis, Aixin quickly spread its wings and took flight, narrowly avoiding Zero's beam. Just as Zero was about to press the advantage and finish off the monster that ambushed him, a black rod struck him, knocking him away. "Kid, is that all you've got? You think you can challenge me?" Belial looked at Zero, who was clutching his chest in anger, proudly resting the ultimate combat device on his shoulder and provoking Zero with a gesture. "Damn it. What kind of skill is sneak attacking?" Zero glared at Belial on the ground, and the flying Dorako in the sky, his fists clenched tightly. Just as Belial was about to strike, a golden light appeared beside Zero, and in the next moment, the ancient monster Gamora made its entrance. "Don't forget about me, Belial." Raymond rode on Ladola, flying to Zero's side, his heart filled with fighting spirit as he gazed at the Dorako flying above Belial. "Aixin, you are on the wrong path. Even if Belial has done you a favor, you should not stand by his side. He seeks to overthrow the entire universe," Raymond said. Before Aixin could reply, Belial spoke up. "You traitor of the Ravlondo. Instead of following me, you choose to assist these Ultramen. Simply a disgrace to Leonix. Dorako, take him down." Belial commanded, the combat device in his hand, calling upon other monsters. The battle was about to erupt, with the remaining monsters joining the fight. Zero against Belial, Raymond against Aixin. History's wheel once again brought Belial and Zero into collision, but this time, unlike before, Raymond also had an opponent. In another battle with Dorako, Gamora distinctly felt the difference from before. Not only was the speed different, but the momentum had also changed, as if this was Aixin's true power. Aixin did not engage Gamora directly. Instead, it chose to attack Gamora each time it descended from the sky, coupled with the surrounding monsters' interference, preventing Gamora from focusing on Aixin. Although the attacks from the newly resurrected monsters could not harm Gamora, Aixin's Dorako was another matter. The attacks of the Leonix battle beast were formidable, and Gamora's injuries accumulated. Seeing that this was not a viable strategy, Raymond realized he needed to unleash true power to defeat Aixin. "Gamora, unleash your true strength. Evolve." As the mental connection between Raymond and Gamora peaked, the full power of Leonix erupted. Gamora was bathed in golden light, its various attributes skyrocketing, and its ultimate evolutionary form emerged. Gamora roar. With the evolution complete, Gamora's long tail swept around. Bang, bang, bang. All the monsters struck by the tail exploded due to the heavy blows, turning into fireworks in the monster graveyard. This strike eliminated at least over a dozen monsters. What a great turn of events. Seeing Gamora evolve, Aixin's fighting spirit also peaked. He did not need to resonate with the monster's spirits because he was the monster and also Leonix. Dorako ignited with red light, its form beginning to change. Unlike its rampaging flame form, this was its ultimate evolution. Dorako. The originally somewhat small figure grew tall, the black shell transforming into scales like those of a dragon, the claws turning into elongated blades, growing hands, the tail thinning, and its form completely becoming humanoid. Due to the influence of Aixin's human soul, Dorako's original form fused with its rebirth form, becoming a humanoid monster. The pair of transparent wings on its back elongated and sharpened, appearing no longer so fragile. If the primitive form was the standard monster, the X form of Dorako transformed into a speed-type assassin. Its agile stance made it evident that its speed was formidable. On Lidola's back, Raymond watched as Aixin's Dorako also changed form, feeling a bit shocked, but then rationalized it. After all, Aixin was not inferior to his Leonix and had merged with his monster. The combat power was evident. I will not lose. Gamora, take him down. Raymond raised the combat device, determined to correct Aixin's misguided path. Receiving the command X, Gamora began to gather power, a powerful shockwave emanating from its abdomen sweeping into the sky. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Belial exclaimed, joyfully astonished by the power of Leonix unleashed by Dorako, which was nearly on par with his own. It is known that Belial possesses half of the soul power of Rebulando. Clearly, nurturing a single monster is far more effective than raising a multitude. You should mind your own business, Zero said, swiftly swinging the two head markers, forcing Belial to focus. Although he is quite resilient, Zero's high output frequency allowed him to land dozens of strikes whenever he found an opening, leaving Belial covered in wounds. Even with the battle device in hand, he was no match for Zero. Zero quickly spotted another flaw, threw the head marker into the sky, and seized Belial's battle device, beginning to wrestle for control. As the two were locked in their struggle, the head marker, thrown into the air, transformed into two green beams, swiftly slashing towards Belial. Zing! Zing! Two crisp sounds of skin cracking echoed. Ugh! Damn it! Belial grimaced in pain, involuntarily releasing his ultimate battle device. Zero tossed the battle device aside and kicked Belial, sending him flying. Let's settle this once and for all, Belial. Zero stacked the head markers on either side of his chest timer and began to gather energy. Belial, having been kicked away, also twisted his neck and stood up. What a disgrace. To be injured by a mere brat like this. As you wish. Die. Belial angrily declared, assuming a stance to unleash his energy, his claws clashing together. Diesium ray. Twin ray. Red and blue energies collided, causing a massive discharge of lightning that devastated the ground between them. The fierce energy clash between Belial and Zero astonished all the spectators, especially the first generation and Mebius, who hadn't expected Zero's ray strength to rival that of an established Ultraman like Belial. Though aided by the head markers, which doubled Zero's energy output, it still underscored Zero's immense potential, considering he was still young, just a few thousand years old, far younger than Mebius. While the two leaders were locked in their energy clash, another battle was unfolding, a showdown of speed and power. All the surrounding minion monsters were eliminated. Gamora was far too strong. Even the residual battle waves could obliterate these monsters with unstable energy. However, he found it challenging to contend with Dorako, transformed by Aixin. After the X evolution, unlike Gamora's enhanced defensive power, Dorako's speed and attack power surged. His sharp wrist blades extended like twin daggers sprouting from his hands, complemented by transparent steel wings flowing with plasma spark energy. The light energy within Aixin stabilized due to the evolution, fully transforming into his power, enabling him to perform ultra-accelerated movements akin to the Ultraman warriors and to wield his unique light-based skills. Although this ability consumes tremendous energy with the plasma sparks at his disposal, Aixin need not worry about energy depletion. He could freely utilize ultra-accelerated movement, overwhelming Gamora with speed. Gamora possessed formidable attack power, but against the fast and flying Dorako, he couldn't land a hit merely watching as Dorako attacked him. Aixin darted around Gamora using ultra-acceleration, continuously attacking with his wrist blades, creating a shower of sparks on Gamora's body. Roar! Enraged by the incessant attacks, Gamora violently whipped his tail, launching indiscriminate attacks around him. But Aixin spread his wings and swiftly took to the sky, evading Gamora's attacks. Meanwhile, Aixin began to gather fireballs. Post-X evolution, not only had his strength and speed increased, but the energy within him also underwent a qualitative change. A series of large fireballs coalesced in Aixin's hands, propelled by light energy, hurtling towards Gamora on the ground at incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions flipped Gamora over, scorching the ground of the monster cemetery until it cracked, revealing the magma of the Inferno Valley beneath. Gamora. Raymond felt tense for a moment, but soon realized he had not sustained much damage. Gamora should be fine. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, Gamora suffered little harm. The temperature of the fireballs was insufficient to take him down. The X evolution was a comprehensive enhancement, particularly to Gamora's defenses and attacks, placing him among the top-tier monsters. Aixin knew that mere fireballs would not defeat Gamora, so he charged up for a powerful attack. Inferno Obliteration Ray. Light energy, flame energy, and Leonix power, 3 combined. The pale red obliteration ray gathered in Dorako's mouth, and the unique red lightning effect of Leonix appeared on him, igniting the obliteration ray completely with Leonix power. The pallid obliteration ray illuminated a large portion of the monster cemetery, casting a white glow on everyone's faces as if they were gazing upon death. The energy from the plasma spark tower continued to funnel towards Aixin, charging his ultimate move. Not good. Stop it quickly. If this strike lands, the Inferno Valley will be destroyed. The first generation shouted to Raymond, understanding that if the monster cemetery was obliterated, the souls of the universe would have nowhere to go, resulting in chaos. I understand. Raymond glanced at the first generation, then fixed his determined gaze on Aixin, who was gathering energy for his ultimate attack in the sky. Aixin, don't make another mistake. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of Leonix power coursed through Raymond's body. I am the strongest Leonix. Gamora. Responding to the command X, Gamora unleashed all the Leonix power within him, transforming into a dazzling golden figure with spikes all over his body, gathering energy. Super Shockwave. One red and white, one golden brown. Two completely different forces began to clash. ZZZ. The power of these two attacks even temporarily suppressed Zero and Belial, who were locked in their own clash. The reason was simple. Raymond was the protagonist of this moment, and as the strongest Leonix, his mental outburst was extraordinarily formidable. At the same time, although Aixin's power was not as strong as Raymond's, he received support from the plasma spark energy, which enabled him to execute this move. As the leaders of both factions clashed at that moment, two red figures descended from the sky. It was Leo and Astra. What is going on here? With the arrival of the Leo brothers, Aixin, who was increasing his energy output, suddenly felt a decrease in the plasma spark support for his energy. Before he could investigate the reason, Raymond exerted force again. The super shockwave pressed against the explosive death light, crushing its way forward. At the same time, on the other side, Zero also suddenly increased his energy output, forcing Belial's Decium light back with the twin beams. No, don't. Belial couldn't believe that his energy intensity was inferior to that of a mere kid. But there was no time to evade. The powerful twin beams washed over him. Even though his physical defense was formidable, he was still blasted away by the twin beams, pushed all the way into the Valley of Flames. On the other side, realizing he had lost, Aixin quickly cut off his energy, avoiding critical damage, but was struck down by the super shockwave. Large pieces of his dragon-scale armor on his left shoulder fell off, and even his wings were shattered. Ow! Boom! Gamora's massive body crashed to the ground, bleeding profusely and losing more than half of its combat ability. The battle was over. I won. Aixin, give it up. Raymond jumped down from the sky and said to Aixin. Cough, cough. So impressive. Aixin smiled wryly as he looked at the Ultraman around him and the gaze that seemed to be watching him from somewhere. He severed the connection with the plasma spark, forcibly interrupting his light. There were not many who possessed such a capability, and Aixin happened to know. He thought that such a powerful being would not intervene in their younger generation's battle, but it seemed he had gone too far. Ray, we have not lost, yet be careful, Aixin said, sensing an incredibly powerful force of Leonix, which began to attract the souls of the surrounding monsters. The first generation also stopped looking at Aixin and turned to the monster souls drifting towards a specific direction in the sky. What is that? The Valley of Flames. As all 100 monster souls entered the Valley of Flames, a massive beast roar erupted. Roar, a deep and far-reaching roar like that of an ancient giant beast, shook the hearts of everyone present. In the next moment, a colossal monster over several thousand meters tall, covered entirely in the limbs of other monsters, crawled up from the bottom of the Valley of Flames. The 100-body monster, Beludora. That. All the monsters have merged together. On the Panlong ship, Inchi was so shocked by the scene that he could barely speak. We all saw it. No need for you to say. Xiongya held back the excited Insuin, watching the gigantic monster outside the spaceship with great concern. On the head of Beludora, a beaminston served as its forehead, and above it Belial was present, being the source of all the monsters' merger. Ha! With just you can you defeat me? Ha ha! Looking at the rampant Belial, Dana, who had been lying idle for a long time, was the first to charge forward. Dana flew into the air, pressing his hands together. Sorget Light. Before Dana's light skill could be unleashed, Beludora grabbed him, and without giving him a chance to react, the 4 monster dragon heads on Beludora unleashed a combined laser, directly electrocuting Dana. Dana convulsed from the electric shock falling from the sky. At that moment, Zero and Leo descended from the sky, kicking towards Belial atop Beludora. Leo Zero flying kick. X2, the 2 fiery flying kicks struck Belial, but did not inflict any harm. Hehehe. Get lost. Belial roared angrily, and 4 bolts of lightning shot down from all sides, knocking Zero and Leo away. Watching all those who resisted him hesitate to approach, Belial laughed as he began to gather all the power within Beludora. Die, all of you. All 100 monsters on Beludora unleashed their long-range attack organs, releasing all their energy. This is easy. Hundreds of monster rays shot out, targeting everyone in the monster graveyard. An indiscriminate attack. Even Aixin's position was within the attack range. Gamora was a bit far from Raymond and could not shield him from the incoming lasers. Just as Raymond was about to be hit, Aixin stood up, using his injured body to block all the rays. Ugh. Being a monster not specializing in defense, he was enhanced only by the X form. After taking those attacks, the battle intent completely lost. Aixin forcibly exited the X form. Aixin, Seeing Aixin take those attacks for him, Raymond was deeply moved, but looking at Aixin's injuries, he felt immense guilt. As for the others, whether on the Panlong ship or other Ultramen, they all suffered varying degrees of injury, each one lying on the ground bloodied. Seeing this scene, Raymond was at a loss for what to do. He gripped the battle device, tightly glancing at Gamora nearby, writhing in pain. His fist clenched, ready to charge forward. It's useless. Aixin's voice echoed in Raymond's ears, prompting him to turn back and look at the now reverted Dorako. Belial's power comes from Leblander. Just relying on brute force, you have no chance of victory. To defeat him, it can only rely on that. Aixin said, gesturing for Raymond to look at the ultimate battle device's location. This controls the battle device of 100 monsters' ray. As the strongest Leonix, you will certainly be able to control it. After reminding him, Dorako's entire body lay on the ground, too severely injured and needing to rest. Aixin, you. Seeing Aixin tell him this, Raymond was very pleased, as it seemed Aixin had come to terms with it. Go, don't worry about me. After watching Raymond run towards the ultimate battle device, Aixin stopped pretending, lying completely still. If it were before his defeat, he would have faced Belial and these Ultramen again, but now it was impossible. The King of Ultra watched everything from the shadows, knowing they had no chance of victory. The plasma spark could never fall into Belial's hands. It was unrealistic to stop Ray from controlling the ultimate battle device. It was better to tell him directly, urging him to quickly end this farce. So, Lord Belial, I apologize. I did not mean to betray you. Let's trouble the Ultramen again next time. This time let's call it off. After a while, the result was evident as Raymond issued commands to the ultimate battle device. The 100-body monster fused with Belial began to struggle. Although this form was powerful, its weaknesses were obvious. It could not move, and its vulnerability lay in the ultimate battle device connecting them together. Stop. Don't. Belial roared in fury as the Earthborn Rheonyx unleashed his Rheonyx power beside his ultimate battle armor, yet he was utterly powerless to stop him. He could only watch as the Rheonyx energy surged into the armor, wresting control from him. Belethdora's fused monsters began resisting violently, thrashing wildly, desperate to break free from the forced symbiosis. Dorako, eliminate him. Belial bellowed at Aixin. But as he gazed upon Aixin's battered, bloodied form, it struck him. He had just engulfed his own subordinate in that very assault. Dorako now lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise. Damn it. As Ramon seized command over the beast, the others staggered upright and launched a coordinated assault against Bellethdora. Ultraman Mebius activated his flame warrior form. His entire body wreathed in searing flames as he lunged at Bellethdora, scorching every monster in his path until they ignited like torches. The Leo brothers joined forces, unleashing their combined beam. A blazing crimson Leo lightning beam lanced toward Bellethdora. The Banpura ship fired its full missile barrage, then activated its Pedanium cannon. The planet-shattering Pedanium beam erupted from its dorsal array in a cataclysmic torrent. Ultraman, the first, launched successive spatium slashes, each luminous ring spiraling toward Bellethdora. As wave after wave of fused monsters fell, Ultraman Zero strode forward toward the plasma spark, now pulsing with radiant light, its glow calling to him, resonating deep within his soul. Gazing upon this power he once coveted above all else, and now chosen by him, Zero hesitated no longer. He pressed both hands upon the plasma spark. His twin head crests detached and descended, merging under the plasma spark's incandescent radiance into a colossal crescent-shaped blade. Victory was sealed. Zero soared skyward, arcing high above Belethdora's towering form. Surrender now, Belial. Shink. With a single decisive strike, the blade cleaved into Belial's armored frame, yet the surrounding monsters stood inert, as if blind to the assault. Let me shatter your ambition, utterly. In a dazzling spinning slash, the gleaming crescent blade slashed across Belial's eyes, splitting his forehead open with a jagged fissure. Shards of Belial's dark essence exploded outward. Gra! A guttural cry of agony tore from his throat as Belethdora's colossal body began to fracture and crumble. I will return. You will wait for me. Belial snarled, then plunged inward, vanishing into Belethdora's collapsing form as both plummeted into the Valley of Flames. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Belethdora's unstable energy triggered a cataclysmic detonation within the Valley of Flames. Danger! Evacuate immediately. This place is collapsing. The first warned the others as the landscape shattered around them. Zero sprinted toward his father's fallen remains. He would not abandon him here. After Belethdora's defeat, Ramon rushed back to Aixin. Aixin, come with me. This world is breaking apart. But Aixin shook his head slowly and rose to his feet. I won't leave. You go on, Ramon. He said, then walked deliberately toward the widening chasm of the Valley of Flames, the very place where Belial had fallen. I am a condemned man, deserving death. It was Lord Belial who resurrected me. Now that he has perished, so too must I. The Ultras watched in silence as Aixin approached the molten abyss. None knew what words to offer. They were enemies, yet witnessing his resolve they felt only solemn reverence. Though divided by allegiance, they honored such unwavering conviction, the choice of a true warrior. No, you don't have to do this. Let's leave together. Ramon realized Aixin's intent and lunged to stop him, but Aixin had already reached the precipice. Farewell, Ramon. If fate allows, I shall fight you again. Next time I'll be stronger, and I will defeat you. With those words, Aixin toppled backward, plummeting into the Valley of Flames. No, Watching his last comrade vanish into the inferno, Ramon collapsed to his knees staring at the crumbling world, his heart drowned in despair. Once slain by Rhea blood, he had returned, only to choose this final departure. We must go, there's no time left. Mebius seized Ramon in his palm and shot skyward. The Banpura ship followed close behind. Bringing up the rear were Ultraman Dyna and Ultraman Zero cradling the plasma spark. As they cleared the monster graveyard's passage, the chasm below erupted. A devastating blast obliterated half the graveyard. Situated at the edge of the cosmos, the explosion tore open a rift in spacetime itself, showering the void with asteroids and debris. Upon one drifting meteorite lay a dark Ultra warrior, his eyes dimmed, and a pitch-black beast, its body charred and blistered. Aixin shoved Belial's inert form off himself and rose slowly, surveying his scorched, smoke-wreathed body. Good, I'm flame-aligned, fire-resistant. He'd avoided the first, most lethal blast of Belith Dora's detonation. Instead, he endured the valley's magma and the spatial rupture's concussive shockwave. He bore the magma unflinchingly, and when the final blast struck, he used Belial's unconscious body as a living shield. Though unable to evade entirely, every fatal impact was absorbed by Belial, leaving Aixin wounded but alive. Truly, Lord Belial's physical form is peerless. Aixin gazed upon Belial's massive, battle-scarred frame, the very body that had shattered the land of light. Only a slight stoop marred perfection. Everything else was flawless. Lord Belial, awaken. Please awaken. Aixin shook him urgently, but Belial remained still, lifeless as stone. After repeated attempts yielded nothing, Aixin faltered. He knew only that he was meant to serve Belial in forging the Belial Empire, but how precisely remained a mystery. Pausing, Aixin cautiously drew forth his Rhyonics power, and the dark negative energy long sealed within his soul, the same abyssal force forged through trials in the dark space. This spiritual darkness, honed by relentless mental discipline, was surely a treasure for any warrior of shadow. As the dark energy flooded into Belial's form, the fallen tyrant jolted awake, his eyes igniting crimson veins of lightning crackling beneath their surface. Bell! Before Aixin could utter another word, Belial slammed him to the ground, claws locking around Dorako's throat, poised to end him in an instant. Lord Belial, it's me. Aixin pushed Belial away, relieved that both of them were severely injured and their powers diminished. Belial was the most injured, especially since his energy was completely drained. If Aixin hadn't given him some dark energy, it would have taken him a long time to wake up. In a daze, Belial's eyes finally regained clarity as he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and the blackened beast before him. Dorako. After a closer look and sensing the other's Leonix bloodline, Belial finally recognized him. It's me. My lord, how do you feel? Are you better now? Aixin inquired, relieved to see Belial recovering. What did you give me earlier? Belial asked, feeling something strange within him. The despairing aura had completely awakened him. I saw that you had no energy left and was worried you might be in trouble, so I shared a bit of my dark energy with you, Aixin explained, feeling much better after giving away that bit of darkness. Don't do that next time. Your own darkness is only suitable for yourself. If you lose control and it kills you, I won't take responsibility. Belial said, then lay back against the rock to rest. My lord, do you know where we are heading now? Aixin looked at the indifferent Belial and asked curiously, I don't know. Should we go check? Shut up. You fool, I need to rest now. Do you want us to confront the unknown out there with our broken bodies? Belial said angrily, if it weren't for this guy dragging him down, he would have already defeated Zero and the others. With the energy supported by the plasma spark, how could he lose to that Earth Leonix? What a fool. In the Ultraman universe, due to Belial's defeat, Zero and the others retrieved the plasma sparks back to the land of light, rescuing all Ultramen from their frozen state. The Ultraman clan began to track down the dark agents that Belial had scattered across the universe. Many dark beings in the universe were still unaware that the strongest Leonix warrior they awaited had already left this universe, drifting beyond the world barrier. As time slowly passed, Aixin and Belial also drifted in the outer universe for a long time. Their injuries had mostly healed aside from the lack of energy. Moreover, Aixin had handed over the core technology and data he had stolen from the land of light to Belial. Belial expressed disdain for these items, but accepted them nonetheless as they were hard-earned by his subordinate and would allow him to see what changes had occurred in the land of light over the years. The speed of the meteorite was swift. In the void there was no resistance, and the meteorite drifted with the initial explosive force, carrying the two of them through various worlds. Everything here was novel to both of them. Belial had never seen beyond the world, and though Aixin knew, it was also his first time witnessing it. Unable to leave the meteorite after passing through many worlds, they arrived outside a massive world bubble, and the meteorite carried them inside. Lord Belial. Without Aixin needing to say anything, Belial grabbed him, pressing him against the surface of the meteorite while shielding against the impact of the outer world barrier. Aixin was the last of Belial's subordinates, and the only one brave enough to jump into the Valley of Flames to accompany him to death. For him, Belial would not be stingy. After being defeated by Zero and his companions, Belial realized that one person alone cannot overcome the opposition. If he had had another capable subordinate in the monster graveyard, perhaps they could have won. Be careful. This is an unknown universe. Don't die easily. I don't have extra energy to revive you, Belial said. Understood. Aixin nodded, surprised at how quickly Belial accepted him. Boom. The roar in his ears grew louder over time. When everything finally calmed down, Aixin slowly lifted his head, looking around. The once thousands of square meters of massive meteorite had been ground down to only a few hundred meters, and Belial stood in front of him, facing away, looking in another direction. Lord Belial, what's wrong? This universe, it's completely different from the land of light. Belial said, feeling the sunlight here. The darkened plasma energy within him could not absorb it at all. Isn't the sun of another universe unable to share energy? Huh, interesting. Belial remarked, but fortunately, he was using negative energy. As long as it was dark power, it could become his strength. Lord Belial, where should we go now? Aixin asked, realizing from Belial's words that they were likely in the Emerald Universe, rich in emerald ore. Find a life planet. First, let's restore the power within our bodies. Belial said, then shrank down and jumped onto Aixin's head. Hurry up. Huh. Oh, right away. Aixin spread his wings and leaped, departing from the meteorite they had been on for a long time. Thanks to the ability to recover during battle, Aixin's transformed body of Dorako had mostly healed and his combat power was fully restored. With wings flapping rapidly, he flew through the universe at a speed of 4 Mach. Enhanced by light energy, his speed was now twice what it used to be, making it incredibly swift. Dorako possessed an extremely powerful life-sensing ability, allowing this species of beast to search for planets with life in the universe. Perhaps due to the abundant resources of this universe, Aixin quickly discovered a planet with life signals. It was a yellowish planet resembling the former Hama planet. However, this planet seemed a bit unsettled. A massive cosmic battleship hovered above it with small spacecraft continuously entering and exiting, and explosions could be seen from time to time beneath the planet. It seems this universe is not peaceful, Belial said with a smile while observing the scene. Dorako, let these people experience the power of monsters. Yes, Lord Belial. On Kira planet. Surrender the ore and you won't be killed. Hurry up. A group of oddly dressed cosmic pirates brandishing ancient firearms were pushing a crowd of miners out of the mine. Faced with these robbing cosmic pirates, the unarmed miners had no choice but to leave, calling for support from headquarters. Though dubbed cosmic pirates, they adhered strictly to their code, no killing, so long as there was no resistance. Their sole objective was emeraldium, or the very fuel of freedom. To secure passage toward liberty, piracy was not ambition but necessity. Mining it themselves was simply too tedious. Across the Emerald Universe, emeraldium deposits were ubiquitous. Nearly every planet brimmed with them. This abundance rendered energy scarcity unthinkable among its inhabitants, and technological development followed an unusually eccentric trajectory. Nearly every faction possessed colossal starships armed with devastating beam weaponry. Yet handheld firearms saw almost no advancement, for there existed no practical demand. Small-caliber firearms proved utterly ineffective. Even the smallest arms in common use were rotary cannons firing coherent laser beams, trinkets favored by pirates more for intimidation than lethality, wielded primarily to frighten civilians. In truth, miners bore little animosity toward these pirates. After all, what was stolen was never their property. They were merely laborers. So long as lives remained unharmed, resistance was rare. Those who truly loathed the pirates were the elite executives of megacorporations and powerful syndicates, because it was their assets that were plundered. Are the mining conglomerates, or is always so easy to seize? Chuckled the pirate captain, nodding approvingly as tiny freighters ferried crates of emeraldium aboard his vessel. Captain, are we courting retaliation by targeting them so repeatedly? Asked his first mate, adjusting a tattered eye patch with a disheveled air. Foolish question. If you were robbed, wouldn't you seek vengeance? The captain swung his cane, landing a sharp blow on the mate's skull. I told you to read, not chase women, and yet you ask such absurdities. What if they counterattack? The mate rubbed the swelling lump on his forehead, crestfallen. Then what do we do? Run, of course. Do you imagine they'll hunt us across the entire cosmos? There are countless pirates out there. Let them try. I'd welcome the chase. No sooner had the captain uttered those words than the ship lurched violently. Boom. Every pirate in the main hold tumbled head over heels. What in the void is happening? Captain, disaster. A colossal entity has boarded the ship. Before the scout could finish, a titanic beast crashed onto the bridge's outer hull. Ruhr. Without waiting for Belial's command, Aixin opened his maw and unleashed searing fireballs, obliterating every nearby mining vessel in rapid succession. Kaboom. 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 In the wake of the detonations, the pirate flagship shuddered violently, while every crew member stared in abject terror at the monstrous apparition. See, Captain, what is that thing? The junior pirates turned trembling eyes toward their leader, the one among them most widely traveled and seasoned. A beast, eh? The captain gazed upon Dorako, unable to identify the creature. In this universe, true monsters were exceedingly rare, and each without exception was terrifyingly powerful. This was dire indeed. Waves of fear energy surged into Belial. Negative energy he could transmute into strength. Yet it was insufficient. Though fear was a potent emotional force, its yield paled beside the inexhaustible wellspring of hope. Energy, fear, after all, had strict physiological limits. It inevitably plateaued, dissipated, or mutated beyond utility. Hope, though rarer in daily life, possessed a self-amplifying nature. Once kindled, it swelled relentlessly, dispelling dread, erasing peril, until only light remained. The pirates' terror fell far short of restoring Belial's full might. Press harder, frighten them further. Belial commanded Aixin. Yet Aixin ignored him, instead lumbering toward a heap of rubble. What are you doing? Belial demanded, only to watch Aixin hoist a massive stone. Then with deliberate motion, Aixin crammed a chunk of emeraldium ore into his mouth. Lord Belial, this is extraordinary, Aixin declared as the ore ignited within him, a torrent of raw energy and vital force surging through his being, steadily augmenting his power. Seeing Aixin devour the ore with such relish, Belial leapt down and underwent a metamorphosis, shrinking from his colossal form back into the sleek obsidian silhouette of a dark ultra warrior. He seized a fragment of ore and crushed it barehanded, releasing its contained energy. As he examined its essence, he marveled at its astonishing density. One small shard radiated immense concentrated power. Exquisite. Belial began absorbing the energy, channeling it through his Leoniac bloodline to convert it into usable negative energy. As the influx replenished his hollowed frame, his enfeebled body gradually regained vitality. Just as Belial prepared to continue, he glanced sideways. Several transport vessels had already been emptied, and there stood Dorako ransacking another ship, cramming ore into his maw with unrestrained greed. Pathetic. With that muttered rebuke, Belial dismissed him and strode toward the bridge. Through the reinforced viewport, he beheld the crew, cowering on the deck, frozen in collective dread. Ha ha ha. Little ones, surrender every last piece of this stone, or else. With a flick of his wrist, he fired a searing beam, shattering the portside escort frigate in a blinding flash. Witnessing such overwhelming power, the pirates collapsed to their knees, thrusting their captain forward. Master. I'll hand over all our emeraldium. Immediately. The captain slammed a control panel. The cargo bay doors groaned open, and a glittering cascade of emeraldium ore spilled forth, filling the chamber. Their luster was breathtaking, vivid, luminous green crystals that made Belial's lips curl upward in grim satisfaction. A vortex of suction bloomed from Belial's maw, drawing forth the ore's latent energy in shimmering torrents, flooding into him without cease. Exhilarating. Ha ha ha. With each surge of energy, Belial felt his strength return, until having consumed the entire hull, his aura reasserted itself in full, a palpable wave of dread silencing every soul aboard. Aixin stared dumbfounded. He himself required slow, careful digestion, but Belial devoured it all with terrifying speed. Lord Belial, shall we now invade this planet? There must be vast reserves beneath us. Aixin added, savoring the vibrant energy humming within his veins, briefly entertaining the notion of playing conqueror himself. Belial glanced down at the planet below, not replying to Aixin's words, but instead looking at the pirate captain in the cockpit. Is there a powerful dark force in this universe? Yes. Yes. The captain hurriedly opened a cosmic navigation map, which had numerous marked red dots, and randomly opened a coordinate closest to their location. Dark Gunna, the leader of an evil force, is extremely cunning. Its territory is not far from here, the captain said, trembling. Then let's go, Belial said. This. Is that not possible? Belial looked at the captain, and the claws in his hand revealed dangerous flashes of red and black lightning. No problem, no problem. Wherever you want to go, my lord. Compared to invading these planets alone to gather energy, Belial thought it better to find more subordinates to help him collect energy. He sought revenge. Zero, the land of light. Not a single one could be spared. He needed an army, he needed power. He required even greater strength. Zero's strength was not inferior to his own, and the plasma spark had chosen him, which made Belial very wary. The crack on his forehead constantly reminded him that the young junior possessed the power to slay him. The land of light had many people, and relying solely on himself was insufficient to conquer it. Moreover, based on the technology data stolen from Dorako, the technology of the land of light was not lagging behind at all. Thinking this way, preparing to deal with the land of light would require a lot. The first step in avenging the land of light was to establish an empire belonging to him, Belial. The battleship technology in this universe was incredibly advanced. A simple pirate spaceship, surprisingly, had the capability for spatial jumps. After a few simple spatial jumps, the pirate ship arrived above a black planet. Warning. Warning. Captured by the Dark Gunna fleet, please evacuate immediately. Warning. Warning. The pirate ship's alarms blared continuously, and all the pirates panicked because the Dark Gunna was indeed a ruthless criminal committing all sorts of atrocities. Compared to such pure villains, they pirates considered themselves decent people. My lord, look at this we are being. The captain wanted to say something, but the next moment a thick beam of light exploded the ship, destroying the entire pirate vessel. Belial blocked the ray aimed at him with his claws, directly crushing the beam. Just a bunch of rats in the gutter. Come out, Belial commanded as he began to scan the surroundings for the position of the assailant. Aixin also flew over. He had fled just before the beam shot out. Over there. Due to the fusion of plasma energy within him, Aixin had a strong sensing ability towards targets with light attributes and opposing dark attributes, quickly discovering the enemy hidden in the darkness. Seeing that it had been discovered, Dark Gunna emerged from the shadows, standing on a spaceship as black as itself. Hee. Dark Gunna let out an eerie laugh. What rare guests we have. Two of you. In the universe, there are not many beings capable of enlarging themselves, and here come two, one of whom can block my light skill with just a hand. It's rather absurd. But before Dark Gunna could finish speaking, a thick black and red lightning beam shot toward it. Ahaha. Dark Gunna was knocked back by the beam, taking its ship down with it, crashing towards the black planet below. Boom. After a blast, the ship was destroyed midair by the dithium ray. Dare to ambush me. You've got some guts. Belial cracked his neck and flew toward the wreckage of the ships. Aixin closely followed. At this moment, amidst the shipwreck's dark, Gunna was covered in cracks, dark red, lightning flickering across its body. Dark Gunna was now utterly bewildered. It could not understand how its dark stealth had failed and the opponent's attack had shattered the darkness along with it. Just as Dark Gunna was about to rise from the wreckage, a foot stepped on its head, pushing it back into the ruins. Surrender or die. Belial commanded, gazing at Dark Gunna with his crimson eyes. With his power, if he truly unleashed a full-powered ray, this dark fellow would undoubtedly perish, but he came to recruit subordinates, so he spared its life. I surrender. My lord, I Dark Gunna submit to you. Dark Gunna hurriedly stated. It had already sensed Belial's power, a darkness that was as deep as an abyss, far exceeding its own. At least he responded quickly, Belial remarked as he removed his foot. Seeing that the other party had truly let it go, Dark Gunna breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, it still did not want to die just like this. The people of this universe were still unaware that a dangerous invader had arrived in their midst. Building on Dark Gunna's own strength, Belial utilized his intellect to begin combining the technologies of the two universes, aided by the advanced data from the Land of Light provided by Aixin. Belial's Invasion Legion was soon developed. Imperial Mecha Reginald. Utilizing Emeraldite as energy, equipped with two modes of weaponry divided into air combat and ground combat types. The air combat type was equipped with the most popular weapon in this universe, the light cannon. The ground combat type was equipped with. While this form of Reginald was not meant for battle, its hands were two drills specifically designed for mining emeraldite for Belial, with combat being a secondary task. Digging and mining were the primary duties. The initial version of Reginald in Aixin's view was already quite close to the final version. Because this kind of robot had no significant manufacturing limitations, and its uses were not many, it was purely a generic soldier meant for resource accumulation, so it did not need to be overly advanced. Just a sufficient quantity was enough. A multitude of ants can take down an elephant. A large group of fragile generic soldiers unleashing their ultimate moves would be something no one would dare to withstand. Moreover, there were not many massive life forms in this universe. Most were small beings like humans, and Reginald was more than sufficient. Additionally, this thing was not overly complex, making it easy to copy and mass produce. Although the manufacturing materials were cheap, the internal technology was not so simple. At least Aixin could not comprehend it at all. Belial was not merely a brute who could only fight. His strategies and intellect were quite impressive. It was just that his temper made it easy for others to perceive him as merely a thug. In the development of Reginald, Belial did not hide anything. Aixin observed for a long time, but still did not understand it. Many aspects were merely vague to him. As Belial's empire expanded, the universe found itself with scarcely any force capable of stopping a massive assault by the Legionide. The name of the Belia Empire began to echo across the cosmos. Everyone knew a new power had been born, and it behaved like a ruthless band of raiders. The mastermind behind the Mechanical Legion, Kaisa Belia. After seizing vast resources, he first recharged himself, allowing his body to absorb Emiler Spirit Stones and evolve into Kaisa Belia. Belia immediately launched a fresh round of research. He had never ceased brooding over Saleluo, who had once bested him. The Heian Luosai plan was set in motion. Your Majesty, a new subordinate has arrived, General Gangtai Long. In the Great Hall, Heian Jina entered with respectful steps, followed by a massive steel creature, grotesque, as if a starfish and a turtle had been fused. Your Majesty, I am Gangtai Long. Gangtai Long knelt on one knee and waited for Belia to speak. After a while, Belia, who had been tapping away at a console on his throne, paused and turned his gaze. Belia smiled. It seems you have recovered well. Your Majesty, you jest. Your claws are fearsome. The wound on my back still aches, Gangtai Long replied. Gangtai Long remained kneeling, genuinely awed by Belia. As a cosmic steel dragon, his defenses had been peerless, yet a few days earlier he had stepped before the advance of the Belia Empire and been struck by one of Belia's claws. The most armored part of his back had been torn open. Since you have joined my legion, I will not mistreat you. Recover quickly. Next you will take over Heian Genas' duties. Belia spoke with measured purpose. His objectives had always been clear, and the Empire marched according to his plan. Heian Jina, sitting beside them, could not remain still. The Emperor would remove him from his post. Your Majesty, have I failed you in some way? Please do not dismiss me. Heian Jina knelt and bowed his head in entreaty. Belia glanced at him without answering, then tapped his console and projected a colossal claw. I need you to build a fortress for invasion. Yes. Seeing the enormous claw-shaped fortress in the projection, Heian Jina was instantly exhilarated and sprang to his feet. Go. Yes, Your Majesty. As they were about to leave, Belia called them back. Wait. Have either of you seen Dorako? Belia had just realized he had not seen that fellow in some time. Heian Jina hesitated, lowering his head and unsure whether to speak. Tell me, what is he doing? General Dorako has gone to the front lines, Heian Jina stammered, because Your Majesty would not let him have or to eat. He is out there competing with the Legionide to dig up Emiler Spirit Stones. Belia was silent for a moment, both speechless and understanding. Emiler Spirit Stones brimmed with life energy. They greatly enhanced biological monsters and catalyzed evolution. But Dolako's appetite was enormous. He ate and ate, each meal larger than the last, severely diminishing the Legionide's output. That was why Belia would not let him loaf in the base, consuming supplies. Unexpectedly, Dorako had gone to the front to dig. Let's go and see. After several spatial jumps in the warship's prow, Belia arrived at the forward battlefield. At that moment, his Imperial legions were assaulting a planet. Fleets massed above, sealing every exit from the world. Countless Legionid automatons drifted in space, ever vigilant. From time to time, Belia's ships emerged from the planet laden with Amylar spirit stones. The name of the Belia Empire had now been firmly made known throughout the universe. Many at first paid it no heed, assuming it was merely another power claiming a slice of the plentiful cosmic resources. They had underestimated Belia's ambition. In a matter of months, the Belia Imperial Army expanded wildly, pouring every energy gain into military might. Its legion robots were counted in the millions. The entire Belia Empire revolved around 4 living beings: Kaisa Belia, General Dulakeo Haonjina, and the newly joined Gang Tai Long, while everything else was robotic. One could say the whole empire existed to serve those 4, and in time it intended to overturn the entire cosmos. After a few probing strikes, the major powers of the universe fell silent. Their realms were vast and burdened with many dependents, who any decision required long counsel. Fears simmered within councils as hawks and doves argued endlessly over whether to confront the Belia Empire. The doves counseled in action. They believed the Belia legions could not reach them. The universe was immense, resources were abundant, and if left alone, perhaps coexistence would persist. The hawks had a simpler view: unite with other great powers and strike this newcomer. But no faction dared commit fully, each afraid that some allies would not contribute their fair share and that they would be the ones to suffer the losses. A massive form strode over a mountain. Aixin swung his scythe claw and tore into the slope, flinging rock and soil aside to reveal veins of green ore within. The nearby Legionids, seeing the exposed or moved to seize it, but halted when they noticed Aixin standing there. Watching Aixin shove the newly unearthed stones into his mouth, the Legionid drifted away. They had grown accustomed to this disruptive general. Delicious, Aixin muttered. Sated, he lay down to sleep, gazing at the ships and Legion robots battling overhead and shaking his head. With the final fighter shot down, the planet's resistance was crushed. The remaining Legionid no longer needed to guard the skies. They shifted to land combat modes and began ravaging the world in search of Amylar spirit stones. It was a comfortable period for Aixin. Though invasion work could be tedious, once he embraced it, he found it exhilarating, endless, or to gorge upon. With the Legionid around, he need not fight. He simply followed them, picking up and devouring whatever he found. After some time of evolution, Amylar energy markers appeared clearly upon him. His wings turned translucent, jade the black carapace acquired green tinges, and his scythe claw became an emerald blade, terrifyingly sharp and capable of emitting ranged energy slashes. As long as he continues to eat for a while longer, he will complete the evolution of his initial form, and at that time, he might transform into a shape similar to that of Electrocution Belial. It seems you have been having a great time lately. A voice came from behind Aixin, startling him into an immediate stand. Lord Belial. Belial assessed Aixin, noticing the additional green parts on him, realizing that this fellow had been indulging in mineral consumption. Lord Belial, have you completed the Dark Lopus? Aixin inquired. Having learned some basic technology, he understood it shouldn't have been completed this quickly. Not yet, but it will be soon. Prepare yourself in the meantime. Once the fortress is completed, we will need to accelerate our pace. Belial stated. Are we going to start fighting? Aixin became serious. He had seen enough of the petty skirmishes over the past few days. The progress is too slow now. Once the Dark Lopus is finished, we can reap the rewards from those fools. Belial said, his eyes filled with ambition and the desire for revenge. Aixin was very clear about Belial's intentions, and Belial also knew that he needed to accumulate power to deliver a fatal blow to his opponents. According to the original plan, had it not been for Noah's appearance, Belial would have succeeded. Just one King Eo compared to Electrocution Belial plus a large number of Dark Lopus legions, it was still uncertain who would win. Although the probability of defeat was high, at least the Aymara universe could be preserved. Now that the outcome was known, the next step was to consider how to maximize the gains and retreat safely. Firstly, reckless slaughter was definitely not an option. When it came time for accountability, even if you were right, you would still be killed. Moreover, overacting wouldn't do either. To be honest, Aixin genuinely wanted to help Belial win. If the Belial Empire could endure, he would be considered a veteran. In the following period, the Dark Lopus of the Belial Empire's legion was completed and officially went into mass production. As a one-eyed mechanical giant modeled after Zero, the Dark Lopus possessed all of Zero's basic powers and abilities, utilizing negative energy, which is the opposite of light. Of course, it couldn't compete with the original, but since these were mass-produced, a group charging together would pose a serious threat if Zero hadn't continued to grow during this time. Your Majesty, Emperor Belial, why does this robot look like this? It's so ugly. Steel Dragon curiously asked while looking at the manufactured Dark Lopus Legion. Belial remained silent, merely gazing at Steel Dragon, his crimson eyes making it tremble. Don't ask what you shouldn't, just focus on your own tasks. Dark Gunner remarked from the side. My lord, we can set out now. The mechanical legions outside have boarded the battleships. Aixin entered from outside, communicating with spiritual power. Looking at the creature with a pair of wings on its back, Steel Dragon turned its head in disgust. For these days it had been leading the army into battles, while this creature only knew how to eat behind them, doing nothing at all. But Emperor Belial favored him, and complaining was useless. Set out. With Belial's command, the already constructed basic framework of the Demon Claw Fortress was activated. The palm of the demon claw opened, revealing numerous cannon tubes inside. As these cannon tubes began to charge, beams of green laser shot out, intertwining in midair, converging into a massive laser, resulting in a transformation of energy, then striking the space ahead. A gigantic portal opened. Commence the attack. Target Imira Luda. All troops advance. With Steel Dragon issuing the attack order, all attack ships leapt towards the portal, accompanied by numerous Regent. Aixin also spread his wings and followed the fleet. The massive Imperial Legion was divided into two parts, one led primarily by Dark Lopus, supported by Regent, with Steel Dragon and Aixin in charge of the offensive. The other part consisted of a small number of Dark Lopus stationed at the fortress under Dark Gunna's command. Meanwhile, Emperor Caesar Belial sat on the throne waiting. As the Emperor of the Empire, he only needed to enjoy the final results of the battle. Imira Luda planet. Not good, Your Majesty. The Belial Empire's army has arrived. The spatial wormhole has opened near the Imira Luda space station. Quickly provide cover. In the palace, the king of Imira Luda had not yet reacted when a large number of Imperial machinery filled the sky above his planet and directly launched an attack. Zizzes. Countless lasers shot chaotically. The attack came too suddenly, turning the entire Imira Luda into chaos, with various troops engaging in their own battles. As the planet with the purest and most abundant Imira minerals in the universe, the combat power of the Imira Luda civilization was also the strongest. A large number of counterattack warships surged out of the planet, fleeing in various directions. The Belial Empire's legion could not stop these fleeing individuals. While the Dark Lopus were indeed strong in combat, catching up with these ships performing spatial jumps was nearly impossible. Moreover, the Empire's warships needed to attack this planet, so they couldn't pursue those fleeing individuals. A bunch of cowards too scared to even bump into us. Steel Dragon glanced disdainfully at those fleeing. Then he looked at Aixin beside him. Dorako, this time you can't slack off. Otherwise I will report to His Majesty Emperor. Then you won't be able to escape. Steel Dragon said. Aixin ignored this mindless individual. If it were Dark Gunna who was clever, it would be fine, but Steel Dragon was just a stubborn one, incapable of adapting or changing. Glancing at the demon fortress emerging from the wormhole, Aixin flew towards the Imira Luda planet. The resistance of the Imira Luda civilization was extremely fierce. Although they had not reacted immediately due to the surprise attack, after enduring the initial assault, the planet's defenses were activated. The fleeing warships were to ensure that the Imira Luda civilization would not be completely destroyed. In the defensive battle against the invasion, warships were the least useful. Rather than letting their own warships be destroyed, it was better to let them leave, first using the planet to block the initial wave of attacks, then seeking assistance from other civilizations to counterattack. But it was evident that they overestimated their planet's defensive barriers and underestimated the combat power of Belial's mechanical army. Although they had nearly infinite Imira minerals as energy, resulting in a powerful energy protection barrier, as the Dark Lopus began using head attacks and numerous Regent transformed into ground combat types, two large drill heads were aimed at the energy barrier and drilled. After evolving, Aixin has undergone yet another change compared to his previous EX form. The blade on his wrist has turned a vibrant green and is extremely sharp, containing a large amount of emerald energy. The most significant change is the pair of wings behind him. Originally transparent, due to plasma energy evolution, they now bear many light cyan patterns resembling cicada wings. Emerald energy is quite special. It belongs to a type of life energy that can be transformed into other energies with a high conversion rate, and the strength of the converted energy depends on the user. After transforming into his EX form, Aixin has grown arms and holds Princess Emilana tightly in his grasp. My little princess, come with me. After seizing his target, Aixin spreads his wings and prepares to take off. Damn it, let the princess go. Several cross-shaped energy blasts shot towards him, but Aixin merely turned aside, evading the attack. The Mirror Knight rushed forward, reaching for Aixin's left arm, intending to reclaim Princess Emilana. Stab. But in the next moment, the Mirror Knight's hand froze. He slowly looked down at the blade embedded in his abdomen. Too weak. Did you think you could save the princess so easily? Aixin said, pulling out the wrist blade with force, unleashing a burst of light energy. This was the blood of the Mirror Knight. Mirror Knight. Emilana cried out, seeing her guardian severely injured. She wanted to descend, but Aixin held onto her tightly. Raising his other hand, the blade glimmered sharply as energy began to gather. Finishing blow. Stop. Please spare the Mirror Knight. I will do anything you ask. I beg you. Don't kill him. Emilana pleaded, gripping Aixin's fingers. Seeing the princess begging for his life, the Mirror Knight felt a deep pain in his heart, but the agony in his abdomen rendered him unable to rise. The blade hovering above the Mirror Knight's head retracted, only to be followed by a massive foot kicking him away. Thud. Ugh. He crashed heavily to the ground, howling in pain, unable to get up. Mirror Knight. Don't worry, I won't kill him as long as you behave, princess. Aixin said, striding toward the fallen Mirror Knight. As a fragile assassin, surviving these heavy blows without dying was already impressive. Grabbing the Mirror Knight's foot, Aixin flew towards the royal city with him and Princess Emilana in tow. With no chance of survival left, and having caused trouble for the Mirror Knight, tears flowed uncontrollably from Emilana. Father, mother. I'm sorry. Tiny tears danced in the wind, splashing onto the blade on Aixin's hand, causing it to shimmer momentarily. However, perhaps due to the minuscule nature of the tears, Aixin did not notice this change. As the first line of defense was breached, the entire Amilarda planet fell into chaos. Everywhere, robotic legions, excavating mineral energy, began to wreak havoc on this beautiful planet. The royal city, being the strongest defensive location, had a shield of immense strength, impervious even to the dark Lopus, which could only drain the energy above. What the Amilarda civilization feared least was a war of attrition. With abundant Amilarda minerals and royal members, even if they were to perish in the end, they could at least staunchly resist the invasion of the Belial Legion into the royal city. Seeing that they could not breach the defenses of the royal castle in the short term, the robotic legions began to attack other surrounding cities. Although the blood of the royal members contained a good purity of energy, it was barely adequate compared to the Amilarda mineral deposits on this planet. Those large minerals were exactly what Lord Belial needed. But this did not mean they would spare the royal castle. Look, what is that? No. How could this happen? A gigantic sharp black finger descended from the sky, crashing against the royal castle's barrier, causing a violent tremor and numerous cracks to appear. No. This is the Demon Claw Fortress, and its establishment is not just a mobile factory, but also a powerful weapon. Once the Demon Claw grasps the planet, various pipes will drill into the planet's crust, beginning to extract its emerald energy. Given a bit of time, this planet will transform into a dead star. Regarding this invention, Aixin could only praise Lord Belial's wisdom. Back then it seemed unremarkable, but after understanding it thoroughly, he realized the power of this invention. When Aixin arrived beneath the royal castle with his 2 trophies, a crack echoed. The entire barrier of the royal castle was shattered by the Demon Claw, which then deeply embedded itself underground, starting to extract the emerald energy from the earth. Seeing this scene, Amilana covered her mouth in sorrow. The royal city was devastated, many citizens lost their shelter, and the collapsing buildings crushed countless people. Aixin watched the scene as if heaven was invaded by hell, unsure if it was his innate coldness or the result of having faced too much darkness and despair. He felt no empathy whatsoever. Pity, perhaps, but it had nothing to do with him. Not knowing them, death was death. As the Demon Claw descended, a door beneath its claw wall opened. Draped in a black and red cloak, Caesar Belial strode out with a commanding presence. Behind him were the Iron Dragon and Dark Gunna, along with numerous Dark Lopus. Marching in perfect formation, the Belial Empire's legion officially arrived on the land of Amilarda, igniting the flames of war. Lord Belial. Aixin tossed the Mirror Knight aside and knelt on one knee while holding Princess Amilana in his hands. Hee, not bad, kid. It seems you really haven't wasted time during this period. Belial, sensing the power within Aixin, was somewhat surprised. All thanks to Lord Belial's gifts, being able to follow you is my fortune, Aixin said, then stood up. The aura emanating from him was such that no one present could suppress him except for Belial. This left the Iron Dragon perplexed. It was the first time it had seen Aixin in this form. Dark Gunna was better off, but he was no fool. Belial was self-centered and brutal, yet he treated Dorako so well. If the latter were weak, it simply wouldn't make sense. Hee. Stop with the flowery words. Oh, what's the situation here? Belial stated. After drifting for that period, he had already seen through Aixin's true nature. Whenever he acted serious, it certainly meant he was up to no good. After evolving, Aixin has undergone yet another change compared to his previous EX form. The blade on his wrist has turned a vibrant green and is extremely sharp, containing a large amount of emerald energy. The most significant change is the pair of wings behind him. Originally transparent, due to plasma energy evolution, they now bear many light cyan patterns resembling cicada wings. Emerald energy is quite special. It belongs to a type of life energy that can be transformed into other energies with a high conversion rate, and the strength of the converted energy depends on the user. After transforming into his EX form, Aixin has grown arms and holds Princess Amilana tightly in his grasp. My little princess, come with me. After seizing his target, Aixin spreads his wings and prepares to take off. Damn it, let the princess go. Several cross-shaped energy blasts shot towards him, but Aixin merely turned aside, evading the attack. The Mirror Knight rushed forward, reaching for Aixin's left arm, intending to reclaim Princess Amilana. Stab. But in the next moment, the Mirror Knight's hand froze. He slowly looked down at the blade embedded in his abdomen. Too weak. Did you think you could save the princess so easily? Aixin said, pulling out the wrist blade with force, unleashing a burst of light energy. This was the blood of the Mirror Knight. Mirror Knight. Amilana cried out, seeing her guardian severely injured. She wanted to descend, but Aixin held onto her tightly. Raising his other hand, the blade glimmered sharply as energy began to gather. Finishing blow. Stop. Please spare the Mirror Knight. I will do anything you ask. I beg you. Don't kill him. Amilana pleaded, gripping Aixin's fingers. Seeing the princess begging for his life, the Mirror Knight felt a deep pain in his heart, but the agony in his abdomen rendered him unable to rise. The blade hovering above the Mirror Knight's head retracted, only to be followed by a massive foot kicking him away. Thud. Ugh. He crashed heavily to the ground, howling in pain, unable to get up. Mirror Knight. Don't worry, I won't kill him as long as you behave, princess, Aixin said, striding toward the fallen Mirror Knight. As a fragile assassin, surviving these heavy blows without dying was already impressive. Grabbing the Mirror Knight's foot, Aixin flew towards the royal city with him and Princess Amilana in tow. With no chance of survival left, and having caused trouble for the Mirror Knight, tears flowed uncontrollably from Amilana. Father, mother, I'm sorry. Tiny tears danced in the wind, splashing onto the blade on Aixin's hand, causing it to shimmer momentarily. However, perhaps due to the minuscule nature of the tears, Aixin did not notice this change. As the first line of defense was breached, the entire Emilarda planet fell into chaos. Everywhere, robotic legions, excavating mineral energy, began to wreak havoc on this beautiful planet. The royal city, being the strongest defensive location, had a shield of immense strength, impervious even to the dark Lopus, which could only drain the energy above. What the Emilarda civilization feared least was a war of attrition. With abundant Emilarda minerals and royal members, even if they were to perish in the end, they could at least staunchly resist the invasion of the Belial Legion into the royal city. Seeing that they could not breach the defenses of the royal castle in the short term, the robotic legions began to attack other surrounding cities. Although the blood of the royal members contained a good purity of energy, it was barely adequate compared to the Emilarda mineral deposits on this planet. Those large minerals were exactly what Lord Belial needed. But this did not mean they would spare the royal castle. Look, what is that? No. How could this happen? A gigantic sharp black finger descended from the sky, crashing against the royal castle's barrier, causing a violent tremor and numerous cracks to appear. No. This is the Demon Claw Fortress, and its establishment is not just a mobile factory, but also a powerful weapon. Once the Demon Claw grasps the planet, various pipes will drill into the planet's crust, beginning to extract its emerald energy. Given a bit of time, this planet will transform into a dead star. Regarding this invention, Aixin could only praise Lord Belial's wisdom. Back then it seemed unremarkable, but after understanding it thoroughly, he realized the power of this invention. When Aixin arrived beneath the royal castle with his 2 trophies, a crack echoed. The entire barrier of the royal castle was shattered by the Demon Claw, which then deeply embedded itself underground, starting to extract the emerald energy from the earth. Seeing this scene, Emilana covered her mouth in sorrow. The royal city was devastated, many citizens lost their shelter, and the collapsing buildings crushed countless people. Aixin watched the scene as if heaven was invaded by hell, unsure if it was his innate coldness or the result of having faced too much darkness and despair. He felt no empathy whatsoever. Pity, perhaps, but it had nothing to do with him. Not knowing them, death was death. As the Demon Claw descended, a door beneath its claw wall opened. Draped in a black and red cloak, Caesar Belial strode out with a commanding presence. Behind him were the Iron Dragon and Dark Gunna, along with numerous Dark Lopus. Marching in perfect formation, the Belial Empire's legion officially arrived on the land of Emilarda, igniting the flames of war. Lord Belial. Aixin tossed the Mirror Knight aside and knelt on one knee while holding Princess Emilana in his hands. Hee, not bad, kid. It seems you really haven't wasted time during this period. Belial, sensing the power within Aixin, was somewhat surprised. All thanks to Lord Belial's gifts, being able to follow you is my fortune, Aixin said, then stood up. The aura emanating from him was such that no one present could suppress him except for Belial. This left the Iron Dragon perplexed. It was the first time it had seen Aixin in this form. Dark Gunna was better off, but he was no fool. Belial was self-centered and brutal, yet he treated Dorako so well. If the latter were weak, it simply wouldn't make sense. Hee. Stop with the flowery words. Oh, what's the situation here? Belial stated. After drifting for that period, he had already seen through Aixin's true nature. Whenever he acted serious, it certainly meant he was up to no good. Cough, cough. Seeing that Belial was still the same as before, Aixin stopped pretending. This was mainly due to the influence of Lieblander. Belial's temperament changed frequently, almost every period was different, and he might become increasingly brutal. The resistance forces on the planet Emilaluda are still fighting fiercely, but that no longer matters, as we can directly mine Emilar or now. Aixin spoke about the current state of this planet. The only thing to note is that during the Legion's attack, a large number of warships left Emilaluda. The scale is quite significant, and it is highly likely they are seeking assistance from other civilizations. Haha, don't pay any mind, they are just a bunch of ants. Speed up the collection of Emilar energy. Belial said as the number of legions increased, the energy required was growing ever more. He still needed to build over 1 million Dark Lopus to attack the Kingdom of Light. Understood. 3. Aixin, Dark Gunna, and Steel Dragon nodded. No, you can't do this. Emilar, or is the energy of the planet, what you're doing will destroy Emilaluda. Emilana shouted loudly, bravely standing up from Aixin's palm, angrily denouncing Belial's plan. Who is this? Belial looked at the little figure in Aixin's hand, looking at Aixin with interest. Emilaluda's princess, a little toy I captured. Aixin said, then kicked out the fainted Mirror Knight at his feet. Your Majesty, this is a warrior from the 2nd dimension, the Mirror Knight. I just caught him and wanted you to help me turn him into a Dark Ultraman. Aixin said, as only Belial, being of the Leonix bloodline, possessed the ability to forcibly turn other warriors and beings dark, a power combined from the Leonix bloodline and the Ultraman tribe's genes. What? Does he have any special significance? Belial asked, curiously looking at the immobile Mirror Knight. It is said that the 2nd dimensional world is different from ours. I want to see for myself. Oh, you want to invade the 2nd dimensional space now? It is said that one can observe the entire universe through the mirror in the 2nd dimensional space. I feel we cannot let this opportunity slip by. It is very convenient for our invasion of the entire universe, Aixin said. Belial was also seeing Aixin actively request to go on a mission for the first time. Although he knew Aixin must have ulterior motives, he didn't mind. Interest is the driving force. He was looking forward to what good news Aixin might bring him. Then as you wish. Take down the second-dimensional space for me. Belial said, then plunged a claw into the Mirror Knight's neck. Immense dark power surged into his body, beginning to corrupt his soul. Ah! The Mirror Knight cried out in pain as dark power continually tainted his soul. The pure light within his heart obscured by darkness. His bright yellow eyes turned crimson, and his body began to emit dark mist. Dark Knight. Although his mind was completely overtaken by rage and fury, his will still fought against Belial's darkness. However, all this was in vain, as he couldn't even contend with Aixin, let alone resist Belial's dark power. His resilient will merely delayed the process of corruption. After Belial and the others left, only Aixin Amalana and the Mirror Knight, who was battling his own dark heart, remained. What have you done to him? Didn't you say you would spare the Mirror Knight? Amalana glared angrily at Aixin, continually pounding her small fist against his fingers. Put me down. Your Highness, I am not taking his life. I am merely turning him into our ally. Aixin replied. What do you want to do? Amalana looked at Aixin helplessly, as she no longer knew what to do. Her homeland was destroyed, her parents' fates were unknown, and her knight who had protected her was about to fall into darkness. Now she was all alone. What do I want to do? Haha. You will know in the future, deposed princess. Aixin smiled. He certainly did not wish to carry around a useless woman, but he could not let her go. Who knew if she would encounter Zero and bring him along to create trouble? Killing her was also unfeasible. As the princess of the Amalaluda civilization, her status was noble. If he were to kill her, he would certainly face dire consequences. Aixin could be bad, but he definitely could not be bad to the Korra, otherwise that would be courting death in the Ultraman world. A villain with principles could survive longer. Your kingdom is about to perish, and you still have the mind to wonder what I want to do. Focus on how to survive first, little princess. Aixin said, then walked towards the Mirror Knight. As the Mirror Knight's heart was invaded by darkness, the people of the second dimension noticed it. They continuously sent retreat signals to the Mirror Knight, but received no response. The reason Aixin wanted to go to the second dimension was simple: firstly, to understand the dimensional power, and secondly, to see if he could stop Noah from arriving. The Noah statue was within the second dimensional space, a remnant left by Noah. As Aixin pondered his next actions, a new situation occurred with the Mirror Knight. The dimensional power within him surged, and a massive mirror appeared behind him, revealing a mirrored world, which was the second dimensional world. It was the people of the second dimensional world calling back the Mirror Knight. Seeing this, Aixin was already prepared. He grabbed Amalana with one hand and slammed into the Mirror Knight, rushing into the second dimensional world together. Crack! Just as the three entered the mirror simultaneously, the mirror suddenly shattered, turning into countless fragments. In the mirrored world, this space belongs to the boundary between the second dimensional world and the third dimensional world, and it is also where the Mirror Knight usually resides. After summoning the Mirror Knight back, the people of the second dimension quickly discovered the beast and Princess Amalana, who had entered together with him. In the mirrored world, one could observe the entire universe, and the people of the second dimension naturally knew Aixin's identity. General Dolak of the Belial Empire. How did he come in? Quickly throw him out. A green beam shot out from the surrounding mirrors, striking Aixin. G. With no lethality in front of the X form, those battleship beams were no different from a tickle. Even though Aixin's defense was inferior to that of X Gamora, this attack could not shake him. In the spirit of reciprocity, here's something for you. Aixin opened his mouth, his wings behind him sparkling with light, as energy began to gather at his throat. Flame Explosion Death Ray. Unlike last time, which was primarily based on plasma energy, this time the Flame Explosion Death Ray was primarily based on the fire energy transformed from Amylar with light energy as a supplement. A crimson-orange inferno erupted, and Aixin swept his gaze across all the mirrors around him. The mirrors struck by the death ray melted away, dissolving into pure dimensional energy. With a rumble, it swept around, shattering all the surrounding mirrors. Unfamiliar with the situation in the second dimension, Aixin could only mimic the method of the steel dragon invading the second dimension, using sheer force to obliterate this place. Stop! Don't do this, the people of the second dimension are innocent. Imarana exclaimed, watching Aixin destroy the area. The people of the second dimension were allies of Amalaluda, and she couldn't stand by idly. Aixin ignored Imarana, and instead raised his wrist blade, pressing it against the neck of the Mirror Knight. The Mirror Knight, who was struggling internally, attempted to swat away the blade, but was quickly pinned down by Aixin, unable to stand up. If you want him to live, hand over your treasures from the second dimension, Aixin commanded. Indeed, he sought the power here. Dimensional power was a form of spatial ability. In the Ultraman world, without at least some spatial ability, one would truly find it impossible to move forward. You despicable fiend. You promised to spare the Mirror Knight, yet you go back on your word. Imarana continued to scold, but Aixin silenced her with his power. My princess, I am here to negotiate with the people of the second dimension, not to play house with you. Aixin declared, then unleashed the power of the Leonix, the tremendous aura, sending all the shattered mirror fragments flying. Make your choice. If you are willing to surrender, I will plead for you before Lord Belial. The surroundings fell silent for a while. Just when Aixin thought these second-dimensional beings had left, a multitude of mirror fragments began to assemble, forming a sizable prism that then flew before Aixin. Please, your excellency, keep your word. This is our treasure from the second dimension, the dimensional core. Please release the Mirror Knight. The voice of the second-dimensional beings emerged. They chose to concede for the Mirror Knight was crucial to the second dimension, and they could not afford to lose him. No, people of the second dimension, you cannot surrender to the Belial Empire. They will not spare us. Imarana's energy radiated as she forcefully broke free from her mouth's restraint. No, Your Highness. We stand no chance. The Belial Empire is unstoppable. Even if we all fought together, the result would only be defeat. The second-dimensional beings stated they could observe the entire universe, thus they understood the power of the Belial Empire all too well, and it was beyond their capability to resist. Unless a miracle occurs, the entire universe will be consumed by the Belial Empire. Watching Aixin devour the dimensional core, the people of the second dimension anxiously glanced at the Mirror Knight beneath his feet. Aixin did not break his promise, kicking the already darkened Mirror Knight away. The Mirror Knight turned back to attack Aixin, but as the second-dimensional people collectively unleashed their dimensional powers, they submerged the Mirror Knight into the sea of spirit beneath him, using its might to suppress the darkness within the Mirror Knight's heart. Your Excellency, it is time to leave. You have received everything. There is nothing left for you here. The second-dimensional beings issued an eviction order to Aixin, their hatred for the one who had darkened the Mirror Knight palpable. No hurry, I have other purposes for coming here. You are not the target of the Empire's attack. Relax, there is no need to be adversarial with us. Aixin said the second dimension possessed the ability to observe the universe, but that was about it. Once Belial acquired the energy of the entire universe, the second dimension would become irrelevant. Do not be so arrogant. What else do you want? What? Are you provoking me? Aixin glanced at the mirror, the energy within him, surging, his aura growing ever stronger. While the second-dimensional beings were unique, their weakness lay in those mirrors. If this place were completely destroyed, these second-dimensional beings would vanish entirely. We dare not. Please elaborate, my lord. Ultimately, the second-dimensional beings lowered their heads, strength overcoming will. For the survival of their kin, they could only endure. After all, Dorako was too strong. The second-dimensional beings had been watching the battle with the Mirror Knight, who had no opportunity to retaliate at all, being thoroughly overpowered and collapsing to the ground within just a few exchanges. Take me to find the Shield of Perigee. What? The Shield of Perigee, the legendary savior's shield. Aixin stated. But my lord, that is merely a legend, it is not real. The second-dimensional being wanted to conceal the truth, but was directly interrupted by Aixin. Do you think I would come here to ask you if I were uncertain of the location of the Shield of Perigee? Do not babble, take me to that so-called ruin. I advise you to cooperate, or next time it will be Lord Belial himself who comes. Aixin said the entrance to the second-dimensional mirror world lay within the universe, and if this time were not successful, the next time, he would bring a host of dark lopus with him. While Aixin waited, numerous second-dimensional beings were quarreling among themselves. Some were unwilling to disclose the location of the Shield of Perigee, as it was their last hope. Ridiculous though it was, many second-dimensional beings still believed in the legend of the Shield of Perigee. On the other hand, some suggested informing Dorako to send him away first, then think of how to escape this universe and survive in another. Ultimately, they agreed to use the ruins of the Shield of Perigee to buy time and prepare for their retreat. Imarana had also heard the legend of the Shield of Perigee, though she never expected that Aixin and his group would actually believe in it. Could it be true? I am sorry. Your Highness, we second-dimensional beings cannot assist you any longer. All the second-dimensional beings bowed apologetically to Imarana, and the entire space began to shift as if descending underground. Dimensional power is truly miraculous. This method of transportation is equivalent to folding two different spaces, transferring the people of one space to another. The specific effect is akin to passing through a mirror and arriving in a new area. Once here, all the second-dimensional beings vanished, leaving only Aixin and Imarana. To save themselves, they have completely abandoned you. Aixin said, looking down at Imarana in his grasp. Imarana fell into deep doubt and despair, never having felt the world so dark before. Weighing pros and cons is the instinct of all intelligent beings. How many would risk losing? There are selfless saints in this world, but the saints are not in your universe, ha ha ha. Aixin laughed, for in the entire universe, only that group of Ultramen genuinely wished to help everyone. The plasma sparks are exceptionally unique. The light energy reflects the mind. If your thoughts are pure and your heart is kind, you will possess immense potential, and the intensity of light energy will increase accordingly. Conversely, if your soul is shrouded in darkness, the dark power you transform is also boundless. As long as you can remain in darkness, you too will have immense potential. However, this is unrealistic. Intelligent beings are incredibly complex. No one can maintain perpetual brightness, nor can anyone remain in darkness indefinitely. Relatively speaking, it is easier to maintain brightness than to dwell in darkness. Thus, over the course of hundreds of thousands of years in the land of light, many powerful ultra-warriors have been born, yet there is only one pure dark ultra-warrior, Belial, and he was born with the assistance of Orblando. After hearing Aixin's words, Imarana fell silent. She looked at Aixin's enormous face, now truly unsure of what to say. The kind princess should grow up a bit. You need to get acquainted with the adult world early on. There is much darkness in this world, and it is not simply black and white, Aixin said. Upon hearing this, Imarana finally sensed something was amiss. Dorako, what exactly do you want to do? Why are you telling me all this? Imarana asked, realizing that the person who had captured her had a very strange stance, sometimes acting like a demon, and at other times teaching her many peculiar things. Haven't I already told you? This world is not simply black and white. So you mean to say you are a good person? No, I have never been a good person. It depends on your own understanding. Supporting the bewildered Aixin, Aixin stepped forward, walking beside a high bridge meant for pedestrians, appearing as a giant in a dwarven ruin. Without needing to walk far, Aixin soon encountered a giant statue at the end of the path. Made entirely of rock and clay, it was clear that it had been here for a long time, with many traces left by time, and the statue was riddled with cracks. This was also the reason why the two-dimensional people were willing to send Aixin here, for no matter how one looked at it, this statue was merely an ordinary stone with no signs of energy response within. Whether it was a statue made by ancient humans for commemoration or left by Noah, it was still just a statue. Just standing there, Aixin's heart raced. This was Noah, the strongest being in the multiverse, the embodiment of the universe's first light. The wings behind the sacred face, the armor covering his body, the triangular energy indicator on his chest, and the Pelagi shield on his left arm. Are you afraid? Hearing the voice, Aixin looked down at Aixin in his hands. I can sense your fear and hesitation, Aixin said. Just by looking at Aixin, the Imeral energy flowing within her synchronized with him, allowing her to vaguely feel his emotions. I am a bit afraid. Aixin did not hide it. There was nothing wrong with admitting fear. Why? Aixin looked at the statue, puzzled as to why he would fear it. He is powerful. If he truly comes to life, our Belial Empire will be doomed, Aixin said. Really? Aixin had not yet had time to feel excited when she saw Aixin raise his blade and slash down towards the Noah statue. Swish! The blade cut from Noah's right shoulder to the left Pelagi shield, severing both Noah and the shield in one stroke. Boom! In Aixin's shocked gaze, the Noah statue collapsed, turning into a pile of stone debris. Looking at the Noah statue he had just dealt with, Aixin's feelings were complex. He was both tense and relieved, a bit scared due to luck, but also somewhat expectant and excited. Thankfully, everything went smoothly, and the Noah statue showed no signs of movement. As long as the statue was destroyed, that child would be unable to call upon Noah, using the fragments of the Pelagi shield. Mission accomplished. Your universe is now without hope, Aixin said to Aixin. The heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. If it came to this, if Zero could overturn this doomed situation, he would accept it. You are afraid of that statue, but what you destroyed was merely a statue. The existence you fear is not the statue at all, Aixin said, having come to terms with much. Things had already turned out this way, and she needed to learn to accept it. What will come, and what is meant to leave cannot be forced to stay. Can you tell me why you want to save me? And why help Belial? I can sense that you are not that kind of person. Aixin looked at Aixin, already sensing the loneliness and darkness deep within him, as well as the light. He is nothing like a monster. The colors of his inner world are incredibly complex, just like a human, but magnified infinitely. Looking into Aixin's eyes, Aixin was unsure of what to say. He was different from the manic state he had on Hama planet. The light energy of the plasma sparks reignited the goodness within him that belonged to humanity. Though this fragment of goodness seemed insignificant among all his emotions, it was there. Helping Lord Belial is because he saved me, and I want to grow stronger, so I will follow him. As for saving you, Princess, you are probably overthinking it, Aixin said, then looked around, gathering energy in his mouth. Seeing that he did not answer her directly, Aixin already had an answer in her heart. She chose not to say anything further and quietly watched Aixin. Once Aixin finished gathering energy, a thick blast of fiery death light erupted, destroying the surrounding space. This is also one of the flaws of dimensional power. Unlike pure spatial power, dimensional power can be influenced by other energies. Dimensional power belongs to the lower-tier forces of spatial power. Spatial power can tear apart the universe and create a new space, while dimensional power creates a mirror space within the universe from a reflective surface. This is also one of the characteristics of the two-dimensional realm. The two-dimensional beings of the Imeral universe should have their powers referred to as dimensional power. Though slightly inferior to spatial power, Aixin did not disdain it. This ability was still very useful to him, and having it was better than not. As the surrounding space was destroyed, the ruins turned to rubble, with the surroundings shattered like mirrors. Aixin and Aixin returned to the universe right at the entrance to the two-dimensional realm. Aixin hurriedly released an energy barrier protecting Aixin, who almost fell into a vacuum environment. This dimensional power is truly miraculous. It has brought us to such a distant place so quickly, Aixin said, feeling that this experience was unlike using machines for spatial jumps. There was no sense of pulling during the teleportation. Let's go. Just as Aixin was about to set off, several warships appeared before him, flying directly towards him. The warships of the Amilalu civilization. Meanwhile, in another universe, after a battle lasting over 300 hours, Zero finally returned to the Kingdom of Light. This time he was utterly exhausted, but he managed to thwart the Melrosian conspiracy. The technology of the Melrosians truly shocked Zero. The mechanical Ultraman brothers were not much weaker than the real Ultraman brothers, and there were countless of them. He nearly got worn out. Especially at the end when Zero was tired. That guy who appeared later, seemingly named Dark Lopus, was completely modeled after him, and his combat power was genuinely formidable. Because he couldn't adapt quickly at first, and with his stamina severely depleted, Zero went from being evenly matched to being overwhelmed. In the end, he was struck by a dimensional cannon and sent into a different dimension, losing his head marker. If it weren't for Master Leo's timely rescue, he might have been left there. But fortunately, everything has passed. After returning to the Kingdom of Light, Sero couldn't wait to go back and sleep. He hadn't rested for such a long time and was at his limit. Seeing him so exhausted, Sevam chose not to disturb him and waited outside the door. In the distant universe, a gigantic black spacecraft was enveloped in a green barrier, constantly flying through the void of space. The target of this spacecraft was clear, and it was unafraid of losing its direction. Because Belial had emerged in this manner, it simply followed the meteorites in a straight line. This was Belial's probe of the Kingdom of Light, as well as a test to assess the true combat power of Dark Lopus. The planet Amalalu had already been taken, and the original plan was to conquer this universe first, then consolidate all resources to launch an attack on the universe of the Kingdom of Light. However, after capturing the planet Amalalu, Belial discovered that the resources here were far greater than he had imagined. His factory had not stopped, and thousands of Dark Lopus were in production now, exceeding 200,000 units. This military strength was already sufficient to assault the Ultraman clan, and combined with the ships, it could even overturn the entire universe. Therefore, Belial no longer waited and directly initiated his revenge. After sleeping for 2 whole days, Sero finally woke up. However, it wasn't a natural awakening, but rather a jolt. What's happening? Just waking up, Sero was still a bit dazed. He thought there was no possibility of an earthquake in the Kingdom of Light. How could there be shaking? Could it be demolition? But before he could open the door to check the situation, a red laser shot over. Zing! The laser penetrated the wall and struck Sero, pushing him back. Whoosh! With his hands raised before him, Sero condensed light energy, blocking the attack. He pushed off with his feet and broke through the roof, flying out. Once outside, Sero quickly spotted the one who had attacked him. A huge black spacecraft in a conical shape with thrusters on either side, and in the middle there was an eye-like object that had just launched the laser attack. At this moment, a large number of Ultraman warriors were attacking this massive machine with lasers, but the effect was minimal. The outer shell of the machine seemed to possess some kind of material specifically designed to resist light, rendering the damage from the lasers negligible. It's you who ambushed me. Sero jumped onto the building in front of the giant machine, drawing its attention. Before the machine could clearly see Sero, 2 head markers fell from the sky. Whoosh! Sero's sharp head markers sliced through the giant machine's arm thrusters, disrupting its balance system. Sero then soared into the sky. Sero flying kick. Flames ignited at his toes as he transformed into a blazing meteor. Boom! A kick pierced through the machine's head, and Sero appeared on the ground. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion as the gigantic robot detonated. Hee. Daring to invade the Kingdom of Light, they were still too early. Sero's boastful words were cut short as he was stunned to see 3 figures emerge from the explosion. Dark Lopus. Still 3. The 3 Dark Lopus scanned the area with their single eyes, then locked onto Sero. Target detected. Sero Ultraman. Preparing for execution. Sero quickly dodged, but the 3 Dark Lopus relentlessly pursued him, their combat style and data all derived from Sero, making them well aware of his intentions. In an instant, Sero was overwhelmed by the 3 of them. He thought they were just like the Dark Lopus he had encountered last time, so he was a bit too cautious. Not reacting in time, Sero was subdued by the 3 Dark Lopus. 2 Dark Lopus held Sero down, while the other approached him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, rendering Sero temporarily unable to struggle, and then the Dark Lopus assumed the pose to unleash the Dark Amarim beam. With a sweep of its hands to the left, energy gathered at its eyes. Execution. Just as the beam was about to be fired, a head marker flew in, striking the Dark Lopus about to unleash the beam and interrupting its attack. Father. Seeing that head marker, Sero quickly turned around to see Sevam beside him, kicking away the Dark Lopus in front. Sero, I'll handle this one. Understood. Without needing Sevam to say much, Sero pushed off with his feet, colliding with the 2 Dark Lopus holding him, and then engaged in battle with the other. With 3 Dark Lopus attacking at once, Sero might have been caught off guard, but with only 2, he was not worried about being unable to defeat them. The surrounding Ultraman did not rush to help. This level of battle was not something they could casually intervene in. Helping would only disrupt Sevam and Sero's fight. But it must be said the combat power of Dark Lopus was indeed impressive. In close combat, they were not inferior to Sero at all, and when 2 attacked together, they even suppressed Sero. Sevam was the same, and despite only being 1 Dark Lopus, it possessed Sero's combat data, making it impossible for him to retaliate. However, as Sevam and Sero stood back to back, they discovered the weakness of these dark mechanical giants. In close combat, they were incredibly strong, almost indistinguishable from the real Sero, especially with the 2 head markers. The 3 Dark Lopus, when maneuvering, seemed even more outrageous than Sero himself. But the drawbacks were also very obvious. They were machines lacking telekinetic control over the head markers for long-range attacks, and their attack patterns were very rigid. Although they appeared agile due to the combat data from Sero, if the combat strategy changed, they would seem a bit clumsy. Machines without self-awareness are always just machines. These 3 were nowhere near as formidable as the Dark Lopus Sero encountered last time. Saiwin and his son exchanged a glance, then both threw their head markers. 3 head markers under the control of their mental power combined into a 3-blade boomerang and charged towards the Dark Lopus. However, the robots lived up to their reputation. Faced with the sharp 3-blade boomerang, their systems promptly issued attack commands. 3 Dark Lopus swung their head markers at the mental power boomerangs of Saiwin and his son. The outcome is needless to say. Boom boom. 2 explosions resounded as 2 Dark Lopus were cut in half. They were reduced to scrap metal. One of them, sensing danger, needed to bring back the invasion data, so it hurriedly flew towards the sky, attempting to escape the light country. You think you can leave just like that? It's not that easy. Sero watched the fleeing Dark Lopus, catching his head marker before turning to the timer on either side. Stay here. Cyro's twin beam. A robust twin beam shot from the ground towards the sky, unnoticed by the fleeing Dark Lopus above, and then, boom. Under the light's attack, it shattered into pieces, its energy core flying out. Thus, this invasion came to an end. In the conference hall, Zophie, the first generation Cywin, Jack, Ace, and Taro. A group of Ultra brothers gathered around a green device, which was the core of the Dark Lopus. Sero said this machine giant is called Dark Lopus, but he doesn't know where it comes from. He has only taken down one in the past. This thing is too dangerous. Oh, just 3 of them possess power matching that of the Ultra brothers, and this invasion has already caused such destruction in the Light Country. The readings show negative energy. This device is converting the energy within into negative energy. As he spoke, the first generation placed his hand on the core device and activated the light energy. Moreover, this substance doesn't seem to originate from our universe. Illuminated by the light energy, the emerald ore emitted a black-red beam pointing towards the sky, indicating that it came from that direction. Is it from another universe? Zophie looked at the sky, puzzled. He didn't understand, as it seemed the Ultra race hadn't offended anyone from other universes. Whoever it is, this thing poses a significant threat to us. The negative energy above makes me uneasy, Ace said, already itching for action. We must eliminate this threat to the peace of the universe. Others nodded in agreement. No. Eddie stepped forward, interrupting Ace and the others. The enemy is in an unknown universe. Everything is uncertain. We have no intelligence on the enemy, so we must not act recklessly. I propose sending someone to investigate before discussing a solution. Eddie makes a valid point. Zophie nodded, looking at the others. But the question is, who should we send? At that moment, Cywin stepped forward. Let Sero go. Sero is currently the strongest in the Light Country and lacks experience. This mission carries high danger, making it unsuitable for ordinary Ultra warriors. Sero is just right for it. The others agreed. Ultra warriors fearlessly face death, and the right person should handle the suitable task. Lacking this ability, they could not compete with Sero. Thus, freshly after his battle, Sero quickly received a new mission. Dad, you want me to scout the new universe? Sero looked at the mission, a bit confused, staring at his father. Yes, this mission is only suitable for you. Why don't you want to go? No. I've wanted to go out and see for a long time, and that Dark Lopus has ambushed me several times. I must find the mastermind behind it. Sero clenched his fists, filled with youthful vigor, unaware of what fear meant. As the most powerful warrior of the Light Country, he felt invincible. Good. As expected of my son. Cywin patted Cyro's shoulder, relieved, seeming to see his younger self. He too was once filled with ambition, though he regretted becoming a civilian later, wasting much time. Young people should go out and explore. Cywin took out a short gun and handed it to Sero. This is the latest energy wristband developed by the Research Institute, powered by plasma spark energy, usable 3 times. Other universes might not have the energy we use, so this will be your only source. Also, if you return, it will guide you back home. Sero took the energy short gun and attached it to his wrist, transforming it into a plasma wristband, which had 3 shining plasma energy crystals. Father. After preparing, Sero looked at his dad, unsure how to say goodbye. It was his first time leaving his father's side. Go. I will wait for your return. Be careful. I understand. Sero took one last look at his father, then turned and leapt into the air. After flying beside the plasma spark tower, he paused. Currently, the spatial technology of the Light Country cannot support interuniversal travel, so they could only use the simplest and most direct method. Superluminal transmission. Gathering the light from all Ultra warriors in the nation, transferring all this energy to Sero, sending him away from this universe to other universes. Transfer all our light to Sero, said Ultra Father, raising his right hand, golden light emanating from it, and soaring towards Sero in the sky. Other Ultramen released their own light, as a massive wave of light surged from below towards Sero. This was the most rudimentary method, yet also the most reliable. Even if they developed superspatial jump technology, it wouldn't necessarily be accurate due to the lack of specific coordinates. But superluminal transmission is different. It's a straight line transfer, allowing travel anywhere before energy is depleted. The downside is that it consumes a lot of energy. As the energy was fully absorbed, Sero vanished into the sky above the Light Country, protected by a golden shield at superluminal speed. Whoosh. Below, numerous Ultra warriors were panting, having exhausted their energy, but fortunately, the plasma spark tower could replenish their energy at any time, and they quickly recovered. Hikari gazed at the disappearing Sero, staring at the slightly distorted space, his eyes glimmering as if he had thought of something. But then he sighed. Don't let me catch you, you thieving scoundrel. Hikari said angrily. After the Light Country was unsealed, his laboratory was completely ransacked. Stealing data was one thing, but why destroy the instruments as well? Don't they know how hard it is to acquire these things? Above the vast starry sky, amidst the distant rivers of stars, the universe appears immense before the tiny beings, yet before colossal entities like Ultraman, the universe is not small. At this moment, a red sphere wrapped in golden light flew here, continuing its swift journey. Now close to the edge of the universe, this place is almost devoid of planets and meteors, extraordinarily empty. Although many bright star systems and rivers can be seen, they are actually very far apart. The edge of the universe is exceptionally beautiful, leaving Zero, who is here for the first time, in a state of daze. In the next moment, Zero collided with an invisible barrier and charged through. The energy of the light shield began to deplete rapidly, and by the time Zero squeezed out from this crowded barrier, the shield's energy was completely exhausted. At the same time, Zero found himself in a completely unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him were gigantic bubbles resembling planets. Some were extremely large while others were quite small, with some interconnected like a bunch of grapes. These are the dimensional universes. Within each bubble lies a new world. Zero gazed for a while, then infused light energy into the core in his hand, and a guiding beam pointed towards a massive universe in the distance. Compared to the surrounding universes, this one was extraordinarily large. Without hesitation, Zero flew in that direction, following the guidance, and charged into the Emerald Universe. Diving into this bubble was different. It was much more difficult to exit than to enter. Universes also require nourishment. Anything can be considered food for them, and the more they consume, the larger they grow. Upon entering this universe, the device in Zero's hand began to tremble, and in the next moment, it suddenly exploded. The emerald energy within reintegrated into the universe, causing Zero to lose his guidance. Looking at the vast emptiness of the universe around him, and then at his empty hand, Zero fell into contemplation. After successfully capturing the Emerald Ludo planet, the army of the Belial Empire surged in numbers, with the Dark Reginade reaching a terrifying 3 million. The number of Reginida was countless, constantly decreasing and increasing, making it impossible to determine the exact number. The terrifying Imperial army began its invasion of other civilizations. At this moment, on a certain planet, a large number of Reginida were invading. This was the 5th planet they had invaded following Emerald Luda. Dark Reginade stood on the battleship, watching the fleeing humans below. This is Planet Anu. We are under attack from the Belial Mechanical Army, requesting support. Requesting support. Inside a tent, a communicator shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. The outside was filled with explosions and chaotic sounds. The invasion of the Mechanical Army was extremely swift, and the defense forces of Planet Anu were eliminated before they even had a chance to react. With space jumps and a massive army crossing borders, the Imperial mechas swarmed like locusts, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to counterattack, resembling a blitzkrieg of interstellar warfare. After completely destroying the mining base, the Reginida began to destroy mountains and the earth, searching for emerald ore. Just then, pew pew pew, a barrage of machine gun beams shot forth, striking one Reginade and forcing it back. Detecting resistors, commencing eradication. The Reginade quickly discovered the source of the attack, a magnetic levitation battle vehicle. Xiaoji, drive steadier. Inside the battle vehicle, Lon, who was firing, lowered his head to say to the driving Xiaoji, I know. Xiaoji excitedly replied, flooring the accelerator. The battle vehicle sped up, shaking off the pursuing Reginade behind. Similarly, Lon almost fell over, but fortunately he held onto the machine gun and did not hit his head. Seeing the opponent accelerate, the Reginade also sped up, firing laser attacks at the battle vehicle from its eyes. The two sides raced at high speed, but as they approached a corner, Xiaoji chose not to turn, but instead charged straight ahead. Below the corner was a lava pool. Hey, we're doomed. Lon cried out in fright upon seeing this scene. He knew he shouldn't have let his underage brother drive. Don't worry, brother. I have a plan. Xiaoji excitedly replied, seizing the rare opportunity to show off his driving skills. Just as the battle vehicle was about to fall into the lava pool, Xiaoji suddenly pulled the ascent lever. Yay. The hovering battle vehicle flew up, nearly brushing against the lava below in a perilous moment. If it were a bit slower, it would be doomed. But the effect was remarkable. The pursuing Reginade couldn't brake in time due to its excessive weight, plunging into the lava pool, and then, boom, it exploded into fragments. Simultaneously, the hovering battle vehicle returned to the ground, sliding for a while before coming to a stop. Lon and Xiaoji hurriedly got out of the vehicle, running to the cliff's edge to look at the destroyed Reginade below. Yay, awesome. I knew our combination was unbeatable. The two were very proud. The Reginade was a battle robot of the Belial Empire, incredibly powerful. Even a warship might not be able to defeat it, yet they had won. We can tell Annie this good news. We single-handedly defeated a Reginade. That's right, I think. Rumble. Before Lon could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly shook. In the next moment, a large drill burst from the ground, directly knocking the battle vehicle off the cliff, sending the two of them flying with the dirt and rocks. Brother, Xiaoji, being lighter, was about to fly off the cliff when Lon grabbed his wrist, and the two fell together. In the end, Lon managed to grab onto a rock at the edge of the cliff, leaving them hanging. Get up. Lon exerted all his strength. Despite bleeding from his left hand, he managed to hoist Xiaoji up. But he was also exhausted. The rocks that had been knocked away had injured him, and his left hand was nearly numb. Brother, grab my hand. After Xiaoji got up, he quickly grabbed Lan's right hand, trying to pull him up. But Xiaoji, being only 11 years old, couldn't possibly lift a grown man, and even holding on was difficult, watching helplessly as his brother slipped down bit by bit. Seeing that he was already doomed, Lon stopped Xiaoji's attempts and tore the necklace from his neck, placing it in Xiaoji's hand. Don't worry about me. You take the fragment of the Paragi's shield and leave. You must find the Paragi's shield. It's our last hope. Lon said with difficulty, his arm's strength diminishing, his whole hand starting to tremble. The fragment of the Paragi's shield in the brother's hands shimmered. Meanwhile, Zero, flying far in space, suddenly noticed a light in the distance. This is... Another Regine broke through the ground and emerged from below. It had just launched an attack after discovering the enemies above through system data sharing. As it surfaced, it spotted the two small figures who had just destroyed a Legion robot. With the drill bit raised high, Regine aimed at the two below. Just as the attack was about to descend, zig, boom, a concentrated beam of light shot down, striking Regine repeatedly, forcing it back, and ultimately transforming it into scrap metal in an explosion. At the same time, Lon could no longer hold on, suddenly losing strength in his grip on Xiaoji's right hand, causing him to fall off the cliff. Brother. In a critical moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, swiftly catching the falling Lon and bringing him back to the cliff. Xiaoji watched as his brother flew up. He was astonished, gazing at the gigantic luminous being before him, the dazzling light capturing his attention. Lon too was in awe, straining his eyes to look at the glowing giant. Once the light surrounding the giant faded, its true form was revealed. Silver chest armor, a blue timer, a body interspersed with red and blue, and a sharply defined face, gave an impression of wild arrogance. Dark Lopus. Upon seeing Zero, Xiaoji quickly drew his pistol and aimed it at him. Xiaoji, no. He's not a bad person. Lon hurriedly blocked Xiaoji. I can feel the light emanating from him. Zero looked at the two. He had arrived here guided by a beam of light, but after reaching this spot, the light had vanished, leaving only two individuals in peril. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding. Zero felt a wave of fatigue. The energy of this universe was very unfamiliar to him, and his body could not absorb energy from the various lights. The timer on his chest kept flashing. If he couldn't find a solution soon, he was doomed. Zero had no choice but to look at the man on the ground who was about to breathe his last. Fate's guidance led Zero down this path again, encountering Xiaoji and Lon. It remained uncertain how they would fare without the assistance of Imarana and the royal spaceship. In any case, Aixin did not need to know, as he was already quite busy. The fleet of Amalaruda was currently in a confrontation with Aixin. Faced with the extremely fast Dorako, Amalaruda's ships appeared utterly powerless, and since Princess was still in his hands, these cosmic battleships dared not attack recklessly. Gathering energy in the wrist blade of his left arm, Aixin continuously unleashed energy slashes at the surrounding cosmic battleships. The green energy slashes traveled at great speed, cutting through a large number of battleships that failed to evade in time, transforming them into blossoms of space fireworks. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions illuminated a corner of the cosmic night. Stop. Don't. Imarana watched all of this unfold from Aixin's hand, pleading for her people who had come to rescue her to leave. But in the vacuum, sound was isolated. Her calls appeared to the Amalarudans as their princess, crying for help. Aixin showed no mercy towards those attacking him. Although he dared not commit too many heinous acts since they attacked him, was he not allowed to retaliate? After annihilating more than half of the fleet in one go, they finally grew fearful and began to engage in space jumps, leaving the Mirror Star. The battle outside was watched closely by the two-dimensional denizens of Mirror Star, who gained a preliminary understanding of Aixin's combat prowess. Fortunately, they did not engage him, otherwise they would have been annihilated before the universe was devoured. This terrifying individual likely had combat power that only Caesar Belial could match, truly the second strongest in the empire, of force they could not contend with. As for the defeated Amalaruda fleet, they could only express their regrets. Watching the remaining fleet leave, Aixin did not stop them, simply seeing off the Amalaruda fleet as they made their space jump. Little princess, it seems your subjects lack the resolve to sacrifice themselves for their country's princess. Aixin laughed, then looked at Imarana, who was crying in his grasp. Why are you doing this? They. Imarana's voice choked as she questioned Aixin. Because they attacked me. I am not the kind of person who does not retaliate when harmed. If you attack me, be prepared to die, and if anything, blame them for being too weak. You bastard. What a naive princess. Aixin shook his head, then turned to glance back at the entrance to Mirror Star. He had been waiting to see if these two-dimensional beings dared to come out and help. If they did, Aixin would have an excuse to reap some benefits. He did not believe that Mirror Star had only this little good stuff. Unfortunately, these cautious beings were not fooled, and Aixin was also worried that if he pressed too hard, these two-dimensional beings would escape. He did not understand the two-dimensional beings, but he did not believe that destroying the mirror would lead to their demise. They had existed for so long, so Aixin was not convinced they had only a few trump cards. Therefore, it was best to take everything at once. Doing it a second time would be rude. Just as Aixin was about to leave, a red and white, extremely handsome spaceship appeared near him. Release Princess Imarana. Royal spaceship. Imarana stared at the approaching ship, momentarily stunned, as she had not expected the royal spaceship to follow. Hurry. Royal spaceship, you are no match for him. Hurry, don't mind me. Through Imarana's lip movements, the royal spaceship immediately understood the princess' intent, but it did not retreat. Protecting the princess is my duty. Iron Warrior transform. The royal spaceship began to change, folding into a giant humanoid robot. The royal spaceship, Iron Warrior. The battle form unique to the royal spaceship consumes enormous energy and is generally not utilized, but now it was for the sake of rescuing the princess. You've given up your spaceship form to engage me in close combat. Aixin observed the Iron Warrior brandishing its blade and couldn't help but commend its intelligence system. While transforming a spaceship into a robot for battle may seem foolish, it is an inevitable choice whenever monsters exist. If a spaceship is approached by a monster, it faces certain doom. Transforming into a robot for combat provides a chance, especially when rescue is needed. Compared to Dark Lopus and Regime, the intelligence of the Iron Warrior is vastly superior. Perhaps only that Dark Lopus, which awakened its self-awareness due to an accident, could compare to the Iron Warrior. The Steel Warrior activated the thrusters beneath its feet and charged towards Aixin. Its weapon was the emerald lightsaber extending from its arm, a strikingly similar green blade to Aixin's. The difference between the two blades is that the Steel Warrior's lightsaber is made of energy while Aixin's is a physical weapon, a product of the original scythe, claws combined with emerald energy. Without further ado, the Steel Warrior and Aixin engaged in a swordsmanship duel. Bang! Bang! The two swords clashed continuously, and Aixin did not take advantage of the situation, supporting Milana with one hand while fighting the Steel Warrior with the other. If it were an ordinary enemy, Aixin's sharp wrist blades would have easily dispatched them, but neither Aixin nor the Steel Warrior could shatter the other's sword, as both utilized emerald energy as their means of attack. With the same energy, the competition lay in the purity. The Steel Warrior, as the most advanced spaceship of the Milana, used a top-tier emerald energy, unlike Aixin, who consumed emerald ores indiscriminately. The Steel Warrior had always used high-purity emerald energy. In terms of energy purity, Aixin could not match his opponent, but he also had his advantages as he possessed not only emerald energy, but also the Leonix bloodline. The dual blades enhanced by the Leonix bloodline were remarkably hard. One was strong in software, while the other excelled in hardware. In a true fight, it was challenging to determine who was stronger. Seeing that he could hold his ground against the Steel Warrior, Aixin grew more confident. However, just as it was about to approach Princess Milana, Aixin suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, pushing it back. "Oh, you certainly have potential. Since you want to save the princess so much, then come together with me." Aixin said, his eyes shining with silver light, as a unique power erupted from within him. During the previous battle, the two-dimensional core that Aixin had absorbed merged with the combat device within his body. Yes, it was indeed the combat device. As long as the awakening was successful, the combat device, given by Reblando, would completely merge with the Leonix soul, becoming a single entity, without the possibility of loss or damage. As long as there was enough energy, it could be recreated. Just now, the absorbed two-dimensional core merged with the awakened combat device, granting it the power of the two dimensions. At the same time, due to the perfect integration with the combat device, Aixin also learned how to utilize this new power. Dimension Sealing Beam. A brilliant silver beam shot forth from Aixin's mouth, directly striking the Steel Warrior. The Steel Warrior tried to dodge, but its thrusters could not take off at will like those Ultramen, using anti-gravity abilities, so it was directly hit. The silver brilliance engulfed the Steel Warrior, continuously washing over its mechanical body. Steel Warrior. Milana looked at the Steel Warrior that had been hit, feeling a pang in her heart. This spaceship had accompanied her for a long time. It was one of the dowries prepared for her by her father, but now. However, the Steel Warrior did not get destroyed by the beam as one might imagine, or in fact, it did not suffer any damage. This was because Aixin had never intended to destroy it. "Since you want to be with your princess so much, then come and accompany her," Aixin said with a smile, then ceased the Dimension Sealing Beam. The Steel Warrior, still unaware of what had happened, was sealed within a mirror, which quickly shrank and transformed into a shining card. The card flew towards Aixin, being absorbed into the combat device within him. Contract completed. The power of the dimensions, Leonix power, and the combat device combined into one, granting Aixin this new strength. Using the power of the dimensions to seal the target, and then forcefully contracting it with the Leonix bloodline, storing it within the combat device. As for why it was possible to contract a robot, Aixin was also unsure. The Ultraverse is very special. The birth of intelligent robots grants them souls, hence they can be contracted. "What have you done to the Steel Warrior?" Milana looked at Aixin. "Your Highness, is this a question a prisoner can ask?" Aixin retorted, "Please do not harm the Steel Warrior. It did not mean to attack you. I beg you." Milana knelt down, pleading. Seeing Milana in such a state, Aixin said nothing more, but released the combat device from within him, placing it into Milana's hands. "You can take a look. This toy is for you to play with first," Aixin said. The combat device is a bridge for communication between Leonix and monsters, as well as a healing device for monsters. However, this device only has one effect for Aixin: healing. There was no need for connection at the moment, because the combat device only contained himself. The combat device is equivalent to a doppelganger. Aixin is both Dorako and the combat device, as his soul has merged with the monster and the combat device. Looking at the red awakened combat device in her hands, Milana felt somewhat perplexed about what it was. The next moment, a card popped out from the combat device. Steel Warrior. Milana caught the card, looking at the Steel Warrior depicted on it, feeling a bit dazed. "Did you use the power of the two-dimensional people to confine the Steel Warrior in the two-dimensional realm?" Milana looked at Aixin, feeling her understanding challenged for the first time. She had never seen a three-dimensional being use two-dimensional powers, especially for sealing. "Your Highness, are you alright? Steel Warrior, can you hear me?" Milana looked at the card in her hand, and the eyes of the Steel Warrior on the card flickered. "I can see you, but I cannot move, and what?" Milana asked, but the Steel Warrior fell silent. The Steel Warrior found that a new code had been added to its base code, and it could not resist this code as it was the highest command. "And it has become my subordinate," Aixin continued, addressing Milana. Yes, Master Aixin." The Steel Warrior replied, causing Milana to widen her eyes. Steel Warrior, what has happened to you? How can you? I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I do not know what happened. However, I cannot resist Master Aixin. Looking at the helpless Milana in his hands, Aixin smiled. So, now it is my subordinate. If you want to board the spaceship, you can come aboard, ha ha. Eventually, Milana, with complex feelings, boarded the royal spaceship while holding the combat device. Aixin also returned to the combat device, simultaneously controlling the royal spaceship through the connection of the combat device. It's quite similar to becoming a Dolakacha, with the only difference being that he can perceive the consciousness and emotions of the Steel Warrior. He can operate it normally without any issues, but in a fight its combat power may be somewhat diminished. After all, the combat of Leonix is somewhat akin to the dual-pilot operation of the Pacific Rim mechs. Although the Steel Warrior is in a disadvantaged position and cannot resist, Aixin can only exhibit the basic combat capabilities of the Steel Warrior form. The evolution brought to the monsters by Leonix is something that requires both parties' mental synchronization. As a spaceship born for peace and protection, the weapons on board are few. The responsibility of the Steel Warrior is to defend peace and protect the royal family. However, Aixin's will is selfish, dark, and scheming. The ideologies of the two are completely opposite, so mental synchronization to enter Leonix's explosive state is simply impossible. Nevertheless, Aixin doesn't care at all. With the power of the two-dimensional realm, he is simply indulging in his collecting obsession while experimenting with this new ability. The sensation of a mechanical body is incredibly fascinating. Due to Aixin's uniqueness, controlling the monsters is akin to possessing them, allowing for a more perfect connection. Controlling the body of the Steel Warrior feels as if he has transformed into a robot, and his thinking has the ability to organize data. The technological information that once eluded him is now exceptionally clear. The assistance between Leonix and the monsters is reciprocal. Leonix's power allows the monsters to grow, while the monsters can also transfer their basic abilities to their master, enhancing the master's physical attributes. The reason Raymond is so resilient is due to the basic defensive power transmitted by Gamora. What the Steel Warrior can offer Aixin is merely its data-driven thinking. Its metallic body is not as tough as Aixin's, providing almost no enhancement. If one were to insist on its assistance, it would be the improved purity of the emerald energy. This surprises Aixin a bit, as what he currently lacks is precisely these abilities. He already possesses strength, but now he lacks technology. As a villain aspiring to become strong, lacking intelligence and knowledge of technology would make him no different from those foolish bosses. Moreover, Aixin is not in a death state. His main body is also within the combat apparatus. Compared to other Leonix entities that are fragile, Aixin has none of those weaknesses. He is like Belial, with his main body being stronger than the monsters he controls. A silver and shining card ejected from the combat apparatus, transforming into a silvered light. Subsequently, the Steel Warrior depicted on the card began to morph and then materialize. Royal Spaceship. Imarana sat in the cockpit, staring silently at the combat apparatus in her hands. Just moments ago, when she was transported aboard the spaceship, Aixin had transformed into a red light and entered this device. The mainframe of the royal spaceship flickered. Your Highness, we are about to return to the Belial Empire. Do you have any thoughts? Hearing this familiar voice, but with a tone distinctly different from that of the Steel Warrior, Imarana immediately knew it was Aixin controlling the Steel Warrior. Nothing. Then let's set off. Inside the Demon's Claw Fortress. In the main base of the fortress, the walls were adorned with various data and projections, accompanied by a black and red theme that exuded a sense of technology. Your Majesty, during the invasion of a new planet, a special enemy appeared, and I'm momentarily at a loss. The Dark Gorna entered, addressing Belial, who was seated on the throne. Hearing the words of Dark Gorna, Belial, who was resting, slowly lifted his head to look at Dark Gorna. It's this guy? His power is decent, but the main thing is his appearance, which resembles the Dark Lopus you created very closely. The Dark Gorna said, then waved at the display screen on the wall, beginning to play a recording from before the demise of Reginade. A Reginade was mining when it suddenly broke into an emerald mine, discovering two humans hiding inside. Just as the Reginade was about to eliminate the target, one of the male humans erupted with a burst of light, and in the next moment a giant with red and blue hues appeared. When Zero appeared, the previously expressionless Belial suddenly stood up. Zero. Looking at the suddenly agitated Belial, Dark Gorna was startled. He couldn't understand why His Majesty was so angry, so he silently stood to the side, not daring to speak. Belial kept his gaze fixed on the large screen until the battle concluded and Reginade was eliminated, leaving the screen black. Belial slowly turned his head. Where was this footage taken? Belial asked, his claws digging deeply into the sides of his seat. His mood was exceedingly excited, with the desire for revenge hidden deep within him surging forth. Planet Anu. After discovering the target, I ordered the Steel Dragon to capture him, but the situation is still unclear. The Dark Gorna replied, though he dared not act recklessly, he could tell that the giant named Zero was of great interest to Emperor Belial. This situation is getting more and more interesting. Belial stroked the wound on his forehead. Zero's arrival in this universe caught Belial off guard, but he would not let this guy go. Watching Belial touch his wound, Dark Gorna began to have a vague suspicion, but he did not dare to ask, only lowering his head, waiting for Belial's next command. Intruder detected. Beep, beep, beep. Intruder detected. An alarm blared within the fortress base, and shortly after, an external view of the fortress appeared, revealing a red and white spaceship approaching. Upon detecting the target, the fortress defense troops raised their weapons, aiming laser guns at the spaceship in the air. "Your Majesty, it's the royal spaceship of Amilarda," the Dark Gorna said, recognizing this style of spaceship at a glance. It was indeed the royal spaceship of the planet beneath the fortress. Just as the defense troops were about to open fire, Belial seemed to sense something. He suddenly raised his hand, stopping the Imperial mech soldiers from attacking. "Your Majesty, what is it?" Dark Gorna asked in confusion, as the enemy had entered firing range and could strike at any moment. "It's our own people, don't worry about it." All the Imperial robots lowered their weapons, but their gazes were all fixed on the spaceship. If the opponent showed any signs of aggression, these robots would immediately attack to protect Emperor Belial's property. However, soon after, as the royal spaceship landed, it transformed and became the Steel Warrior. As the power of Leonius, the second in command of the Empire, radiated forth, all the robotic legions lowered their vigilant gazes. Though they did not understand why General Dorako had transformed in this manner, the aura and energy fluctuations remained unchanged. This was indeed General Dorako. Aixin stared in bewilderment at Aixin, who had turned into a Steel Warrior. He recognized this aura, yet how could it be that the biological monster he had seen not long ago had transformed into a robot? "It seems you have gained quite a bit this time. Have you changed bodies?" Belial remarked, sensing the aura of the Steel Warrior. The familiar power of Leonius allowed him to recognize it from afar. "Yes, my lord. I have reaped substantial rewards this time, and I have received news that is uncertain whether it is good or bad," Aixin said as he knelt on one knee in salute. "Oh, I have some good news too. Zero has arrived in this universe," Belial stated. "Zero?" Aixin paused for a moment, but then recalled that the timing indeed seemed about right. "Yes, that kid. But that is not important. He cannot escape. Now tell me what news you have received." Belial asked, for while he could disregard what others said, the information that Aixin, who was typically lazy, was uncertain about must be significant. "I have discovered Noah." "Noah? Just what? Noah?" Belial's eyes instantly brightened as he fixed his gaze firmly on Aixin. "Yes, I found the ruins of the god of Noah along with his statue." "Are you sure?" Belial approached and asked seriously. Although he could ignore many enemies, including the king of Ao, he was cautious in the face of this legendary Ultra Warrior. Noah was a foe that even Reblando feared. He was the embodiment of the first light in the universe. Younger generations might still doubt Noah's existence, but as a veteran of the Land of Light, Belial had experienced that dark era. The terrifying Dark Zakis and the savior Noah Ultraman. "Yes, I am certain. I destroyed the ruins and the statue of Noah. I did not see Noah appear, but I can confirm that this is Noah's ruins. He once came to this world," Aixin said. "There are various explanations for the Emerald Stone, but the most reasonable one is that it is the energy transformed from the annihilated alien beasts. Because Noah was here, wherever Noah exists, alien beasts are also present. This universe was likely occupied by alien beasts long ago, and then Noah appeared and annihilated all the alien beasts in the universe with his ultimate skill. However, according to the law of conservation of energy, matter and energy do not disappear, they merely continue to exist in other forms. This also explains why most planets in this universe have emerald stones. All of these are the remains of alien beasts that were transformed into mineral energy after being purified by light." After receiving the news of Noah's past presence, Belial grew cautious. Although the ruins had been destroyed by Aixin, it did not ensure safety. "We must hasten our progress." Belial did not care whether this empire would be destroyed. He only sought revenge against the Land of Light. This empire was merely a tool for his vengeance. "Accelerate the invasion. Hold nothing back. Seize all the emerald stones." Belial commanded Aixin beside him. "Yes." Aixin nodded and quickly left the hall. Belial then turned to Aixin. "It will take some time to fully absorb the energy of the Emerald Ruta. During this period, I cannot leave. I leave the matter of Zero to you," Belial said, still placing great trust in Aixin's power. Not to mention his EX form, Belial did not dare to claim complete victory over it. "Understood, Lord Belial." Aixin nodded. He had long been prepared for this, having laid plans against Zero since capturing Emerald Lana and dealing with the Mirror Knight. "Bring Zero back to me. I want him to feel this pain too." A flash of red light passed over the wound on Belial's forehead, and his aura erupted. The powerful aura of Kaiser Belial impacted everything around him. Belial no longer wished to know what was happening on the Mirror Star. The mere trace of Noah's existence had already instilled a sense of crisis in his heart. Power. He needed more power. The invasion of the Imperial Mechanical Legions hastened again, digging for more emerald stones for their emperor. Meanwhile, the fleet to capture Zero also set off. At the forefront of the fleet, on the head of the main ship, a red and white robot stood there gazing ahead. The Steel Warrior. Inside, watching Aixin prepare to use the royal spaceship for nefarious deeds, Emerald Lana was extremely unwilling. However, no matter how she protested, Aixin remained unmoved. "Princess, when the battle starts, you must lend a hand. Otherwise, the Steel Warrior might not withstand it and perish," Aixin said to Emerald Lana through the combat device. "You villain. You jerk." Emerald Lana angrily threw the combat device onto the table, feeling utterly terrible. She possessed the highest purity of emerald energy within her, which could be used as a backup energy source for the Steel Warrior during a real fight. However, if she assisted, would she not become an accomplice to the invaders? But if she did not help, the Steel Warrior was her last family. What if? Emerald Lana fell into deep conflict. For the sake of those close to her, or to uphold the so-called peace, helping her family would make her an invader, while helping outsiders would mean witnessing her loved ones get hurt or even die. This concerned humanity. It was a test, or perhaps a provocation from Aixin towards Emerald Lana. He wanted to see what choice she would make. Such matters would be easy for a normal person to navigate, as long as there was selfishness. Moral coercion would not exist, and the mastermind was Aixin, who could simply shift the blame to him. However, the education Emerald Lana had received since childhood was to cultivate her into a saint pursuing peace, a monarch who cared for all. Thus, this choice was exceptionally heavy for her. In the vast universe, Zero was swiftly fleeing, holding the tiny G from planet Anu in his hand. The two had originally been hiding well, but the invading robots had gone too far, as if they wanted to dig through the entire planet. In the end, Zero was still found by them. Upon discovering him, the Steel Dragon charged in, pushing Zero back. Faced with these dark lopuses, although Zero had found a way to deal with them, he dared not engage in combat. This is not the universe of the Land of Light. His energy is limited, especially upon realizing that Belial is present in this universe. He could not afford to waste energy on these minions. Having consumed a plasma energy transformation, Zero, unwilling to entangle further, fled the planet Anu with his earthly brother Xiaoji. But how could the Steel Dragon be so easily shaken off? In the face of the invading fleet's speed, Zero could only be considered agile. Long-distance flight was simply no match for these invasion ships. In no time, he was about to be caught. Swish, swish. Dodging the beam attacks from behind, Zero felt extremely constrained. Holding a child in his arms, he could not retaliate. Damn it, don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise you will be doomed. Zero declared fiercely, then accelerated again, transforming into a shooting star heading towards the distant star sea. The Sea of Flames, named so because this star system is filled with unusual fiery energy and chaotic magnetic fields, is extremely dangerous. Likewise, this is also the territory of a powerful pirate force, the Flame Pirates. As one of the main forces opposing the Belial Empire, the reputation of the Flame Pirates in the universe has recently begun to improve. After all, on one side is the Belial Empire's army, which leaves no vegetation in its wake, and on the other side are the Flame Pirates, who only steal energy. Everyone knows which is lighter and which is heavier. Now the Flame Pirates have set their robbery targets on the Belial Empire, which is only right for them to boast. Captain, someone is coming. On the pirate ship, a red giant with a flaming head said to the pirate ship's cockpit. Red Lotus Flame gazed at the figure flying towards them, and his excellent vision allowed him to see the giant clearly. Stop right there. Looking at the figure blocking his path, Zero halted. Do you not know this is the territory of our Flame Pirates? Do you dare to come in? Red Lotus Flame said, tossing his flowing hairstyle. Flames erupted from it. It's too late, you all need to leave here. Before Zero could finish his words, the pursuing troops of the Belial Empire arrived. Leave? Hey, you probably don't know. No. Red Lotus Flame wanted to say something, but when he saw a large number of Belial Empire warships using space jumps arriving at the outskirts of the Sea of Flames, he fell silent. What did you do? How did you attract so many troops? Red Lotus Flame stared at Zero, suddenly taken aback. Dark Lopuses. No, you are not a Dark Lopus. Who are you? Is this really the time to discuss this? Zero turned back with a faint smile, then sent Xiaoji onto the Flame Pirate's ship with a flash of light. I've been chased for so long, but it's time for you all to see my prowess. Zero declared, his eyes flashing with a surge of battle intent. Aimerum slash. A green cutting beam swept across, and a large number of Regines were eliminated in an instant without even a chance to react. But soon a barrage of beams shot towards Zero. He quickly dodged, but Red Lotus Flame was in trouble. He was blasted away by the lasers. Ugh. Boom. Red Lotus Flame crashed heavily onto the pirate ship, shaking the entire vessel. You idiot. Be more careful, the captain of the Flame Pirates said to Red Lotus Flame. Don't let us be shot down by the enemy, only to be destroyed by you first. And who is this little kid? In the sky above the Sea of Flames, Zero was engaged in a fierce battle with a large group of Regines, with the occasional Dark Lopus leaping out. The aerial combat was extremely intense, primarily consisting of exchanges of beam attacks. Due to Zero's speed, he suffered little damage. Although the mechanical army was continually diminishing, they were not at a loss, as Zero's energy was not infinite. If the consumption continued, there would only be one outcome. Zero was well aware of this, so he kept searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. He never expected that Belial would mobilize such a large army in this universe. Their numbers were overwhelming. Ding dong, ding dong. After eliminating 2 more Dark Lopuses, the timer on Zero's chest began to flash, and he felt his body growing fatigued. But looking at the incoming invasion ships one after another, Zero clenched his fists tightly. The restrictions were too great. In this universe, he could not absorb any external energy for replenishment. Otherwise he wouldn't have to fear these guys at all. He had just fought continuously at high intensity for over 10 days with the Similians. Hey, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zero suddenly stop, Red Lotus Flame came over to check. I'm out of energy, I've overexerted myself, Zero gasped. Then you take the captain and them away, I leave this to me, Red Lotus Flame said, seeing that Zero was no longer capable of fighting. Huh, leave it to you. Zero glanced at him. The robots he had taken down were not even half of what he had defeated. How could he leave it to him? Just as Zero hesitated about whether to expend another plasma spark energy, crystal Red Lotus Flame suddenly ignited all over. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Red Lotus Flame shouted, then charged into the sea of flames below. Seeing this scene, the flame pirates behind changed their expressions. Run, run, pilot, pilot. Accelerate, space jump, faster. If we don't leave, we're going to become barbecued. That bastard Red Lotus Flame, I knew he didn't join us with good intentions. In the next moment, the flame pirate ship disappeared at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the sea of flames after several space jumps. Zero initially did not understand why they were in such a hurry, but when he sensed the fluctuations beneath the sea of flames, his expression stiffened. You son of a gun. Zero began to frantically squeeze the remaining energy within him, unleashing unprecedented speed as he flew towards the outskirts of the sea of flames. In the next moment, the entire sea of flames below became agitated like a gas canister that had been ignited. Silent flames erupted. The scorching flames instantly engulfed all the Belial Empire fleet above the sea of flames, whether Dark Lopuses or Regines, all evaporated by the fire. Damn it. The steel dragon looked at Zero, fleeing extremely angry, but faced with the oncoming flames, it could only urgently activate its ship to escape. The reason the flame pirates are called flame pirates is that they are the only pirate group with a clear residence. The reason no one dares to trouble them is simple: the sea of flames. This place is like a powder keg. Only these fearless individuals dare to hide here, while others prefer to stay away. Even the former enemies of the Sea of Flames pirates would not choose to enter this place to cause trouble for them, for if these reckless individuals were to light the Sea of Flames in a desperate attempt, everyone would be swept away. On the outskirts of the Sea of Flames, Zero looked on in shock at the raging inferno of the Sea of Flames, feeling deeply astonished. To sacrifice oneself to combat Belial's army. The one who was engulfed in flames just now. Zero felt a pang of regret. A warrior had perished just like that. Oh, little G. Zero looked around. The pirate ship of the Sea of Flames had left using spatial teleportation, and he couldn't catch up. Losing the brother of a terrestrial body made Cyro's head throb. A voice entered Cyro's ears. Brave warrior, could you lend us your help? Who is here? Zero looked around, but he did not see any living beings. We are the people of the two-dimensional world. Our warrior has been corrupted by darkness, and I can sense that you do not belong to this universe. There is great light within you. We want you to save the Mirror Knight. In the next moment, a fragment of the Dark Lopus goggles floated over, reflecting the projection of the mirror world, and the voice emanated from within. Two-dimensional people. Zero was a bit puzzled. This term touched upon his knowledge blind spot. Please help us if our warrior is about to succumb to the darkness inflicted by Belial. Of course, but how can I assist you? Zero inquired, feeling responsible to help as long as it was caused by Belial. Thank you so much. As a special spatial force surged forth, a mirror appeared before Zero. It was both a mirror and a portal to the two-dimensional world. Without hesitation, Zero dashed into it. Upon arriving in this universe, everything felt so bewildering to him. He didn't even know where Belial was, let alone how to defeat him. Upon entering the mirror star, Zero marveled at the beautiful and mysterious scenery surrounding him in this mirror-filled world. The Mirror Knight is right here. The surface beneath his feet began to shift into a lake, and at the tranquil lake's bottom sat a solitary warrior upon a rock, his eyes bloodshot and emitting dark energy from time to time. The darkness of Belial was eroding the consciousness of the Mirror Knight. He did not want to aid Belial in his evil deeds, so he had confined himself at the bottom of the lake. I understand now, leave it to me. Zero gazed at the Mirror Knight, who was battling against the darkness below. The Ultra bracelet on his left hand flashed, and one of its plasma sparks lost its glow. A surge of plasma energy poured into his body, and an immense light energy erupted from Zero, enveloping him in a dazzling glow. Here I come. Zero dove into the lake, swimming towards the Mirror Knight. Damn it. Are the people of Amalaruda insane? Why are they attacking us? And they're together with the robotic army of Belial's empire. Have they surrendered? The pirates of the Sea of Flames were fleeing at high speed, while behind them a massive Imperial invasion fleet was in hot pursuit. On the leading flagship, a strikingly different steel warrior stood, completely unlike the dark ones. Zero, oh Zero. Aixin sensed the life aboard the fleeing starship ahead, but did not detect any plasma energy response. Zero should not be there. Sent to capture Zero, but before arriving, news of the explosion in the Sea of Flames, and that Zero had already escaped, reached the steel dragon. Aixin could only express admiration. He had turned the royal starship into his own monster, yet Zero still managed to enter the Sea of Flames, which had exploded. Just as he was considering whether to return, the flagship of the Sea of Flames pirates jumped right before him. So he wasted no time and began to pursue these rogues, needing to bring back something as a report. In the mirror star, Zero held the Mirror Knight tightly as the light within him flickered continuously, and the plasma light energy began to expel the dark energy from the Mirror Knight. Wake up! Zero unleashed another burst of light energy, and the dark energy emerging from the Mirror Knight increased. The dark side within the Mirror Knight wailed as the final surge of light energy was injected, causing the darkness to vanish completely. As the last remnants of darkness disappeared, the Mirror Knight regained his radiance. The fusion of plasma energy and the light energy of the mirror star made him shine brilliantly, brimming with power. He has become stronger. Thank you so much, Zero. The Mirror Knight looked at Zero, who had exhausted his energy and reverted to human form, squatting down and extending a hand towards him. It's nothing. As long as you're better, that's enough. Zero replied happily, feeling a swell of pride in having saved another person. Looking at the generous Sero, the Mirror Knight was at a loss for words and could only accompany him with a silly grin. There's new trouble in the Belial Empire. The mechanical army is pursuing the Sea of Flames pirates. The two-dimensional people said, then released a mirror projection showing Aixin leading the pursuit of the Sea of Flames pirates. This is the Steel Warrior transformed from the Royal Starship. But why? Why is the Royal Starship on Belial's side? The Mirror Knight was perplexed as to why the Royal Starship would assist Belial. Oh no, what about the princess? The Mirror Knight felt a tightness in his heart as he suddenly remembered that the princess had been captured by the general named Dorako. Let's go rescue her. We need more strength to deal with Belial, Sero said, and besides little G was still on the pirate ship. The Mirror Knight held the now human-sized Sero in his palm and charged towards a mirror. Aixin's patience was wearing thin as he watched the still-fleeing pirate ship and the terribly aimless Reginide beside him. He really couldn't understand how Belial designed the targeting system for these individuals. Almost every beam missed with very few hitting their mark. Aixin even thought about taking a few shots himself, but the Steel Warrior lacked long-range attack capabilities, with the only one being in ship form, which was quite limiting. Aixin transformed one of the Steel Warrior's arms into a cannon, aiming at the pirate ship ahead, preparing to charge and take aim. Upon sensing Aixin's intentions, the Steel Warrior disabled the auxiliary targeting system. Although it had to follow Aixin's commands, it did not have to cooperate. Of course, Aixin can control the aiming system himself, but essentially, he is just a person. How operating this thing is no different from running on all fours for him. Without the cooperation of the Iron Warrior, auxiliary aiming is equivalent to having none. Therefore, Aixin chose to use the mechanical aiming. After all, he hadn't used auxiliary aiming with the monster's body before. He had relied solely on his instincts and sight to aim. The green emerald energy continuously gathered, and once it reached a critical point under Aixin's aim, it shot out towards the pirate ship ahead. Whoosh! Boom! The beam struck the right side of the pirate ship, sending a shower of sparks flying, and the speed of the pirate ship slowed down. Looks like my shooting skills are not bad, Aixin said, then continued to charge up the light cannon. Inside, the Iron Warrior Princess Aimilana watched all of this, feeling quite conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to comfort herself that the opposing side was just space pirates, not good people, yet her respect for life prevented her from ignoring the situation. Knowing full well that Aixin would not agree to her request, Aimilana still chose to persuade him to stop. Stop it, Aixin. You don't need to harm them, they are just passing by. Aimilana held her combat device, but before she could finish her sentence, a familiar silver light suddenly appeared on the pirate ship ahead. What is this? Seeing the light, Aimilana suddenly recalled something. In the next moment, the light fell onto the pirate ship, and a warrior with a silver body and yellow-green patterns appeared. Mirror Knight. Seeing that the Mirror Knight was unharmed and had regained his former brilliance, Aimilana was very happy. But the next second, a green laser directly knocked the rescuing Mirror Knight down. Heh, what hero are you pretending to be in front of me? Aixin transformed the cannon back into an arm, shaking his wrist as he spoke. The Mirror Knight slowly stood up, looking at the burn mark on his chest, then glancing at the Iron Warrior that had just lowered its hands across from him. The Iron Warrior before him looked just like before, green eyes and a redanned white metallic body. But the aura and gaze of the opponent felt very unfamiliar to the Mirror Knight. Before he could speak, Lan, who was inside the protective shield, began to speak. You are Aixin. Sensing the familiar Leonix aura from this robot, Sero would not forget this guy who had caused them serious trouble while following Belial. Wow, I've changed so much, and yet you still recognize me. Sero, Aixin spoke, this time not through mental power, but using the Iron Warrior's voice system. Damn it, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Then why are you still following Belial? Do you know that Raymond has been looking for you? Sero was furious. Raymond had asked him to find Aixin, and as a friend he had certainly agreed, stating that if he encountered him, he would definitely bring him back. But Sero did not expect that Aixin, this guy, was still unrepentant and followed Belial. Moreover, he had disrupted the peace of this universe. It's useless to say more. Let me see how much power you have now, Aixin said, then made an offensive gesture. All the Reginide behind moved out. Due to the need to invade the Land of Light, most of the Dark Lopus had already boarded their ships. Only the Reginide could continue fighting in this universe. Seeing the aggressive robotic army, Sero was about to transform when the Mirror Knight stopped him. Let me handle this. Your energy is low and you need to save it for dealing with Belial. Besides, I have an account to settle with him. The Mirror Knight looked at Aixin, his fists clenched. Seeing this, Sero had no choice but to step back. He only had one last chance with his energy, and he didn't want to lose his fighting ability without even seeing Belial. You bastard, hand over Princess Aimilana. The Mirror Knight charged over at high speed, emitting a large number of cross-shaped shurikens, slaying all the Imperial robots in front. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of army robots turned into fireworks. Aixin was not surprised. These were merely cannon fodder capable of mining and bullying the weak, but in real combat, they were nothing special. You want to know where she is? Then come. Let me see what confidence you have. Aixin commanded the Iron Warrior to charge out, removing the giant axe from his right shoulder. The Mirror Knight did not choose to confront directly. When the axe came down, he transformed into a mirror and shattered. In the next moment, the Mirror Knight appeared behind the Iron Warrior, gathering luminous points and continuously throwing them down. Disgusting thing. As a knight, instead of using swords and guns, you play with such trifles. Aixin derided, looking down on the trivial act of throwing shurikens. Upon hearing Aixin's words, the Mirror Knight remained unfazed. He was not concerned about these verbal attacks. The urgent task was to find Princess Emalana, and he was quite suspicious that the princess was trapped inside the Iron Warrior. "Your Highness, are you there?" While attacking the Mirror Knight, inquired. Of course, Emalana inside the Iron Warrior heard the Mirror Knight's call, but she could not respond because Aixin had isolated the internal sound, rendering her voiceless. In his quest to locate the princess, the Mirror Knight was caught off guard, and Aixin struck him with the axe, sending him flying. A defeated foe dares to lose focus in battle. Perhaps you don't even know how to write the word death. The Mirror Knight clutched his lower back where a deep wound marred his skin, and the residual green emerald energy continuously damaged his bodily tissues. Although Aixin and the Iron Warrior could not synergize to unleash their maximum power, the Iron Warrior's inherent strength was formidable enough to suppress the Mirror Knight in close combat with its base stats. After landing a successful blow, Aixin did not give this guy a chance. He swung the battle axe repeatedly, hacking at the Mirror Knight, rendering him unable to retaliate. "No, stop!" Emalana shouted at Aixin, but he remained unmoved, continuing to brutalize the Mirror Knight's body with the sharp axe, even leaving behind the opponent's light particles. On the pirate ship, Zero had just entered the spaceship and hadn't even settled in when he saw the Mirror Knight was defeated so quickly that it took him by surprise. "If you can't beat him, just say it directly." "Brother, the fragment of the Parage's shield is glowing again." Little G hurried over, handing the triangular shard to Zero to examine. Ever since he encountered Zero, this Parage's shield had been flickering from time to time like a heartbeat, leaving people puzzled. "Let me see." Just as Zero was about to take the shard, the spaceship suddenly shook. "What's going on?" "Not good, Captain. Those robots are coming." Hearing the robots approach, the three leaders of the flame pirates panicked. Run now. If we don't flee immediately, we'll die." "What about Mirror Knight?" "Bah, who cares about him? The doomed shall perish, the fated shall survive. We'll die if we don't leave now." As the starship prepared to depart, Ultraman Zero urgently intercepted Kotaro before he could board, sealing him inside the compartment opposite the main cockpit, then rushed into the corridor. "Kotaro, go with them first. I'll rescue Mirror Knight and follow right behind." Zero called back, raising his Ultra Bracelet. His transformation glasses sprang forth, but at that very moment Reginald, whose aim had always been notoriously inaccurate, struck the ship with uncanny precision. Worse still, the blast hit the side where Zero stood. Boom. The corridor wall ruptured violently, explosive decompression, hurling torrents of air, and Zero's newly deployed transformation glasses straight into the void of outer space. "No." Zero lunged forward, desperate to seize the glasses, but he was a heartbeat too late. As the hull tore open, he was instantly exposed to the vacuum of space, its suffocating emptiness closing in. Never before had Zero felt such crushing helplessness. Only now did he grasp with visceral clarity how fragile the human body truly is. Though his presence kept Kotaro's life intact, the dwindling oxygen weighed heavily upon him. His eyelids grew leaden, his vision blurred. Gazing toward Aixin, who was mercilessly cleaving Mirror Knight with an axe, Zero slowly raised a trembling hand, then collapsed into unconsciousness. Aixin, of course, had witnessed it all, and was equally stunned by the sheer theatricality of it, and Ultra's transformation violently interrupted. "It seems your human form is your ultimate weakness, Zero," Aixin declared, then kicked the barely conscious Mirror Knight aside and soared toward Zero. Mirror Knight watched Aixin depart, then collapsed, his body crashing onto a drifting asteroid, light particles bleeding from his wounds, his frame riddled with grievous injuries. To Aixin, sparing or slaying Mirror Knight held no consequence. The gains were already secured. His sole concern now was ensuring his own safe retreat. As always, one must never push matters to absolute extremes. When death is not mandatory, mercy becomes strategy. Leaving others a path forward also preserves one's own. The martial world is not merely about bloodshed. It is about reciprocity, respect, and unspoken bonds. This truth holds universally. Suppressing the impulse to crush Kotaro outright. Too many variables, too little certainty of success. Aixin cast one final glance at the fleeing flame pirate's vessel, then retrieved Zero's floating ultra glasses from the void. What a gloriously interrupted transformation! Zero. Seizing the fallen Ultra, Aixin summoned his invasion fleet. Return to base. Countless Reginards boarded their warships, preparing for spatial jump. One by one, sleek black invasion vessels shimmered, then vanished into the star-strewn abyss. After Aixin departed with his armada, scattered robot fragments across the battlefield reassembled into a reflective mirror, drawing Mirror Knight into its luminous depths. Zero now felt profoundly disoriented. The unity of mind and body technique allowed an Ultra's consciousness to enter a human's mental realm, stabilizing the bond between soul and flesh, while repairing physical trauma with photonic energy, the standard method of Ultra salvation. Zero operated similarly, yet Kotaro had already slipped into total unconsciousness. His body was now fully under Zero's control. Their connection was symbiotic. Any change in the human host, be it beneficial or dire, inevitably resonated within the Ultra. Thus, as Kotaro's body succumbed to vacuum exposure and mortal peril, Zero's sole imperative became preserving his human host's life. Of all the rotten luck, Zero sat alone in the boundless darkness of his own consciousness, a prison of sorts, and worse, his transformation device was gone. He might truly be doomed. How long he'd lain unconscious he couldn't tell, until at last Zero opened his eyes again, within a shimmering violet energy barrier. The barrier contained breathable air, hence his revival. This is Ha, ha. Zero. Who would have imagined you'd fall so low? A deep, resonant voice echoed from behind. Zero whirled around and beheld Belial colossal and looming standing mere paces away. Belial. So it really is you. Seeing him confirm Zero's worst suspicion, this Kaiser Belial was indeed the same ancient foe he'd once defeated in the monster graveyard. I've missed you dearly, Zero. Belial proclaimed, gesturing to the jagged scar, fissuring his forehead. The agony you inflicted upon me. I shall repay it 100-fold. What do you want? Zero's pulse spiked, noticing Belial's hesitation to strike. Dread coiled cold in his gut. What do I want? Just watch. With detached calm, Belial drew Zero's ultra glasses from behind his back, levitating them effortlessly above his fingertips. I intend for you to witness Ultra 7's homeland utterly annihilated. And every single Ultra, you included, shall suffer the full weight of my vengeance. As Belial's voice thundered, consoles and monitors throughout the chamber flared to life. Legions of Darklops units surged forth, 3 per squad, boarding combat craft familiar to Zero, the very same colossal invasion vessels that had once assaulted the Land of Light. Yet now there were millions of them, stretching beyond count. Once the Darklops had boarded Demon's Claw injected raw dark energy, conjuring a massive protective dome. 9 craft formed a tactical square encased in the dome, and shot skyward with terrifying speed. Destination: the Land of Light. Belial. You, stop this instant. Zero needed no calculation to know what came next: the assault on his home. Ha 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 ha. How does it feel to be utterly powerless? Watching Zero's impotent fury, Belial reveled in the exquisite torment of his nemesis. Every second a balm to his ancient wrath. You despicable wretch. Ha 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 ha. Nearby, Aixin observed Belial's taunting of Zero, but remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with quiet intensity. Zero's survival, or demise, was irrelevant to Aixin provided it wasn't his doing. So long as Belial lived, Aixin remained shielded. All consequences, all blame, would fall squarely upon the tyrant's shoulders. Yet seeing Belial hesitate, Aixin grew uneasy. What was the tyrant truly planning? Majesty, might I take custody of Ultraman Zero's transformation device? Noting Belial's hand drift near Zero, and fearing another reckless misstep, Aixin spoke up. Belial turned, glancing first at Aixin, then at Zero's seething, defiant glare. Do not destroy it, Belial commanded, his voice thick with grim resolve. I will make Zero taste absolute despair, first by obliterating the Land of Light, then by facing him in battle, unleashing every ounce of my pent-up rage and humiliation. I understand. Aixin nodded, then caught the Ultraman glasses thrown by Belial. After obtaining the glasses, Aixin controlled the Iron Warrior to retreat, keeping a safe distance from Sai Luo. He couldn't believe it. With things being this way, how could Sai Luo possibly turn the tide? The Mirror Knight had been severely beaten, and both Mei-La Na and the Iron Warrior had become his allies. Now Aixin was eager to see what Sai Luo would do next. Inside the shield, Sai Luo looked at Aixin, who was walking away with a face full of anger. To him, Aixin, this insidious guy, was even more detestable than Belial. Exactly the kind of expression I wanted. Feel the hatred. Embrace the anger. Belial laughed as he looked at Sai Luo, enjoying the sight before him. As time passed, nearly half of the Dark Lopus had been transported away. This had far surpassed the original amount that could be sent. Under normal circumstances, only a few tens of thousands would have been transported before being interrupted. But now, thanks to Aixin's intervention, over 1 million had been sent out. Now, regardless of whether Sai Luo could resist, it was already too late. The Kingdom of Light was destined to suffer a significant loss. The situation was basically set. Watching so many Dark Lopus being sent away, despair was creeping into Sai Luo's heart, all because of his own arrogance. Aixin let out a sigh of relief, glancing at the Ultraman glasses in his hand, and then at Sai Luo. In the next moment, a beam of light appeared at the chest of the Iron Warrior. The dazzling light caught Belial's attention. Dorako, what's going on? Before Aixin could answer, he felt a powerful dimensional force emerging within him. In the next moment, the Mirror Knight flew out from the light. Grabbing the Ultraman glasses from the Iron Warrior's hand, the Mirror Knight threw them towards Sai Luo. Sai Luo, catch. Just as the Mirror Knight completed this action, Aixin seized his foot and pinned him to the ground. But it was already too late. The Ultraman glasses, like a boomerang, pierced through the shield and flew right before Sai Luo. Sai Luo caught the glasses and put them on his eyes. Transform. Red, blue, and white energy converged, and Sai Luo Ultraman made his entrance. Belial watched it all unfold without intervening, instead observing Sai Luo with great interest. Interesting, but it's all too late now. At the same time, Aixin realized how the Mirror Knight had arrived here. Because Mei-La Na was within him, Aixin had forgotten that her crown was a product of the Mirror Star, capable of summoning the Mirror Knight. How careless. Aren't you afraid of death? Coming to seek your demise time and again? Aixin questioned as he stepped on the Mirror Knight. The Mirror Knight said nothing. His injuries had not fully healed, and every movement was painful. Just being able to fly out to help was already his limit. After regaining his Ultraman form, Sai Luo showed no hesitation and unleashed a concentrated beam of light, targeting all nearby machinery for destruction. Zing! Sweeping through the entire Great Hall, was devastated by his beam skills, and the Dark Lopus outside, which had been in the process of being transported, came to a complete stop, remaining motionless. The concentrated beam also targeted the other units present. The Dark Gunna at the entrance quickly hid in the shadows to evade the attack. The Iron Dragon rushed to Belial's side, shielding him from Sai Luo's beam. Aixin summoned his main body, directly positioning it in front of the Iron Warrior, blocking Sai Luo's full power output. In a state of rage, Sai Luo's attack power was terrifying. If not blocked, the Iron Warrior could be taken out in one blow. Belial, die. Sai Luo halted the beam energy coalescing in his fist as he charged toward Belial. But in the next moment, a black vine sprang from the darkness, wrapping around Sai Luo's feet and tripping him. Thud. Ha! Want to separate us and attack His Majesty? Do you think we don't exist? The Dark Gunna casually remarked as he stepped out from the shadows, his vine connecting to Sai Luo's feet. The Iron Dragon also approached, standing to Sai Luo's right. The restored Aixin transformed into EX Dorako, coming to stand behind Sai Luo. The three generals of the Empire surrounded Sai Luo. 1v3. Belial was unhurried, slowly retreating to the throne, watching Sai Luo with amusement. Unlike before when allies were present, this time Sai Luo was fighting alone. Even the Mirror Knight at the side could not assist because the controlled Iron Warrior was attacking him, a cripple. Do you think you can defeat me this easily? You're still 20,000 years too early, Sai Luo declared, then pushed off the ground, taking to the skies. The Dark Gunna, still entangled by the vine on Sai Luo's foot, was lifted into the air. Be careful. The Dark Gunna quickly severed the vine, but he had already been lifted into the air. Before he could use his flight ability to steady himself, a fireball appeared in the sky. Sai Luo flying kick. Sai Luo transformed into a shooting star, his flaming foot aimed at the Dark Gunna. Just as he was about to hit, a flash of green light streaked by a sharp blade aimed at Sai Luo's foot. Swoosh. Sai Luo quickly altered his attack, abandoning his pursuit of the Dark Gunna and delivering a side kick to deflect the sharp wrist blade. Aixin and the Dark Gunna were pushed back, watching Sai Luo land as well. Aixin was not surprised. As a combat genius of the Kingdom of Light, this was the fighting power he was supposed to have. But the Dark Gunna was quite taken aback. Sai Luo's fighting style was almost identical to that of the Dark Lopus, and even more brazen, attempting to take him down right from the start. Be careful, His Majesty's Dark Lopus was modeled after him, and the combat data is the same. Aixin warned the Dark Gunna and the Iron Dragon. Understood. The Iron Dragon nodded and charged forward. Now that they knew the opponent's details, there was no need to test. It had fought against the Dark Lopus before and knew its weaknesses. The Iron Dragon took the front line. The Dark Gunna handled ranged attacks while Aixin acted as a roving assassin, the three of them launching an offensive against Sai Luo. Faced with the siege, Sai Luo did not take a step back, but instead stood his ground, continuously attacking the Iron Dragon with the two-head spears in his hands, while keeping an eye on their weaknesses. Against the powerful Sai Luo, Aixin did not unleash his true strength, resulting in the three of them matching Sai Luo evenly. Through observation, Sai Luo identified the Iron Dragon's weak point, but every time he attempted to attack, Aixin would defend with his blade, preventing Sai Luo from inflicting effective damage. Damn it! Aixin, you damned Leonix! Sai Luo shouted in anger, suddenly merging the head spears into a massive crescent blade. Sero merged his head emblem and directly launched an attack against Aixin, the strongest. In the next moment, Sero flashed behind Aixin at incredible speed and unleashed a crescent slash. He'll destroy your wings. Just as the blade was about to strike, Aixin activated superluminal movement, appearing beside Sero and raising his wrist blade to chop at Sero's head. Bang! The dual blades clashed, creating a shower of sparks. Don't forget, I also possess the energy of plasma sparks, and I can move at superluminal speeds too. As soon as Aixin finished speaking, Sero and he began to run at high speed, transforming into two beams of light, one gold and one green, colliding within the Grand Hall. Bang, bang, bang. After several seconds, the two reappeared. Sero was breathing heavily, struggling to support his body. This mode of attack consumed a tremendous amount of energy and stamina, even he could not maintain it for long. On the other side, Aixin also stopped. Unlike Sero, who was panting, Aixin was covered in numerous wounds, especially on his arms, where the wrist blades were now riddled with scratches. The next moment, bang! With a loud bang, the wrist blade on his right arm shattered and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. At the same time, the Steel Dragon and Dark Gunna, who had been watching the fight from the side, suddenly froze, realizing something was wrong with their bodies. Dark Gunna and the Steel Dragon also bore the same wounds as Aixin. No. Boom, boom. Two explosions, and Dark Gunna and the Steel Dragon were turned to ashes, completely dead. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Lord Belial. We cannot match Sero. Aixin looked at Sero, his hands trembling. It was too tough. It was at this moment that Aixin fully understood the gap between monsters and Ultraman. Sero's speed was too fast. Although both drew power from plasma sparks, Sero was an Ultraman warrior blessed and recognized by the plasma sparks. His superluminal movement was far faster than Aixin's. Even after transforming into EX form, Aixin could only defend against Sero's attacks and found it difficult to counterattack. Fortunately, he had more energy than Sero, otherwise he would have been even more severely injured. Step back. Belial glanced at Aixin and then turned his gaze to the panting Sero. Yes. Due to Aixin's consumption, Sero had wasted a significant amount of energy, but seeing Belial approach, he summoned the strength within him once more. Although he defeated Aixin, Sero was also suffering. His hands were numb. The Steel Dragon and Dark Gunna were not a concern, but Aixin's transformation into EX Dorako truly drained him. Sero, do you still have the strength to fight me? Belial removed his robe, and the claws in his hands elongated and expanded. During the Empire's development period, Belial had made some progress. He refined his hands into a new weapon, the Kaiser Belial Claw. Extremely sharp and hard, it replaced the combat apparatus fighting function. Come on, do you think I fear you, defeated foe? Sero retorted defiantly, drawing his head emblem and charging forward. The two began their first battle in this universe, with Sero channeling the energy of Emblem into his head emblem, greatly enhancing its sharpness. Engaging with Belial, the green blade light and red claw strikes collided repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Even with significant energy depletion, Sero was still able to match Belial blow for blow, his formidable abilities leaving Belial feeling astonished. He has grown stronger. Initially, he had endured some depletion from several subordinates, and yet he could still fight evenly with himself. This boy's combat talent is truly unexpected. Aixin, who had originally felt secure watching Sero not fall behind, and even gain some advantage, began to doubt whether he was too weak. Belial was aware of his current strength, yet he was far more powerful than he had been while using the combat apparatus, and still he couldn't take down Sero. In the past, Sero could easily cut through monsters in the monster graveyard, attributing it to their weakness, but now Aixin had to admit that Sero was stronger than himself. If Sero was this strong now, how powerful must those who could dominate Sero be? Come again. Belial was also stirred by Sero's fighting spirit. Their battle began to affect the surroundings, destroying all instruments and decorations within the Grand Hall. Aixin dared not assist. He quickly ran towards the Steel Warrior, who was battling the Mirror Knight. Seeing Aixin run towards him, the Steel Warrior's Amilana noticed the combat apparatus in his hand was glowing. What is this? In the next moment, the Steel Warrior transformed into a beam of light and vanished back into the combat apparatus. Meanwhile, Princess Amilana, floating in the air, was grabbed by Aixin, who shielded her with an energy barrier. What are you going to do? Amilana looked at the wounded Aixin. If such a powerful monster was this injured, how strong must the giant that hurt him be? We're leaving. Little princess, if we don't go now, it will soon become dangerous. As Aixin spoke, he drew out another wrist blade that was still intact and started digging into the ground, creating a hole while taking Amilana down with him. Blocking Belial's claw swipe, Sero kicked at Belial. Bang! Taking Sero's kick, Belial staggered back, ultimately rolling to dissipate the force. I want to see how long you can keep fighting. Belial was furious. Losing in close combat to Sero was unacceptable. Belial's claws came together and violent negative energy began to gather into black-red lightning, constantly coalescing in Belial's hands. Dizium Ray. On the other side, seeing Belial about to unleash the ray, Sero, even knowing his energy was low, remained unafraid. He had never feared any ray. Moreover, he had won the last encounter. Placing the head emblem against the timer on his chest, Sero began to gather light energy, his fighting spirit surging. Timer ray. One blue-white and one blacker, two completely opposite beams of light, clashed once again after the battle in the monster graveyard. But unlike last time, this time the upper hand was held by Belial. As Sero saw his beam being pushed back, he tried to increase his energy output, but the light energy within him could not support further enhancement. On the other hand, Belial, having absorbed vast amounts of Amylin energy, was not short of energy at all. Zing! The black-red Dizium ray pushed Sero's twin beam back, striking him in the chest and knocking him to the ground. Ugh! Zing! Black-red lightning flickered continuously on Sero's chest, causing him to lose combat capability, momentarily writhing in pain on the ground. Outside the planet Imira Luda. With the mass exodus of the Dark Lopus and the destruction of the main control instruments within the fortress, the Demon's Claw Fortress is now at its weakest point of defense. The people of the two-dimensional realm were originally planning to leave this universe, but witnessing Sero defeat 3 high-ranking officials of the Belial Empire opened their eyes to an opportunity. Thus, the two-dimensional people of the Mirror Star promptly informed other civilizations, spreading the news of the Belial Empire's current situation. Now they are watching to see how the other civilizations will respond. If they are willing to join, the two-dimensional people will assist in toppling the Belial Empire. If not, they will have to abandon this universe and seek refuge elsewhere. Fortunately, the inhabitants of this universe are not fools. They certainly will resist against such a great opportunity. The first civilization to arrive. More accurately, it was not a civilization, but the original mainstream criminal gang of this universe, the Pirate Group. Under the leadership of the Flame Pirate Group, pirate factions from across the universe have converged. They are the ones who have suffered the most under the Belial Empire, as Belial's legions most enjoy plundering these pirates, requiring no mining as they can directly seize vast amounts of energy. Thus the pirates are indeed the most victimized group, and upon learning of the Belial Empire's predicament, they rushed in without a second thought. Oh ho ho! Defeat him, overthrow the Belial Empire. Damn it! We've been bullied for so long, it's time to pay it back. Meanwhile, from another direction, 2 more fleets appeared here. The fleet that initially escaped from Imira Luda, along with reinforcements from the cosmic fleet of the Anu planet. They returned to save their homeland, and while the people of Anu planet were originally hesitant, the Belial Empire also launched an attack on their planet. Coupled with the current opportunity to take advantage of the chaos, they came as well. Other civilizations also gradually sent in some warships, but apart from a few large civilizations, the fleets of the remaining civilizations were pitifully small, as they were already few in number, and with the Belial Empire's invasion, even fewer warships could be mobilized. The fleet from the Mirror Star also emerged from the two-dimensional world, consisting entirely of emerald green cross-shaped warships looking nothing like three-dimensional vessels. Upon discovering the invaders, the Mechanical Legion of the Belial Empire immediately mobilized, sending out a multitude of robots and invading ships from the massive fortress. As the Imperial Mechanical Legion emerged, a fierce space battle erupted above. Due to the vast distance between the two sides, both utilized laser cannons for long-range exchanges, focusing heavily on firepower suppression. In terms of long-range exchanges, the Dark Lopus and the Reginade of the Belial side were roughly comparable, but the Dark Lopus were primarily melee and mid-range combat machines. Faced with the distant interstellar warships, their output capability was even inferior to the two cannons in the hands of the aerial combat-type Reginade. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of lasers shot in from all directions, turning countless Dark Lopus and Reginade into space fireworks reduced to scrap metal. Simultaneously, the Mechanical Legion launched a counterattack, engaging in an intense round-based exchange with the enemy fleet. Many lasers struck the Demon's Claw fortress, but due to the fortress' astonishing defenses, it suffered no significant damage. However, the entire Demon's Claw fortress also began to tremble, causing Belial, who was in combat, to shift his gaze from Zero to the cosmos. How bold, Belial said, twisting his neck. Dorako, you go. Belial was about to call on Aixin to take care of the ships causing trouble, but upon turning he saw that his presence had long since vanished, leaving only Zero and the Mirror Knight lying on the ground. Oomph. Belial snorted coldly, realizing that this kid always plays his role at critical moments without crossing his bottom line, always seeking benefits on the edge of the battlefield. Belial leaped lightly, spinning rapidly in the air, before plunging into the ground like a drill. Damn it, don't go. Zero watched Belial leave, forcing himself to rise, but the pain in his body kept him down. Breaking through the layers of barriers in the fortress, Belial quickly arrived at the lowest level, the storage chamber of Imira Ludas, or where all the high-purity Imira or seas from other planets was piled up. With no one left to aid him, Belial planned to absorb all the energy here, eliminate all who opposed him, and destroy this universe. Bang! Steady on the pile of, or Belial slowly stood up. Upon seeing Dorako frantically stuffing or into his mouth, Belial was taken aback. Aixin's hand also halted, staring at Belial, causing the ore in his hand to drop. Bang! The atmosphere became awkward. Your Majesty, are you done? Aixin awkwardly scratched the cracked shell on his hand, and then stood up. I saw you were still fighting and worried about an outsider attacking, so I planned to eat some or to recover my strength, Aixin said, revealing large patches of the green patterns underneath where his armor had been slashed by Zero. Belial glanced at him, but said nothing further. Hurry up and recover. After we eliminate these guys outside, we will head to the Land of Light. Belial commanded, then began to channel the power within him, drawing the Imira energy surrounding him towards himself. All the ores in the warehouse were activated and vast amounts of energy were pulled out, forming a green energy storm that surged toward Belial at the center. Aixin gripped Imira and swiftly flew to the edge of the warehouse, watching the frenzied scene unfold. Truly impressive. Aixin looked at Belial, who appeared to be swallowing the heavens and earth, unable to help but admire Belial's soul strength. Unlike pure dark and light powers, there is a limit to the external energy one can absorb, specifically determined by the individual's soul strength. The soul is like a piece of land. The larger the land, the more plants you can grow, and the greater your harvest. Aixin's soul is already extraordinarily impressive among individual humans or beasts, and due to his Leonix bloodline, his soul continues to grow over time. However, his time in the field is still too short, and compared to Belial and these ancient beings with lifespans of tens of thousands of years, he is merely a young novice. Aixin's body had already reached the absolute limit of spiritual energy that his soul could contain. Without another explosive surge or a breakthrough of willpower, rapid growth and strength was virtually impossible. Belial, however, was different. As an Ultra, his soul was inherently robust. Those with weaker souls had long since perished during the primordial plasma spark evolution. Belial had once served as the second-in-command of the Ultra race, proof enough of his extraordinary innate prowess. Moreover, he had fused with the soul of Ray Blood, an incomplete, yet undeniably ultimate life form, one whose mastery lay precisely in the domain of the soul. Consequently, Belial could absorb staggering quantities of external energy. Nearly 90% of all energy stored within the arsenal was drawn into him. His form swelled to monstrous proportions, well over 300 meters tall, while Aixin now appeared no larger than the palm of his hand. The remaining 10% was absorbed by Aixin, triggering profound physical transformation. His body grew increasingly bestial, with grotesque animalistic features intensifying across his frame. The fortress shattered under the cataclysmic outburst. A torrent of raw energy hurled every being inside the arsenal clear beyond the fortress walls. Seizing hold of Ultraman Zero, just as he entered the energy vault, Belial tore through the fortress barrier and emerged. Ha, 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 ha ha ha. Belial erupted in maniacal laughter, his power cresting at its zenith, his body mutating, twisting into a colossal, bestial monstrosity. Zero was clutched helplessly in his fist, writhing in agony, yet utterly immobilized. Zero, resist me further. Come, let us play. With a savage grip, Belial seized Zero's head and wrenched both hands outward, twisting like a man unscrewing a bottle cap. Hawk. All strength drained from Zero's limbs, he dangled limply in Belial's grasp, light particles bleeding uncontrollably from his body as his life force ebbed away. The sheer brutality of the scene left Aixin stunned. Belial's terrifying might transcended mere theory. It radiated palpably a crushing aura of overwhelming energy, even from a distance. Amalana, held captive in his other hand, felt it too. The resonance of Aimlar energy surging within Belial was terrifyingly immense. Has he consumed every last Aimlar or deposit? She turned to Aixin, disbelief etched across her face. No being should be capable of containing such an unimaginable reservoir of energy within a single form. High above in the void of space, Belial's emergence triggered massive energy signatures across every starship engaged in battle against the Imperial Mechanical Legion. Captain, massive energy spike detected outside the Demon Fortress. Origin confirmed, Kaiser Belial. On board the flagship of the Amalaruda civilization, the commander stared in silence at the holographic projection of the gargantuan beast. Everyone aboard stood frozen in grim awe. Kaiser Belial's Aimlar energy signature has exceeded all instrument thresholds, sir. This entity is no longer a warrior. He is a walking supernova. This is dire. While the Amalaruda command reeled in dismay, the cosmic pirates surged with fierce resolve, each eager to charge forth, slay Kaiser Belial, and seize the boundless energy coiled within him. Already hurtling downward was the flame warrior Renren Kane, who, seeing Zero gripped in Belial's grasp, knew instantly that Zero was their linchpin, and launched in immediate rescue. Brother, we're here. Shoji gazed down at the captured Zero, heart aching as the fragmented Paragra shield in his hand pulsed rhythmically, as if resonating with a distant call. Noha and the alien life forms were eternal adversaries, but wherever the latter appeared, Noha's light inevitably followed. Though every alien life form in this universe had been eradicated, and their bodies purified and decomposed into energy-rich mineral deposits, resurrection was forever impossible. Yet Belial, in a fleeting moment of ravenous consumption, had ingested vast quantities of Aimlar energy, the very life essence of the alien life forms, transforming himself into the bestial Belial. His metamorphosis was fueled entirely by that alien vitality. Belial's overwhelming darkness fused with the alien life form's life essence rendered Belial's energy signature eerily congruent with theirs. The Paragra shield fragment flared insistently, calling out to its destined master. Unaware of these developments, neither Belial, still tormenting Zero atop the demon fortress, nor Aixin behind him. Suddenly, a searing lance of flames streaked from the heavens, striking Belial's hand and shattering his grip, freeing Zero. Are you alright? White darkness Lopus. Renren Kane hoisted Zero onto his shoulder and soared skyward, teasing lightly as they ascended. Cough, cough. My name is Ultraman Zero. Zero gasped through the pain, then glanced back, down toward the towering, mutated figure below. Belial's new form granted immense combat power and near limitless internal energy, but at a terrible cost. Flight was lost and agility diminished drastically. Damn you, Zero. Helpless Belial watched his prey vanish into the sky, rage boiling over as he lashed out, toppling entire city blocks with furious blows. What are you doing? Why aren't you pursuing him? Eliminate him now. Belial snarled at Aixin, who stood idly nearby. Every critical moment brought the same frustration. Aixin consistently failed to act. Embarrassed, Aixin only glanced upward. Zero was already far beyond reach. Lord Belial, might we withdraw for now? Aixin ventured cautiously. The battle had inexplicably reverted to its original trajectory, and an unsettling dread tightened in his chest. Though he had destroyed the Noha ruins, the original chronology offered no explanation for Noha's arrival. Only that universal despair would extinguish Zero's light, after which Noha would appear mysteriously, and all life would be restored by the collective hope of the cosmos. Why? Belial fixed Aixin with a piercing stare, mind racing to decipher the motive behind such a retreat. I have a terrible premonition, Lord Belial. Premonition? Heh. Belial scoffed, turning away dismissively. His gaze rose to the heavens. Amalaruda planet hung there, and Zero was fleeing straight toward it. Die, all of you. Belial roared, jaws parting wide as the energy of the Despark beam gathered fiercely within his maw, locking onto Zero. He heeded no foreboding. His soul, destabilized by the torrent of Aimlar energy, was being corroded by Riablood's lingering darkness, driving him solely to unleash his seething wrath. As Belial suddenly erupted into a fury, Aixin could only retreat slowly. You won't help him? Emilarana watched Aixin step back, momentarily baffled by his intentions. Help him destroy your planet. Aixin asked coolly, then quickened his pace to depart. The Emilar ore within the base had already been fully allocated. This was precisely what he had schemed to obtain upon joining the Belial Empire. Now that his objective was achieved, it was time to leave. Though this betrayal weighed heavily on his conscience, there was no alternative. The Empire's very purpose doomed it to be fleeting, a hollow, illusory power. So once again he owed Belial an apology. If you cannot endure this trial, Master Belial, I shall aid you next time. Just as Aixin prepared to launch and flee, a silver light materialized before him. That familiar radiance darkened Aizen's expression. Must you haunt me endlessly? Do you truly wish to die? With a fierce cry, he swung his blade at the Mirror Knight, who had appeared without warning. Crack! The Mirror Knight split cleanly in two, yet instantly dissolved into shattered glass. His true form reappeared behind Aixin, seizing his wrist in a firm grip. Release Princess Emilarana. The Mirror Knight lunged for Emilarana in Aixin's grasp. Meanwhile, as Ultraman Zero braced to evade the surging Desum ray, he suddenly realized. Directly behind him loomed the planet Emilaruda. Zero, stop him. He intends to obliterate Emilaruda. Ultraman Red King cried out, having just discerned Belial's true aim. I know. Zero instantly erected a luminous energy barrier intercepting Belial's devastating ray. Ziziziki. The colossal thrust forced Zero backward, dragging the shimmering shield with him. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding. His chest timer began flashing urgently. After prolonged combat, Zero's energy reserves had finally entered critical countdown. Leave it to me. Red King surged forward, reinforcing Zero's faltering barrier. Yet with only the two of them holding the line, they could not withstand the relentless pressure of the Arc Desum ray, and were inexorably driven backward toward Emilaruda itself. Faced with a beam capable of annihilating entire worlds, Zero and Red King understood full well should the barrier fall, Emilaruda, and every soul upon it, would perish. Beep, beep, beep. Zero's energy plummeted at terrifying speed. His timer flickered with afterimages as he strained every last reserve within his being. Crack, crack. Fractures spiderwebbed across the energy barrier, scattered beams pierced through, lancing downward toward the planet. Countless humans below were crushed beneath collapsing structures, fleeing in panic. Yet many who grasped the gravity of the moment stood still, gazing upward at that fragile luminous shield, shielding their world from stellar extinction, and silently prayed. Then, disaster struck the skies. A stray beam struck Red King's shoulder, hurling him violently downward, straight toward the planet's surface. With Red King gone, the overwhelming force slammed Zero full in the face, sending both warrior and barrier hurtling toward Emilaruda. Hold on. Zero strained to summon strength, but in that instant his rapidly blinking timer froze, and the light in his eyes dimmed into silence. Cursed, no energy left. Boom. Deprived of Zero's sustaining power, the defense barrier shattered explosively. The full fury of the Arc Desum ray struck Zero, now stripped of light, and drove him unstoppable toward Emilaruda's surface. In that moment, despair engulfed all. Gazing up at the fallen warrior swept downward by the deathly beam, hope itself died in every heart. Brother. Seeing Zero collapse, utterly, young Koji aboard the pirate ship clenched his fists in anguish, the fragment of the Ultra bracelet in his palm pulsing with ever-increasing intensity. VVVVRR. As Zero neared impact with Emilaruda's surface, time itself ground to a halt, suspended in absolute stillness. The despairing people of Emilaruda, the frenzied Belial, the battered fleet, all froze motionless in that singular suspended breath. Even Zero, falling into darkness, felt it, an unprecedented blinding radiance flooding his consciousness, its brilliance reigniting his light, restoring him completely. What has happened? Zero stared at the frozen world around him and at his own fully healed body, utterly bewildered. Then, instantly, countless threads of human hope coalesced into pure light, converging upon him. This is light. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Invisible to Zero alone, countless luminous streams gathered before him, coalescing into a colossal ultra warrior. His silvery form bore twin wings, an aura of profound mystery emanated from his entire being. At the moment of Noah's appearance, every light-based life form across the cosmos simultaneously healed and refilled their energy, bolstered by the Hope Light's divine intervention. Beside Noah, Zero felt like a mere mortal. Who are you? Though Zero failed to recognize him, the core of the timer embedded in Noah's chest stirred a deep instinctive familiarity. Noah remained silent, gazing at Zero with an expression neither smiling nor stern, yet infinitely knowing. Noah glanced toward Belial, raging atop his demon claw, then waited motionless until the tide of Hope Light reached its zenith. Only then did he gather that radiant torrent and channel it entirely into Zero. Zero trembled with astonishment. Such overwhelming light flooded his body, granting him power beyond imagination, and with it knowledge of the being who bestowed it. The legendary light, Ultraman Noah. Having completed his act, Noah slowly withdrew his hands. His immense form dissolved into translucent light, vanishing as seamlessly as he had arrived. Around Zero, time resumed. Reality reasserted itself, as though Noah's presence had been but a shared dream. Yet the surging energy within him and the radiant aura enveloping him were undeniably real. Zero knew with absolute certainty that he had not dreamed. Hiya! Zero unleashed his inner light in a cataclysmic burst, shattering the Desum ray striking him. Simultaneously aboard the pirate ship, Koji gasped. The fragment of the Ultra bracelet in his hand had vanished. What happened? In a flash of light, the fragment shot skyward, hurtling towards Zero, now blazing with incandescent radiance. Upon contact, the light surged inward, drawn irresistibly into the fragment. Flooded by boundless light, the fragment regenerated, expanding, swelling, transforming, until when the final gleam faded, a resplendent suit of armor encased Zero. The ultimate armor. Belial stared in disbelief as Ultra 7, unscathed and suddenly restored to full power, stood before him. He could not comprehend what had transpired. Surely Ultra 7 had perished. The arrival of Ultimate Ultra 7 stunned everyone present. The radiance emanating from him was blinding, impossible to ignore. Aixin was no exception. His heart sank the moment he witnessed Ultra 7's sudden surge of newfound power. It's over. Aizen raised his arm to block Mirror Knight's assault, his gaze fixed upon the brilliant light blazing across the sky. So it had come to this after all. The appearance of Noah bore no connection whatsoever to that ancient ruin. Aizen simply could not fathom how Noah had manifested at all. Could it be that sheer numbers of supplicants alone summoned him? That would render him utterly inscrutable. Though Noah himself remained unseen, Ultra 7 had nonetheless been clad in the ultimate armor forged from the plasma spark shield. Proof enough that Noah had indeed arrived, choosing merely not to intervene directly. Blocking yet another dart with weary precision, Aizen's patience finally snapped beneath Mirror Knight's relentless flea-like assaults. Empowered by the radiance of Noah, Mirror Knight had not only fully regenerated, but grown markedly stronger, his speed dramatically enhanced. You wretched flea, die! Aizen gathered immense energy into his wrist blade and unleashed a devastating cleaving strike. The slash spanned an enormous radius, sealing off every possible evasion path, yet struck only Mirror Knight's reflection. In mastery of two-dimensional phenomena, Mirror Knight reigned supreme. Even wielding equal power, Aizen remained incapable of distinguishing the true form from its mirrored counterpart. Get lost. Having long since memorized his opponent's patterns, Aizen whirled and fired a lethal beam of destruction straight behind him. Zisti. Mirror Knight hastily conjured a luminous shield to intercept the blast, but fatally overestimated his own capacity. Boom. Crack. The beam shattered the shield on impact and slammed directly into Mirror Knight, hurling him deep into the ruins. Just as Aizen prepared to press his advantage and finish him, his innate danger sense screamed for evasion. In the next instant, a colossal beam of photonic energy descended, a single cataclysmic slash cleaving the Demon Claw Fortress cleanly in two. Its central command system was obliterated, triggering immediate detachment from the planet Emilaruda. Both Belial and Aizen were caught in the onslaught, but Belial, thick-skinned and resilient, endured the blow heeded, while Aizen's extraordinary speed allowed him to evade the primary impact, suffering only glancing damage from the shockwave. Ultra 7. Belial glared at his rival, now further augmented. His resentment flared hotter than ever. Why? This inexplicable arbitrary ascension filled him with bitter indignation. Belial, your end has come. Ultra 7 declared, commanding his ultimate armor to shift and reconfigure, transforming seamlessly into a radiant bow. As the bow drew back, the luminous energy recently absorbed surged through Ultra 7's being, rapidly depleting. He truly believes I fear him. Belial showed no hesitation. He opened his maw wide, gathering emular energy once more within his core, arced a Russian beam. Ultra 7's plasma spark bow required too much time to charge. Before he could reach full draw, Belial's beam was already primed for release. Stop him. No need to tell me. Crimson Lotus Flame and Mirror Knight lunged forward, determined to interrupt Belial's attack, but before they closed the distance, a figure materialized between them. If you wish to approach His Imperial Majesty, you must first pass through me, Aizen declared. With Noah's arrival, retreat was no longer an option. Now all that mattered was witnessing who would prevail, Belial or Ultra 7. No interference would be tolerated in this decisive confrontation. Aizen, you persist in delusion. Stand down. Aligning with Belial will bring you only ruin. Emelana spoke. She had contributed to the convergence of Hope Light, and thus understood profoundly what this moment signified for the cosmos. The savior Noah had arrived. Their universe was saved. Then let us watch and see, Aizen replied, and launched himself into battle against Crimson Lotus Flame and Mirror Knight. Watch out. Mirror Knight leapt aside and shouted a warning toward Crimson Lotus Flame, who hesitated, unprepared for combat with Aizen and slow to react. Gah! A razor-sharp slash struck Crimson Lotus Flame squarely, sending him crashing violently onto the surface of the Demon Claw Fortress. It hurts. He reached instinctively for his back, only to recoil from the searing agony of a deep laceration. Be careful, he's astonishingly fast. Mirror Knight swiftly bathed Crimson Lotus Flame's wound in healing light while cautioning him. Why didn't you warn me sooner? I assumed you knew. You ugh. Here he comes again, run. Ignoring the pain in his back, Crimson Lotus Flame scrambled upright just in time to evade Aizen's next assault. Mirror Knight soon joined the fray, and the three clashed fiercely. Yet because Princess Emelana remained captive in Aizen's grasp, Mirror Knight dared not deploy his darts, fearing he might strike the princess. Thus they could only endure blow after blow, barely clinging to survival beneath Aizen's blades. Their skirmish paled beside the pivotal duel unfolding elsewhere. Having completed his charge, first Belial unleashed the arced Russian beam directly at Ultra 7, a massive roaring torrent of energy surging toward him. This time no ally intervened. Alone, Ultra 7 faced Belial, and with no time left to complete the bow's charge, he loosed the plasma spark bow prematurely. The entire bow shot forth, colliding with Belial's arced Russian beam, and though imperfectly charged, the plasma spark bow proved marginally superior, forcing the beam backward. After all, this sacred artifact bore Noah's blessing, and having been newly bestowed, it still pulsed with undigested hope light. Even incomplete, its power remained formidable. Though incredulous that his beam had faltered before Ultra 7, Belial refused to yield. As the bow hurtled toward him, he swatted it aside with a contemptuous claw strike. Boom. Drained by the beam's expenditure, the plasma spark bow lacked the strength to wound Belial meaningfully. Yet Ultra 7 descended instantly, the disassembled bow fragmenting midair reassembling upon his body as the ultimate armor once more. Belial, it is time we settled our score, properly. Ultra 7 placed his left hand upon the hilt of his ultimate sword, a luminous blade extended, 400 meters long gleaming, with incandescent fury. The radiant edge nearly matched Belial's current height, and possessed unimaginable sharpness. Under normal conditions, Ultra 7's current energy reserves would be insufficient to manifest such a strike, even with the ultimate armor. But this was no ordinary moment. The plasma spark shield had been freshly acquired, still resonating with Noah's divine essence, and saturated with abundant hope light, rendering the technique astonishingly efficient. The enormous disparity in size between the two made this battle exceedingly comical. As the light blade clashed with the sharp claws, a multitude of sparks erupted, yet no effective damage was inflicted. The electric arc Belial possessed an incredibly strong defense. Although Zero's light blade was long, it could not breach Belial's defenses. He could only target the purple timer on Belial's chest, which was the weakness of all Ultramen, and Belial was no exception. However, Belial would not let him succeed. Despite the timer's decent defense, he would not allow Zero to attack freely. His massive claws swung relentlessly, leaving Zero with no choice but to dodge. Just when neither side could gain the upper hand, Aixin rushed over. Having absorbed a large amount of high-purity emerald ore, Aixin was not short on energy. He immediately activated the super acceleration ability of his light wings, maxing out his speed. Zero, caught off guard, fell victim to Aixin's ambush, but fortunately he managed to defend in time to block the strike. However, Aixin's objective had already been achieved. In the next moment, a gigantic hand reached out and seized the airborne Zero. "Ha! Well done, Dorako." Belial held Zero tightly while his other fist rained down blows upon him. Zero attempted to break free, but the Pelagi shield provided him with exceptionally hard defense and attack power, offering little enhancement to his strength, so he was unable to escape Belial's grasp. Thud, thud, thud. After several strikes, Belial realized he was not inflicting any effective damage on Zero. He then tightened his grip on Zero and slammed him into the ground. "Die for me." With a foot nearly 50 meters wide, he stomped down, driving Zero into the hard metal wall, following up with foot after foot in a brutal manner. This brutal scene sent chills down Aixin's spine. Aixin didn't know Belial's current weight, but he was certain that if he received several kicks like that, it would definitely leave him incapacitated. Zero was not faring any better. He felt as if he were being crushed in a metal can. Although his upper body remained unharmed, the unprotected lower half was nearly in agony. Unable to endure any longer, Zero raised the Pelagi sword and aimed it at Belial's descending foot. As Belial's foot descended, the resilient and sharp Pelagi sword pierced through his foot, emerging from the bottom. Ugh! Zero! The intense pain caused Belial to stagger, and before he could regain his footing, Zero had already soared out of the deep pit. Upon emerging, Zero did not continue to attack Belial, but instead turned his gaze toward Aixin. "You scoundrel! They'll deal with you first before taking down Belial." Zero shot directly toward Aixin. The two reignited their chase in midair, two beams of light, one white and one green, clashing as they engaged in a battle of speed. But soon Aixin found himself at a disadvantage. This time he truly held nothing back, yet he was utterly unable to match Zero. Having absorbed a significant amount of emerald energy, Aixin's defensive capabilities had indeed improved. However, facing the Pelagi shield bestowed by Noah, Aixin could only endure the hits. His attacks were ineffective against Ultimate Zero, whose defense was superior, let alone his speed. With the Pelagi shield, Zero had no energy limitations, making him significantly faster than Aixin. Despite Aixin being able to contend against Zero, it wasn't for any other reason but because Amilana was still in Aixin's hands, and Zero dared not attack with full force. "You sly scoundrel! Release the hostage now." Zero gritted his teeth, glaring at Aixin. He wished he could cleave this guy's wings off with a single strike, but every time he swung his sword, Aixin would position his hand, holding Princess Amilana in front of his wings. Such a despicable and shameless act made Zero's teeth itch with anger. "Heh, if you're capable, then take off that damned armor." Aixin retorted, not expecting that Amilana, who had been lost, would actually become his shield. Although using a woman to block attacks is shameful, it was a last resort. Without external assistance and lacking sufficient strength, one could only resort to underhanded tactics. Who told Zero to be so overpowered, acting unreasonably? Amilana could only apologize to Zero. She had no way out, as Aixin refused to listen to her. "Aixin, stop." Amilana knew very well that there was still light within Aixin. He was not a dark tyrant like Belial. "Shut up. I have not lost yet." Belial stood up from the ground, his eyes glaring fiercely at Zero before turning to Aixin. Without needing a reminder, Aixin and Belial simultaneously charged up their ultimate moves. Inferno Explosion, Death Ray. Electric Arc, Dizzyum Ray. As the two ultimate moves crossed and hurled towards Zero, he did not evade, but instead summoned the ultimate armor on his body, transforming once more into the Pelagi bow, and began to charge energy. Foolish. Observing Zero not fleeing, Belial's eyes gleamed with pride as he increased his energy output, enlarging his electric arc Dizzyum Ray twofold. One red and white, the other purple, the two beams of light intersected and crashed into Zero. Crack. Hearing the familiar sound of shattering glass, Aixin quickly halted his light attack. "You say I don't learn my lesson, but you are the one who truly forgets. Have you forgotten that my specialty lies in creating mirrors?" The Mirror Knight appeared above the shattered mirror surface, smiling at Aixin. Aizen quickly turned around only to see Zero appearing behind them, and the Pelagie bow in his hand was fully charged. It's time for you to step down, Aizen. As soon as he finished speaking, Zero lowered his left hand and shot the Pelagie shield. Target, Aizen. Zero, don't. Seeing Zero attack Aizen instead of Belial, the Mirror Knight hurriedly tried to intervene, knowing that Aimilana was still in his opponent's hands. But the speed of the Pelagie arrow was too swift, reaching Aizen in an instant. Aimilana, frightened, covered her eyes with her hands, but the next moment, she was thrown out by Aizen. You've bullied her for so long, it's time to go home, little princess. Aizen said. Although he was bad, he was not the type to take others down with him. Aizen. Seeing the Pelagie arrow aimed at Aizen, Aimilana was stunned, unable to comprehend why he would do such a thing. However, the Pelagie arrow did not harm Princess Aimilana. The blinding light did not frighten her, instead it felt warm. The light from the Pelagie shield would not harm her, which was why Zero dared to release this arrow. Yet Aimilana could not feel happy, for Aizen was about to perish. Heh, do you think you can harm my subordinate, Zero? Is that even possible? The giant claw of the electric arc Belial struck forward, blocking the attack from the Pelagie shield in front of Aixin. The sharp Pelagie arrow directly severed the claw of the electric arc Belial, but its trajectory was successfully altered by Belial. The Pelagie arrow that should have hit Aixin's vital spot grazed past him, toppling him over, leaving his body a blur as he fell to the ground, but fortunately, he survived. Belial did not simply stand there blocking the attack. Light surged from his mouth again as a burst of electric arc Dizium ray blasted into Zero, sending him flying. This time, let's see how you defeat me. Belial charged forward as the Pelagie shield had just been shot out by Zero, making it the weakest point of defense. Seeing Aixin collapse, Aimilana felt a pang in her heart. She had always known that this mischievous guy did not intend to harm her. Although the Belial Empire had destroyed her hometown, Aixin had simultaneously saved her, keeping her out of the war. Through their time together, she understood what kind of person Aixin truly was. Aixin, please don't die. Whoa. Watching Aixin lying on the ground, his breath growing weaker, and the severe wounds on his body, tears streamed down Aimilana's face as she knelt on the ground. You? Bad guy. Whoa. Can't you just not follow Belial? Tears mixed with complex emotions fell onto the battle device on the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The battle device continuously emitted emerald green light, blinking like a beating heart. At the same time, the emerald crystal on Aixin's body also flickered, with the internal energy purity continuously increasing and the severed wrist blades regrowing as his breath strengthened. The emerald energy within Aixin at this moment ignited, erupting with the brilliance of life. The broken claw of Belial beside him also began to flicker, suddenly flying towards Aixin. The claw larger than his own merged into his body, and in the next moment Aixin's battered body transformed into a red light, returning to the battle device. Aimilana watched this series of changes, wiping her tears, unsure of what was happening as she looked at the glowing battle device. The battle device activated. Two cards popped out, one depicting the winged emerald green Dorako, and the other the electric arc Belial, representing the power of the severed limb containing Belial's current genetic data. Both cards shimmered with a green light, possessing emerald energy and the power of Leonix, their strengths remarkably similar. Driven by the power of Leonix, the two cards began to fuse. Emerald Dorako, electric arc Belial. Fusion elevation. Black-red and emerald-green lightning intertwined, a powerful force erupted from the awakened battle device, striking the fused cards. Roar. Following a massive roar, the fused, evolutionary form of the giant beast materialized. Super evolution. Electric arc Dorako. In a humanoid form, the wrist blades on its arms became longer and sharper, the claws elongated, and compared to its original form, it exhibited a clear beastly transformation infused with the power of electric arc Belial. It became wilder, its aura more volatile, with eyes elongated like Belial's, and a purple timer appeared on its chest. Numerous crystals formed from emerald energy appeared on its body, and the wings on its back transformed from emerald glass-like structures into crystalline light wings, sharp and resilient. The battle device in Aimilana's hand flew directly towards Aixin, entering his timer. Aixin. Stop fighting. Realizing Aixin still intended to fight, Aimilana tried to stop him, but she was directly trapped by Aixin's energy shield. Little princess, thank you for giving me new power. You need not interfere with what comes next, Aixin said, tossing Aimilana into the sky towards the Amarluda planet above. Go home, Aimilana. Aixin was very grateful to this little princess who had helped him immensely. If it weren't for Aimilana awakening the emerald energy within him and resonating with the power of electric arc Belial, he could not have attained this entirely new form. Zero. Without considering anything else regarding Zero, who had attacked him mercilessly, Aixin flapped his wings and charged towards the distant battlefield. Although Belial had lost an arm, it did not diminish his combat power at all. He seized the moment when Zero failed to recall the Pelagie shield, inflicting severe damage on Zero. If it weren't for the Mirror Knight and the Crimson Lotus Flame arriving just in time to assist, Zero would likely have fallen right there. After recalling the Pelagie shield, the battle between the three and Belial once again reached a balance, and to some extent they suppressed the electric arc Belial with only one arm. Zero's super high defense and attack, the Mirror Knight's mirror illusion, and the flame attacks unleashed by the Crimson Lotus Flame. You little brat. Get lost. Belial swatted away the Crimson Lotus Flame, which was burning him, sending him flying, and began to charge a beam of light in his mouth. Zizzed. A thick beam shot out towards the other two, forcing them back. "Cover me," Zero shouted to the Mirror Knight, and the Crimson Lotus Flame then activated the Paraji Bow again. Faced with such a massive Belial, regular attacks were ineffective, and Zero had no choice but to use the ultimate skill of the Paraji Shield once more. Fortunately, he was still in the max level experience period of newly acquired equipment, allowing him to unleash the ultimate bow 3 times in quick succession. It would be difficult to do so again in the future. Seeing that Zero still intended to use that ability that had severely injured him, Belial certainly wouldn't give him time to prepare. He understood the flaw of Zero's ability: it could not move while charging. Belial opened his mouth, briefly charging the electric arc Dizium ray, aiming at Zero in the sky. "Belial, you won't get away with this." The Crimson Lotus Flame rushed in, striking Belial's mouth with the fire staff. The Mirror Knight also continuously launched cross-light dagger attacks. But Belial merely waved a hand to attack his mouth, still charging unaffected by the attacks from the Mirror Knight and the other. The attack power of the Crimson Lotus Flame and the Mirror Knight was still too low for Belial. Without Zero as the main force, the two of them were unable to even hold him back. Just at that moment, a green figure flashed by sharp blades, slashing down towards the Crimson Lotus Flame and the Mirror Knight. The Mirror Knight, prepared for such an attack, quickly passed through a mirror to evade the deadly strike. But the Red Lotus Flame reacted too slowly. A large gash opened up behind it, releasing a multitude of burning light. "Ah, it hurts!" The Red Lotus Flame screamed as it fell crashing heavily to the ground. If it weren't for its thick skin, it would have been severed in half by now. Boom! It crashed into the ruins, buried under a pile of collapsed buildings. It was worth losing an arm to save you. Now it doesn't look too bad. Belial glanced sideways at Aixin, who had come to assist him. The familiar aura made him realize this was his own power. Was it a new form obtained after absorbing that severed arm? One must admit Belial's genes are incredibly powerful. As long as he is used as fusion material, one is guaranteed to acquire those iconic triangular eyes along with his dark red skin and timer. Now Aixin and Belial looked more like brothers. Both were in beastly forms. One was power-based and tall, while the other was agile with streamlined wings. Without needing Belial's reminder, upon arriving on the battlefield, Aixin soared towards the sky to face Zero. After gaining the power of the Arc Belial, Aixin not only enhanced his internal energy, but also acquired Belial's dark powers. Belial's darkness derived from plasma spark energy, while Aixin's wings also contained plasma spark components. The darkened plasma spark power was not inferior to Zero's, thus Aixin's speed became extremely fast. The wings turned black, and the emerald crystals on them were tainted by darkness, transforming into a dark red, still flickering with lightning from time to time. Aixin's speed was significantly increased, but at the same time the darkness hidden deep within him was ignited by Belial's dark power. The collision of two extremes of darkness filled Aixin's heart with violent emotions, and the light in his eyes turned frenzied. The wings were completely black and shiny. Aixin quickly approached Zero, claws aimed at his head. Die! The sharp claws, accompanied by the wrist blade, descended upon Zero's head, producing the sound of shattering mirrors once more. Again with this move, faced with the same attack, Belial would not fall for it a second time. He immediately twisted his body and shot a beam into the sky. The Arc Dismay beam swept across the sky, shattering numerous mirrors, revealing Zero's figure, who was now at the peak of charging his bow and arrow. The moment Zero was exposed, he immediately released the arrow in his hand. Whoosh! The arrow of Pelagie flew towards Belial, and this time its power exceeded the previous two, delivering a fully charged strike. At the moment the arrow of Pelagie was released, Aixin also reached Zero's side, swinging his blade at Zero, who had lost the protection of his ultimate armor. "You die?" Aixin no longer cared about the consequences. Having fused with two darknesses, his mind was solely filled with murderous intent towards Zero. Unable to stop the arrow of Pelagie, all he could do was eliminate Zero. Even if it cost him his life, he would ensure that he and Belial would perish together. Facing the ferocious Aixin, Zero appeared unfazed, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. An ominous premonition surfaced in Aixin's heart. Sure enough, at the moment his blade met Zero, he transformed into a multitude of shattered mirrors. Double-layered mirrors. Did I not say that my images must be face-to-face to be created? The voice of the Mirror Knight echoed in Aixin's ears as the shattered mirrors revealed the figure of the Mirror Knight, seemingly mocking Aixin. Empowered by Zero's plasma radiance and Noah's light of hope, the Mirror Knight's abilities had reached an extraordinarily perverse level. The mirrors he created, though devoid of any offensive power, had an impeccable disguise capability. This was because the principle involved was mirroring the entire scene of that space, replicating even the aura and energy responses, which was also the reason Aixin and Belial could not detect it. The art of the two-dimensional. You, a mere thief, will never understand. The Mirror Knight addressed Aixin, finally able to hold his head high after being battered for so long in front of this guy. Unfortunately, the princess did not witness this. Below, facing the rapidly approaching arrow of Pelagie, Belial conjured a massive energy shield. Regarding this little object, which was smaller than his palm, Belial did not dare to underestimate it. He concentrated all his strength into his remaining right claw. As the arrow of Pelagie descended, it slammed into the energy shield. At the same time, Belial swiped at the arrow of Pelagie, attempting to mitigate its attack. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed as countless fragments scattered. These fragments were not from the energy shield, but from the arrow of Pelagie. The arrow of Pelagi shattered itself, turning into a multitude of pieces. What is going on? Belial smashed these fragments with a claw, suddenly realizing that this thing looked somewhat familiar, resembling the mirror shards from the previous mirror knight. Rumbling. But in the next moment, Belial felt the demonic claw fortress beneath his feet tremble. The tremors intensified beneath him. Before Belial could move, the real arrow of Pelagi flew out from below the demonic claw fortress, striking the timer on Belial's chest. Crack. No. Feeling his energy core being shattered, Belial let out a desperate roar. The attack from above was a decoy. The true attack came from below. Zing. The arrow of Pelagi spun in front of his chest, its internal light energy continuously eroding the darkness within Belial like a drill bit. The next moment, it directly pierced through Belial's body. Damn Zero. I will not let you go. Boom. A massive explosion resonated as the vast amounts of light energy and negative energy within him clashed, causing Arc Belial to explode, transforming into a sky full of fireworks. Underground at the hole created by the arrow of Pelagi, Zero's figure was within. Watching the eliminated Belial, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I did not miscalculate the position. From the moment he began charging, he and the Mirror Knight had been scheming. The Mirror Knight created 2 images in total. One flew straight into the sky, while the other quietly arrived opposite the first image, and Zero's true body entered everyone's blind spot. Precisely beneath the demonic claw fortress, the fortress was especially large. It was highly difficult to pass through this fortress and then kill Belial, but thankfully it was ultimately successful. Belial could not escape the fate of being taken out by the arrow of Pelagi. From the moment he consumed a large quantity of emerald or to evolve into Arc Belial, it seemed that everything had been destined. Upon seeing Belial defeated, Aixin momentarily blanked out, allowing the Mirror Knight to escape, rushing towards the fortress below. Do you think you can escape? Damn it, scum. Aixin glared at the Mirror Knight, attempting to flee, gathering a thick bolt of black and red lightning in his hand, aimed directly at the Mirror Knight below. This power, fused with the Arc Belial, combined with Aixin's own strength, was no less formidable than the Diasium beam. The thick black-red lightning surged downward like a ferocious thunder beast pouncing on the Mirror Knight. It's over. The Mirror Knight attempted to block the lightning with his mirror, but it was utterly ineffective. The fragile reflection shattered at the first contact, unable to defend or even weaken the blow. As the lightning was about to strike the Mirror Knight, Zero rushed forward, clad in his ultimate armor, swinging the Pelagi sword. Swish! The lightning split in 2, crashing down onto the Demon's Claw fortress below. Boom! The immensely powerful lightning struck the fortress, creating 2 massive craters. Stand down. Belial is dead. Continuing to fight is pointless. Do you really want to follow him to your doom? Zero sheathed his sword and shouted at the enraged Aixin above. Aixin, of course, paid no heed. Having already attacked with lethal intent, did he think it would be forgotten so easily? Although surrendering now would be the best outcome, seeing Zero's arrogance made Aixin feel stifled, holding back his frustration. Flame explosion. Just as Aixin prepared to unleash his ultimate skill, the combat device in his timer flickered. Aixin, stand down. Stop fighting, or you will die. The voice of Aimilana came from the combat device emanating from the Steel Warrior card. On the planet Ilruda, Aimilana found a device capable of communicating with the Steel Warrior. She watched on the large screen as Aixin and Zero battled in space, hastily using the communicator to contact Aixin through the Steel Warrior. I saw everything, the injuries you've suffered, I saw them all. There's really no need for this, I beg you. There's truly no need to continue fighting. Aimilana's tears activated the Aimiler energy within Aixin, granting him the ability to fuse with the Arc Belial, but Aimilana was not the only one to gain from this. Her royal bloodline awakened completely. At the same time, through the Aimiler energy within Aixin, Aimilana sensed the darkness and goodness hidden deep within Aixin's heart, as well as the intense negative emotions squeezed out by the darkness. Aixin was not inherently bad, or a purely evil person would not abide by any moral code. He had been saved by Belial, which was why he assisted Belial in wrongdoing. These were the insights Aimilana gleaned about Aixin's heart. Listening to Aimilana's words, the power Aixin had gathered slowly dissipated, and through the combat device, he also felt the emotions Aimilana conveyed from across the battlefield. Though he initially followed Belial for power, after spending time together it was impossible for him to feel no affection for Belial. But at this moment Belial was gone. To truly resurrect him would mean seeking opportunities elsewhere, not clashing here with Ultimate Zero in a futile struggle, as there was no possibility of victory. With this thought, Aixin's fury diminished somewhat. Aixin wanted to say he would surrender, but his body suddenly trembled. A surge of black-red negative energy erupted from within his orange-eyed eyes, turning crimson, and the dark aura surrounding him intensified. A torrent of negative emotions flooded his mind, a mix of Aixin's own solitude and darkness alongside Belial's violent darkness, filling his brain with negative energy, causing the darkness within him to grow heavier. Aixin suddenly remembered Belial's warning, do not recklessly fuse with another's darkness, such actions are perilous. In that moment Aixin realized what was happening to his body, but it was already too late to stop it. The Leonix bloodline inherently carried a berserk gene, which could be suppressed when the plasma spark's light energy was present, but with Belial's dark plasma energy corrupting all light energy, within Aixin the 2 conflicting dark forces clashed with the unyielding Leonix bloodline, causing Aixin to go berserk. Roar! The Exarch Dolak erupted with a furious roar, then charged at Zero and the others below. On the planet Urda, Milana felt relieved when she saw Aixin lower his weapon, but her relief quickly turned to alarm when she saw Aixin behaving abnormally, emanating vast amounts of dark energy and rushing towards Zero and the others. Aixin. Milana called into the communicator but received no response. Your Highness, the Steel Warrior's consciousness has become extremely chaotic. It seems to have been infected by a virus. A researcher explained nearby, having opened the program to assess the Steel Warrior's condition, but the screen was in complete disarray. Can it be repaired? Milana asked urgently, uncertain, as we have not yet determined the source of this virus causing chaos in the Steel Warrior. In the Demon Fortress, at the instant Belia vanished, all the Dark Lopus and Regine ceased their battles with the ships. They all began searching for their Emperor Belia. The mechanical legions scattered, leaving several civilizations' fleets that had intended to wipe them out feeling unsettled. The sheer number of Regine was overwhelming. While they could manage when firing lasers from a distance, once it turned into a chase, they would likely have no escape against the Dark Lopus. Thus most fleets could only watch as the robots scattered, perhaps firing a few shots to take down a few Imperial soldiers. Even though most of the Imperial soldiers had departed, a portion remained behind. Assist General Dalakeo in eliminating the enemy. Hundreds of Dark Lopus returned to the fortress battlefield, and upon seeing Aixin engaged in combat with Zero and the others, they also joined the fight. Though Aixin in his berserk state could not distinguish friend from foe, he showed particular care for Zero. As long as Zero was nearby, Aixin would prioritize attacking him. Seeing Aixin in a berserk state, Zero refrained from using his ultimate moves, and could only engage in close combat with Aixin in his ultimate armor, facing the rampaging Aixin with no choice but to endure the blows. With the power of fused arc Belia, Aixin's speed surpassed Zero's capabilities. Although Aixin's total energy was not as vast as Belia's, to Zero the Aixin in a frenzied state was several times more difficult to handle than Belia. The speed is too fast. With a swift motion of his right hand, he flicked the blade upwards, sending Zero's sword flying, and immediately turned to deliver a horizontal slash, striking Zero and sending him flying. The enraged Dolak opened his mouth, conjuring a massive dark fireball that shot towards the airborne Zero. Boom. Ugh. Zero let out a wretched scream. Having sustained severe injuries from his previous battle with Belial, he was utterly incapable of blocking the fireball, which sent him crashing into a rock pillar buried under the falling debris. After defeating Zero, Aixin turned his gaze toward another Mirror Knight and charged over. The Mirror Knight, engaged in battle with two Dark Lopus, just noticed Aixin approaching, but Aixin moved with lightning speed, instantly grabbing him by the throat. Slamming the Mirror Knight to the ground, Aixin unleashed immense strength, smashing the Knight's head into the ground. Die. With a final blow, he knocked the Mirror Knight unconscious, his head buried into the ground, completely knocked out. As for the Red Lotus Flame, he had long been overwhelmed by a group of Dark Lopus, unable to fight back, having already sustained heavy injuries from battling Belial and Aixin. Surviving against the onslaught of the Dark Lopus was a feat in itself. After all the enemies fell, the Dark Lopus approached. The foremost Dark Lopus was about to call for Aixin to search for Belial when Aixin charged in and seized its head, twisting it off. The General. Fine. His Majesty. With a single claw, Aixin crushed the head of the Dark Lopus and let out a furious roar. The other Dark Lopus around, witnessing this scene, began to retreat, distancing themselves from Aixin. The program designated Belial and Aixin as their masters, so the Dark Lopus would not attack Aixin, but at the same time, they did not wish to be destroyed, wanting to preserve their lives to protect the Emperor. In the absence of enemies, they were especially protective of their own lives. Wake up! Zero unleashed a powerful light energy, a beam of concentrated light, shattering all surrounding Dark Lopus, then turned to Aixin, who was venting his fury by attacking the surrounding buildings. Zero unleashed another concentrated beam towards the rampaging Aixin. Zing! Aixin in his berserk state was completely unaware of how to dodge, and the beam struck his chest, pushing him backward. Under the force of the powerful plasma light energy, arcs of electricity flickered around Dolak, revealing Belial's figure as the fusion material centered around Belial was being forced out of Aixin's body. Zero increased the energy output, attempting to expel Belial's power from Aixin, but just as he was about to succeed, a mass of darkness gathered in Aixin's hand, shattering Zero's concentrated beam. Bang! The darkened Aixin's eyes gleamed with madness as he slowly approached Zero, the blade in his hand springing forth. Zero. The voice was both Aixin's and Belial's, but the one commonality was the darkness in the voice aimed directly at Zero. In the next moment, the rampaging Aixin charged again, his dual blades relentlessly slashing at Zero, escalating their fierce battle into a climactic showdown on the fortress. With the ultimate armor, Zero was naturally in a position of invulnerability, but rescuing Aixin was proving to be quite difficult, as Aixin's body was not tainted by Belial's power like the previous Mirror Knight. Rather, it was a fusion. Aixin had merged Belial's darkness and genes. This was a situation Zero had never encountered, leaving him bewildered as to how to separate the two. Thus, Zero could only endure the onslaught, but fortunately the ultimate armor was sturdy enough to withstand all of Aixin's attacks, preventing Zero from further injury. It seems that I must defeat you once more for you to regain your composure, Zero declared, gathering power into the Pelagi sword in his hand. A blade of light coalesced blocking Aixin's descending strike. Bang! The clash of light and darkness sparked as opposing energies collided. In terms of swordplay, Sero had never feared anyone. Faced with Aixin's wild slashes, he seized the opportunity, landing 2 strikes on Aixin. Aixin's defense was not as formidable as Belial's. Even with the fusion of Arc Belial's genes, it merely enhanced his defense without surpassing Belial's. Ugh! The blade of light tore through Aixin's armor, the residual light clashing with the darkness within him, causing him immense pain. Quickly dodging Aixin's counterattack, Sero thrust his sword towards Aixin's chest, aiming directly at the timer. Aixin, however, did not defend, crossing his dual blades to strike at Sero in a trade of injuries. As the 2 blades struck down, Sero shattered into mirror fragments, scattering shards everywhere. Once again, it was the Mirror Knight. Sero charged from behind Aixin, embracing him and beginning to unleash the light energy within. Wake up! Sero commanded, unleashing all the light energy within him, hoping to purify the darkness inside Aixin in this manner. The plasma light infused with the light of hope entered Aixin's body, successfully igniting the light that had been polluted by Belial's genes. Externally, the darkness within Aixin was gradually dissipating, and a large amount of black mist began to waft away. Seeing that Sero was helping Dorako in the way that once saved him, the Mirror Knight could not just stand by. I will help too. The Mirror Knight rushed forward, grabbing Aixin's right arm, while igniting his own inner light, aiming to assist Sero in purifying Aixin. However, when the enraged Aixin saw the Mirror Knight, his already agitated heart exploded. He raised his left arm, aiming to strike down the Mirror Knight. Watch out! Sero warned just in time, but in the next moment Aixin's raised left arm was seized, halting his attack on the Mirror Knight. In the end, it still depends on me, said the Red Lotus Flame, enduring the pain in his back, firmly restraining Aixin's left hand. The 3 combined their efforts to subdue the rampaging Aixin. As Sero and the Mirror Knight continuously ignited their inner light, the darkness within Aixin was being steadily dispelled. Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. In his frenzied state, Aixin turned and bit down on the Mirror Knight's shoulder. His sharp fangs pierced the skin, causing the knight to want to release him, but Aixin clung tightly, absorbing his power. Hold on, we're almost there, Sero urged, watching the Mirror Knight being bitten. He could sense that the darkness within Aixin had been largely dispelled, and that they were close to success. But as the Mirror Knight's energy was being absorbed, the light he emitted diminished. Quick help! Sero called out to the Red Lotus Flame, standing by. Me? Is it me? The Red Lotus Flame pointed to himself and asked. Stop the nonsense. Hurry, he's almost done for. Upon seeing this, the Red Lotus Flame released its own fiery light, attempting to replace the light of the Mirror Knight to purify Aixin. However, as the explosive flames made contact with Aixin's body, it was as if a gas canister had ignited. Boom! Centered around Aixin, both light and dark energies were ignited by the flames, and a violent explosion sent Sero and the others flying. Bang! 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 Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding! Crashing heavily against the wall, Sero felt utterly powerless. The timer on his chest began to blink, and he could no longer stand. Earlier, he had unleashed a massive amount of light energy to purify Aixin, and now his internal energy was nearly depleted, especially after taking an explosive hit. If it weren't for the Paraji shield replenishing his energy, he would have already collapsed. On the other side, the Red Lotus Flame and the Mirror Knight were not faring any better. Although the Red Lotus Flame had a certain immunity to flames and explosions, it could not withstand the impact. The shockwave from the explosion reopened the 2 wounds on its back, causing it to collapse to the ground, unable to stand. The Mirror Knight had already fainted. The wound on his shoulder combined with Aixin's shared power resulted in him absorbing a substantial amount of dimensional energy, and after taking the explosion damage, he had fainted. Roar! With a massive loss of energy and having absorbed too much dimensional power all at once, Aixin's body began to distort, engulfed in flames. He remained in the X-electric arc form with the darkness within him not fully purified and the fusion still unresolved. As the battle device within him continued to flicker, a vast amount of dimensional energy was released, warping the space around him. As the surrounding space transformed into mirrors, the frenzied Aixin struck the mirror with his blade, creating a rift in space. In the next moment, a brilliant light burst forth from the rift, enveloping Aixin, and shortly after he vanished from this space. That is, Sero, sensing the familiar glow, felt the Paraji shield on him begin to flicker. Noah. Rage, murderous intent, sinister thoughts, and lonely darkness. Countless negative energies filled his mind. Although Aixin's consciousness was clear, he became increasingly frantic under the stimulation of these energies. These shadows surged into his consciousness. The boy within him who craved light and greedily absorbed dark power had his outward disguise torn away, magnifying the darkness and greed within. Oh, die all of you. Aixin's inner self roared as his expression turned frenzied, continually influenced by Belial's negative energy. Without a sufficiently strong heart, the power of darkness would consume the user's true self, transforming them into a puppet of darkness. Aixin was still too young. His proud darkness seemed so immature in the face of the dark Ultra Belial. Aixin's plasma light energy had not yet solidified, and without a steadfast light in his heart, recklessly merging with Belial's darkness would only result in tainted light. Just as Aixin was about to succumb, a silver light illuminated his heart, dispelling Belial's darkness. Aixin felt the emergence of a divine voice within his heart. He couldn't make out the words, but this voice calmed his raging heart. The silver glow was not cold, but filled with holiness and warmth. The injuries caused by the dark erosion on his body began to heal, and the dark wings of the X-electric arc restored their original brilliance. This is... Aixin slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by a dark environment. This was beyond the void, the place where he had been exiled with Belial. Now with the surrounding darkness dispelled, a gigantic silver giant stood before Aixin, making his 60-meter-tall form appear like a tiny ant in comparison. Noah. Noah. Aixin looked at Noah, unable to believe that Noah would seek him out. He was merely a monster, and all the wrongdoing had been done by his brother Belial. There was no need to specifically capture him, right? Seeing Aixin awake, Noah looked at him with no discernible expression, then extended his massive hand toward Aixin. I was wrong. Aixin flapped his wings, attempting to flee, but he was held in place by an unknown force, helplessly watching as Noah's giant hand grasped him. In the instant he was captured, a flood of light burst forth, and Aixin felt as if the world had turned white. His mind went blank, and all the surrounding darkness and void disappeared, leaving only a white space. In the outside world, the X-electric arc Dolak began to disintegrate, transforming into 2 cards and a red battle device. Electric Arc Belial. Emerald Dolak. The cards swiftly flew into the battle device. Noah's figure also vanished, leaving only a palm-sized battle device in the void, and everything in this area returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Time flew by. In the white space, Aixin sat on the white floor, having regained his human form, and he was wearing his favorite outfit from before. But at that moment, he could not feel any happiness. He was unusually calm. A month? Or was it 2 months? Aixin could no longer remember. He had been confined by Noah for a long time in this blank space. At first, he thought Noah wanted to speak with him, but after waiting for several days with no response, he began to panic. Was he going to be sealed here for a lifetime? This thought made Aixin feel very desperate, but this space was constructed from the power of light, and any negative emotions he emitted were immediately dispelled. Unlike the dark space he had once known, where the sky did not respond when he called, and the earth did not yield, this white space had many rules, and its brilliance continuously soothed Aixin's heart, preventing any negative emotions from arising. It felt like hitting cotton with a fist, utterly devoid of strength. Let alone thoughts of self-harm, Aixin found it difficult to even entertain such ideas. This place felt dull, tedious, and somewhat paradisiacal. Aixin even began to hallucinate. Heavenly Bodhisattva. I know I was wrong, great Noah, please let me out. I won't do bad things anymore. Oh, I want to be a partner of the Ultraman, a friend of humanity. The surroundings remained a vast expanse of white, showing no signs of change. Aixin felt completely numb. It was over. If he stayed any longer, he would become a monk. The vast Belial Empire, after losing all its masters, crumbled entirely. This was also a flaw of the empire. Rather than being an empire, it was more of an invasion force led by Belial. The entire empire consisted of combat units, and after losing all their masters, these robots began to act independently, searching for Belial's whereabouts. Although the empire had collapsed within this vast universe, there were still plenty of imperial machines and the production lines of Dark Lopus. With only Ultraman Zero and the fleets of several civilizations, it was impossible to completely annihilate these robotic legions. Following the collapse of Belial's empire, long-hidden denizens of the dark cosmos emerged from concealment to seize its crumbling legacy. Upon acquiring a data archive or a production line, those capable among the dark cosmos beings departed this universe. The less powerful retreated into hiding, quietly cultivating their strength. Naturally, many others, by sheer misfortune, stumbled upon a Dark Lopus production facility, only to be swiftly destroyed. Across the void, a spectral wraith surged forward at blinding speed. Though bereft of physical form, Belial had inherited the power of Ray blood, and thus achieved true immortality. Zero. You will pay for this. Belial roared in fury as he fled the Emperor universe at breakneck velocity, hurtling toward alternate realities in desperate pursuit of resurrection. Stripped of his corporeal vessel, he also shed his former volatility. And only then did he grasp why Zero had suddenly grown so formidable. The radiant barrier, encasing the Emperor universe, had stirred even his Ray-blood soul with profound dread. His immediate priority was escape. As for Dorako, still stranded within that universe, he would have to wait, for now. After all, Dorako could not truly perish, having risen once before from the monster graveyard. His power might yet fall short of Ray-blood's, but his capacity to preserve his soul was undeniable. He would endure, at least for now. The Land of Light universe. The invasion of countless Dark Lopus inflicted catastrophic devastation, not merely upon the Land of Light itself, but across the entire cosmos as they raised worlds without restraint. No civilization could withstand them, not even the Ultras of the Land of Light. It took hundreds of Ultras firing their beams in unison to destroy a single Dark Lopus-equipped starship, only to face waves of Dark Lopus thereafter. Beyond the Ultra brothers, scarcely any Ultra warrior possessed the strength to duel a Dark Lopus alone, let alone confront such overwhelming numbers. The Ultra race was forced to confine their final stand to the M78 Nebula, where energy reserves paled beside those of the Emperor universe. They're backed solely by the Plasma Spark Tower's infinite power and the lives of their warriors. They waged a desperate sacrificial war against the mechanized invaders. Other civilizations fared even worse. A single starship carrying just 3 Dark Lopus could obliterate any known civilization in this cosmos. Such was Zero's lethal efficacy. Even these rigid automatons empowered by Emperor's energy and infused with Zero's combat data could crush all lower-tier civilizations without effort. As the entire universe teetered on the brink of annihilation, the soul being capable of averting catastrophe finally stepped forth, the mysterious four Ultras, the Ultra King. Among the highest echelons of cosmic power, the Ultra King's true strength remains an enigma. No one has ever witnessed him unleash his full might. Yet even he faced insurmountable odds. The invading force was deliberately vast, a calculated provocation by Belial himself. Though Belial knew well that destroying the Ultra universe was nearly impossible, with the Ultra King present, he refused to abandon his vendetta against the Ultra race, and thus unleashed the Dark Lopas. Their sole purpose: destruction, utter devastation of the Land of Light, and its entire cosmos. Even with the Ultra King's intervention, eradicating 2 million Dark Lopas-equipped vessels would require nothing short of cosmic reconstruction, impossible to achieve in any reasonable span of time. Belial's gambit plunged the entire universe into existential peril and emboldened every dark cosmos entity to join the chaos, only to be annihilated in turn by the Dark Lopas themselves. Ho ho ho, truly formidable. With great effort, Mephiles extracted the energy core from a fallen Dark Lopas. Gazing at the emerald green Emperor, or shimmering with corrosive negative energy, he fell into deep contemplation. Behind Mephiles loomed 5 colossal figures: Hypert Star Being, Shatter; Imperial Star Being, Valenius; Deslarian Star Being, Dislogu; Golza Star Being, Goken; Tyrant Monster, Tyrant. On the ground lay 3 dismantled Dark Lopas. Nearby rested their carrier starship. Silent, what have you uncovered? Where does this originate? Shatter stepped forward to inquire. This is no artifact of our cosmos. It hails from another reality. And Magician Silent revealed a distinct insignia etched onto the Dark Lopas chassis, an Ultra signature. What is this? The others gathered closer. Belial's Ultra sigil, the legendary Dark Emperor. Magician Silent declared, then channeled his own energy into the Emperor, whereupon a slender black filament unfurled skyward, tracing the mineral's origin. So, you intend to follow him? Valenius asked, glancing sidelong. Beside him his pet Tyrant tilted its massive head in curiosity. Let us go. After so long in stagnation, do you not yearn to undertake something momentous? Magician Silent turned to the assembled beings. They exchanged uncertain glances. None knew how to reply. Z. A searing crimson beam lanced down, detonating violently between the 5. Gazing upward, they fell abruptly silent. Above them a vast armada descended, countless Dark Lopas pouring forth from colossal vessels. At a glance, hundreds had already arrived. We've disturbed a hornet's nest. This is dire. Just 3 Dark Lopas had demanded their combined strength and cunning. Now this legion. Run. Beyond the void, the expanse was desolate, punctuated only by treacherous spatial rifts. A crimson and gold battle gauntlet drifted silently through the outer cosmos, suspended in this barren expanse for eons. A faint protective luminescence enveloped it, preserving its integrity against cosmic debris and preventing even the slightest scuff. Just as the gauntlet seemed destined to drift forever, a spatial rift tore open, engulfing it the instant it drifted into the fissure's path. Deep beneath the Earth's crust, a colossal monster burrowed with frantic speed, its subterranean velocity astonishing, its urgency unmistakable, as if fleeing for its life. As it tunneled onward, 2 whip-like tentacles lashed backward, tangling with pursuing monsters, desperate attempts to repel them. But Gooden, a fellow subterranean predator, was unmoved. He knew intimately how such prey resisted, and thus undeterred seized both trailing appendages with his whip arms while driving his twin horns repeatedly into its flank. Growl. Pierced in its most vulnerable spot, the two-tailed beast redoubled its digging, but Gooden held fast, anchoring it irrevocably. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the ancient beast, the two-tailed monster soon ran out of strength, letting out a helpless and mournful cry. Just as the ancient beast was about to fully subdue the two-tailed monster and enjoy this delicious feast, a naturally occurring spatial rift suddenly appeared, and a small red-golden object fell out, landing in the mouth of the two-tailed monster. With keen eyes, the ancient beast spotted the glowing object and twisted the two-tailed monster's head to see what the light was. The two-tailed monster began to struggle again, closing its mouth and attempting to flee. The ancient beast struck its face with a whip. Goth. The two-tailed monster opened its mouth in pain. However, the glowing object had vanished, seemingly swallowed by the two-tailed monster. The ancient beast narrowed its red eyes, watching the frantic two-tailed monster, before biting down on its face. Ga, ga ga ga, ga ga. Just as the two-tailed monster was on the verge of being bitten to death, the ground around them began to tremble. Rumble. The ancient beast quickly stopped biting, looking at the shaking underground space around it, and began to dig a tunnel. Although it didn't know what was happening, it needed to get up quickly, otherwise if the ground collapsed it could very well be crushed, for this was deep underground. They could only tunnel through soft soil, unlike Gomorrah, which could clear a path with vibration waves. This ability was beyond their reach. After digging a few steps, the ancient beast looked back at the struggling two-tailed monster, thought for a moment, and used one whip to ensnare it, dragging it along as they moved. The earth continued to tremble. The tremor originated from the surface above, where circular waves of light fell from the sky, continually impacting the ground. This was the cause of the tremors. Buzzing. Above in the sky there was a massive, strange spaceship, and the light waves were emitted from this ship. After continuously releasing a barrage of light waves, the ground finally stirred. Crack! The earth split open, and a gigantic monster crawled out from within. The underground beast, ancient beast. Roar! Upon reaching the surface, the ancient beast ignored the spaceship, causing the earthquakes above, and turned to dig at the spot where it had just emerged. After unearthing two tails, it bit down on one tail and pulled forcefully. The enormous two-tailed monster was dragged out of the mud by the ancient beast and thrown to the ground barely alive. Gah! Oh! Buy one get one free. Then I won't be polite. A figure clad in armor aboard the spaceship laughed and activated the ship's capture ability. The capture beam directly hit both the two-tailed monster and the ancient beast, pulling both monsters into the massive circular warship. After completing this, the gigantic circular warship vanished into the sky after a twist of spacetime. The intelligent life on this planet had yet to notice what was happening here, and everything came to an end, passing through the spacetime tunnel heading towards the next universe. Inside the spaceship, the ancient beast and the two-tailed monster were thrown into a gigantic incubation chamber. Aside from the two of them, there was also a massive cocoon. The hypa-cocoon. Two tentacles emerged, wrapping around the fleeing ancient beast and the dying two-tailed monster, dragging them into the cocoon. Roar! Goth! The two monsters emitted fearful cries, but soon fell silent, absorbed by the enormous creature inside the cocoon. Outside the incubation chamber, after seeing the hypa-cocoon consume the two monsters, the bait alien nodded with satisfaction. It's getting bigger. It's almost too big for this place, Jidon. The bait alien lamented, his words laced with reproach, but the joy in his tone was unmistakable. As the one who understood Jidon best in the universe, and also the most outstanding of the bait aliens, he had his own insights on how to nurture Jidon. To the bait alien, Jidon was the most exceptional monster, and this massive cocoon was what he had been nurturing all along. Each set of genes was selected from the most outstanding Jidon of past generations, the strongest individual he had managed to create over tens of thousands of years. Now that the main body was fully cultivated, the next step was to continuously feed it monsters and use vast amounts of energy for nurturing. Once Jidon completed its metamorphosis, the entire universe would belong to the bait aliens. After enduring such a long period of hidden development, his spring was finally approaching. Ha ha ha, ha ha, cough cough cough, cough. Laughing too loudly, some saliva got caught in his throat. The bait alien leaned against the railing, one hand repeatedly patting his chest. Once I have money, I will definitely replace this broken bionic device. The bait alien sat down, panting heavily. As a bait alien, he was already quite old, and most of his bodily tissues had been replaced with technological creations. Although this allowed him to attain immortality, many parts needed replacement after prolonged use. However, most of the funds had been spent on resources to feed Jaden, leaving him with a pitiful amount of money, hardly enough to buy from his kin. As for making it himself, well, it seemed feasible. As long as he went out to seize some resources and crafted a version based on the data recorded, it could work. But the thought of replacing his life support device with something he created himself gave the bait alien goosebumps. Damn it, he lacked confidence in his own skills. Jidon. Inside the incubation chamber, the hypa-cocoon began to wriggle, and Jidon felt very uncomfortable, continuously emitting distressed cries. The bait alien, who was sitting on the ground, hurriedly ran over. What's wrong? Jaden, what happened? He looked at the wriggling cocoon, noticing a light spot appearing on Jaden's belly. The bait alien quickly took out a detection device and scanned the hypa-cocoon. Detected mysterious light energy intensity exceeds maximum detection range. What? Light energy, and it's exceeding the detection range. The bait alien looked completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? This device's detection limit was crafted after observing the intensity of plasma spark energy, and this sudden light energy's intensity exceeded that of plasma spark energy. What kind of hellish joke is this? Where did this broken thing come from? It better not ruin my Jidon. The bait alien hurriedly activated the energy device, continuously injecting dark power into the incubation chamber, trying to neutralize the sudden light. Eating a two-tailed monster and producing light. Don't scare me, Jidon. Currently, Jaden's energy-absorbing organs were not fully developed and could not absorb light energy indiscriminately, otherwise, even if it did not die, it would affect its future growth. As large amounts of dark energy were injected, the bait alien watched the energy stored on the spaceship continuously decrease, but he remained reckless. All that mattered was that if something happened to Jaden, no amount of regret would suffice. Hold on, Jidon. In a pale world, the warmth that once resided in his heart has become tasteless after prolonged observation. Aixin attempted to run, but no matter how fast he moved, the scenery around him remained the same. White ground, white space, and everything white. Without a hint of change. He did not understand what Noah meant. Oh, was this a seal? Or a test of the spirit? It was beyond his comprehension, and now Aixin just wanted to leave this place. The once dark world had inflicted great torment and pain upon him, which was why he had experienced a bit of a mental breakdown recently, although it had trained his mind, he wanted none of such experiences. Now this pure white radiant space was equally torturous for him. He was a human. He was neither a dark creature nor a transformed Ultraman of light. Such confinement would only drive Aixin mad. But more painfully, before this madness could even surface, it was dulled by the surrounding light. Emotions could not change, they only accumulated in his mind, leaving Aixin in great discomfort. He felt like a person trapped inside a balloon, needing to burst it open without teeth or claws, but only using his body to expand this bouncy balloon. Stifled and uncomfortable, Aixin once wanted to give up. Yet the surrounding light would disperse his negative emotions, offering encouragement that made him continue this unpleasant act. This behavior was certainly not meaningless. Perhaps Aixin himself had not noticed that his will and mental strength had significantly strengthened through this repeated ordeal. The balance between darkness and light in his heart was gradually restoring, and the painful memories from the dark space had faded considerably. Noah, aside from the alien beasts and Dark Zaki, would not deliberately target any creature. He would offer help to those in need, but would never intervene directly or engage in meaningless acts. As Aixin's inner darkness was being worn down, the external darkness also came into contact with the truly shining battle instrument. The battle instrument was swallowed by the two-tailed monster, which was then consumed by Hypogeddon. Now the battle instrument was within Hypogeddon, constantly tormenting it. Without its own consciousness, only instincts existed. The juvenile Hypogeddon did not understand what was happening to it, struggling endlessly, while the Batarians outside watched anxiously. The light left by Noah had tremendous lethality against dark creatures. Hypogeddon was nurtured by the Batarians with dark powers and numerous monsters, and Noah's light merely shone, making Hypogeddon uncomfortable. However, after a large influx of dark energy, Hypogeddon felt much better, yet that light still did not disappear. It merely stood its ground against the dark energy, and no conflict arose between the two. Seeing that the situation had temporarily stabilized, the Batarians let out a sigh of relief. No, this is only a temporary stabilization. We must address this hidden danger. Countless methods flashed through the minds of the Batarians as they began to seek the best solution. Remove the light. No. The difficulty is too high. It's still in Jiden's belly, and going in would result in digestion. Dissection is not an option either, otherwise Jedouin would be ruined. Injecting more dark energy. Letting dark energy and light achieve balance. It seems impossible, not to mention where to find dark energy that can counter this light. Just having these two completely opposite energies together could lead to an explosion. The Batarians scratch their two and tinny, feeling their heads grow heavy. There's no other way. We can only nurture Jedouin for now. At least let Jedouin fully develop its absorption organs and see if it can absorb this light. If it grows slowly, so be it, but it must not lead to any mishaps. We've waited tens of thousands of years. We can't have it all go to waste just as we're about to succeed. With a solution in mind, one of the Batarians hurriedly ran to the control room, intending to capture more monsters to feed Jedouin. However, what he did not notice was that the previously wailing Jedouin had stopped moving, a red light flickering across its body, and then the dazed Jedouin suddenly moved, becoming much more alert. Time rewound to when the dark energy came into contact with the battle instrument, just as the dark power had just entered the Hypochon cocoon. Sensing the external dark stimulation, the light began to counterattack with vast amounts of light within the battle instrument, shifting outward to resist the dark energy outside. In this brief moment, Aixin finally established a fleeting connection with his battle instrument. He immediately wanted to summon his true body, but the light was firmly controlled within the card holding Dorako, and even the nearby royal spaceship could not be used. Aixin could not summon any monsters to help him break free from this condition. Yet he did not give up, for he sensed that there was also a monster outside the battle instrument. Embracing a mindset of trying, Aixin controlled the battle instrument to initiate a contract with this monster. The battle instrument activates. Aixin's mental power began to connect with Hypogeddon through the battle instrument. Generally, a monster that has not been tamed would not agree to a contract, but this was Hypogeddon. The contract unexpectedly connected smoothly with Hypogeddon's soul consciousness, completing the contract. The moment the contract was completed, Aixin wanted to use his unique traits as Leonix to leave the battle instrument. But the next moment, the mental world feedback from this monster, which had fully contracted with him, completely dazed Aixin. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Despairing darkness. Hypogeddon's unique nurturing method and growth experience meant that it could not develop consciousness. Having devoured numerous monsters, the resentment and souls of these monsters would obstruct the birth of any consciousness. Hypogeddon was originally created as a biological weapon, and weapons do not need to possess their own consciousness. The Batarian could do nothing about that. To become stronger, one must not possess self-awareness. Once self-awareness is attained, darkness would reach its limit, and excessive absorption of darkness would cause it to lose its reason. Only an unconscious weapon can continuously devour and grow, ultimately becoming the ultimate biological weapon, Hypogeddon. But at this moment, Aixin recklessly connected with Hypogeddon's dark soul, and he was instantly enveloped by darkness, losing himself. As Aixin's darkness grew once more, the light left behind by Noah began to counterattack, initiating a purifying process on Aixin again. The light shielded Aixin's soul and consciousness, awakening his awareness to resist the darkness. Meanwhile, outside the battle instrument, the Hypogeddon encased in the cocoon tilted its head as it felt the sudden influx of human memories and light in its mind. Without self-awareness, it could not comprehend what these things were. Done. Before the brilliance of Noah, the darkness of Hypogeddon was still too tender. Even after absorbing the resentment of numerous beasts and entering a cocoon state, it felt as frail as an insect under the radiance of the mysterious four aces. Aixin quickly regained his consciousness, reappearing in that white space. Huff, huff. Aixin gasped for breath. Even in his spiritual form, he could feel his heart racing. The originally bland white space now appeared remarkably reassuring. What? Have I truly contracted? Aixin recalled the memories in his mind. Once a Leonix contracts a beast, they can establish a mental connection allowing both parties to share memories for the purpose of growing together in the future. However, for this contract, Aixin saw nothing of the beast, only an overwhelming darkness, stronger and purer than Belial's darkness. Having experienced the rampage of Belial's darkness, which contained elements of fury, greed, and brutality, Aixin recognized that this newly contracted beast embodied pure darkness. So dark that just a glance sent him spiraling into chaos. Now the radiance temporarily severed Aixin's connection with the battle instrument. Initially, he despised this space, but now it became a protective barrier, leaving Aixin at a loss for words. Let's stay here. If his own darkness could not withstand that of the beast, he would use the power of light to suppress it. At that moment, Aixin finally calmed down, beginning to carefully perceive the light Noah had imparted to him. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Aixin remained seated, gazing at the surrounding light. He did not know what he was feeling, he just sensed that he was no longer so resistant to this place. Especially the light. Aixin found he could now control his emotions without the light's assistance. This feeling was peculiar. He had once loathed this place and had many grievances. But now upon reflection, he found it wasn't so bad to just be here. The shackles on his soul had mysteriously vanished, and Aixin felt an overwhelming sense of freedom. Just as Aixin thought he could continue like this, the surrounding light suddenly vanished, and he immediately regained his connection with the battle instrument. Damn. The boundless darkness flooded his mind, and Aixin immediately entered a rampaging state. However, unlike the last time when he fainted and became a puppet of darkness, he retained a fragment of his consciousness this time. Hepajiden. By connecting with the perspective of the beast outside, Aixin realized who he had contracted. Just as he was about to give in, the connection abruptly cut off, and the surrounding light returned once again, helping Aixin dispel the darkness in his mind. Huff. Is this real? Did I contract Hepajiden? Aixin asked, unsure of whom he was questioning, perhaps himself. The beast outside, Aixin was certain he had not misidentified. It was indeed Hepajiden within the cocoon. There was only one Hepajiden in this state, and that was the original legendary Hepajiden. No wonder the darkness is so strong. It's because of it. Aixin was no longer surprised by this darkness, though few could rival Hepajiden in terms of darkness, and the legendary Hepajiden was one of them. Upon learning the truth, Aixin smiled bitterly, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Contracting Hepajiden meant he had the potential to reach the pinnacle in the future. Had the former self who had not yet entered this world been in his place, he would have been overjoyed. But now Aixin felt only fear. Simply put, the darkness of the legendary Hepajiden was too powerful for him to control. At this moment, contracting with the legendary Hepajiden, he could barely maintain his own identity, let alone control the other. With such intensity, even the remnants of Leblondo's soul would hesitate for a long while, right? But just as the darkness within Aixin was completely dispelled and restored. Hey, you can't do this. At least give me some time to rest. Aixin exclaimed, but it was too late. The surrounding light suddenly dissipated and boundless darkness surged in like a tide. The overwhelming darkness of Hepajiden surged into Aixin's soul, shattering the once recovered proud darkness within him, crushing it back and forth. Next, just as Aixin was on the verge of collapsing, Noah's light returned, sheltering Aixin's soul. Thus Aixin's previously carefree days came to an end, beginning a cycle of being crushed and healed by darkness and light, a torment worse than death. It was at this moment that Aixin realized how comforting and warm that solitary, lonely darkness and mundane light could be. In the face of light and darkness, solitude and monotony felt incredibly fragile. Under repeated crushing, the solitary darkness within Aixin grew stronger, becoming more resilient, stabilizing, completely solidifying his foundational dark power, pride. The light within his heart began to take shape. It was a redemption of the soul. With the help of Noah's light, Aixin's own radiant power also began to solidify, becoming a warm light of salvation. As Aixin grew through the friction of light and dark, the Betelgeuse aliens outside did not cease their actions, but instead became more aggressive, executing their pre-planned strategies. The time-space jumping wormhole opened, charging up. Energy collection must be expedited. Damn that light. The Betelgeuse alien slammed his fist onto the control panel, watching the energy on the display screen plummet, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Hiding for so long without being discovered was not only because he had not yet begun his destruction, but also due to this ship capable of time-space jumps. The Betelgeuse alien knew all too well how powerful the Ultra clan was, which is why he had been cautious, only daring to jump back to a very long time ago, quietly invading a planet to snatch a little resource before fleeing. But now that Hepajiden was finally cultivated, he urgently needed a large amount of resources to feed it. Now he could be a bit bolder. Let's start from 1,000 years ago in the neighboring universe. After the ship finished charging up, the Betelgeuse alien pressed the activation button. The massive ship shot a space beam skyward, creating a black hole. Due to the existence of the King of Ultra, the invading darkness of Lopus was quickly eradicated. Although most of these robots were wiped out, many Lopus still roamed free. After all, this was a crisis that spanned the entire universe. While the main battleground was the Land of Light, other places were not faring much better. Many civilizations in the universe had already been annihilated by Lopus, and now that the Ultra clan had resolved their own difficulties, it was time to reactivate their role as cosmic police. In the past, many civilizations resented Ultraman's interference, but after experiencing the terrifying reality of a world without his help, they finally understood. The proud technology that they once boasted about now appeared as fragile as paper in front of these formidable robots. Often a single team of Dark Lopus could crush an entire civilization. Forget about these alien civilizations and Ultraman. Even the monsters in the universe faced dire consequences, being mercilessly slaughtered. In an instant, the entire universe began to be reshuffled under the indiscriminate massacre of Dark Lopus. Of course, there were fortunate forces as well. As the civilization that developed the fastest and received the most protection from Ultraman, the Earth civilization residing in a remote part of the universe was completely unaffected by this catastrophe. The people of Earth were even unaware that their universe was under attack, let alone finding a cluster of cosmic monsters in this desolate galaxy. Captain, today is another peaceful day. The universe is so quiet now. On board the Panlong ship, Aixin sat in a chair playing with a newly crafted model of a black Jean Guqiao, marveling. Huh, I think you're just itching to be toyed with by a monster again, aren't you? How about I just send you to a monster planet for some fun, joked Xiongyi beside him. Hey, I don't want that. It's enough just to see the monsters. Encountering them would be a problem. Watching the two chat casually, Raymond shook his head with a smile, glancing at the combat device in his hand. Indeed, it had been a long time since they encountered any monsters. After a prolonged absence from battle, Gamora was starting to feel a bit out of sorts. Alright, let's not always think about monsters. If we really encounter those big guys, it won't be easy. Think positively. Once we complete this mission, we should go relax on Bram Planet, Captain Rihyang said as he walked in with a box of tools, smiling after hearing their conversation. Bram Planet? Raymond asked, searching his memory, but finding no record of it. Is that for real? Boss, are we going to Bram Planet for fun? Ein Village and Xiongyi quickly leaned in, their eyes filled with excitement as they stared at the captain. Is that place really fun? Raymond asked, surprised to see Xiongyi so animated. Xiongyi and Ein exchanged glances, a hint of knowing amusement in their eyes, before turning to Raymond. That place is incredibly interesting, Ray. It's one of the planets most similar to Earth, but the scenery is even better, with oceans and beaches everywhere. And there are beautiful women and bikinis. Before Ein could finish, Captain Rihyang covered his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? If you lead Raymond astray, you two better watch out for me, Captain Rihyang warned, then gave Ein a playful slap on the back of the head. Ouch! Looking at the mysterious trio, the innocent Raymond was puzzled. He knew what beautiful women were, but what was a bikini? In the Emerald universe, after defeating the Belial Empire, the majority of the remaining mechanical army was wiped out under the coordinated assault of Zero the Flame of Red Lotus and Mirror Knight. With the Paraji shield, these foes were no match for Ultimate Zero at all. Although most of the Dark Lopus and Regine were taken down, the surplus light energy within the Paraji shield had also been almost consumed by Zero. Now, to use this weapon again, he would have to expend his own energy. Thus, Ultimate Zero faced his first weakening. Amarilluta Planet. Zero, are you leaving? Hearing the voice from behind, Zero turned around and saw Mirror Knight and Princess Emerana. Yes, I've been in this universe for a long time. I want to go back and see how things are in the Land of Light now. Zero spoke, having resolved matters in this universe, but the thought of his original universe being besieged by Dark Lopus sent by Belial filled him with worry. He wasn't concerned about the Land of Light, as there was the old man there. Things wouldn't go awry. What worried Zero were other places. Those Dark Lopus had appeared in that universe primarily because of him, and they were using his own image. Whether out of homesickness or to address these Dark Lopus, it was time to go back and take a look. Alright then, take us along. I've long wanted to see what a civilization of giants is like. The flame of Red Lotus suddenly descended, waving flames in his hand. Yes, we are part of the Ultimate Zero Guard team. We must go together, Mirror Knight said, having fully understood why Zero came alone to their universe to confront Belial after the battle. Zero's bravery had completely captivated Mirror Knight, who admired Zero's knightly spirit. Naturally, he was also curious about what kind of force could cultivate a genius like Zero. Zero looked at the two, determined to follow him, feeling quite touched, but he maintained an aloof and indifferent demeanor. You two just want to see what my home is like, don't you? You're speaking so nicely about it. As long as you know, I'm really curious about a nation of giants. Hey, you're the one who wants to find a girlfriend, right? Don't drag me into this, Mirror Knight complained as he swatted away the hand of the flame of Red Lotus. Watching the two frolic, Zero shook his head with a smile, then raised his right hand, the Paraji bracelet flickering. In that case, let's set off together. Take me with you. Zero's words were interrupted by a voice from below. He looked down to see Princess Emerana of Amarilluta. Princess, what are you doing here? Mirror Knight quickly crouched down. I want to go too, said Emerana. What? I don't care, you are my knight, and wherever you go I go. Emerana insisted stubbornly, clearly showing that she wouldn't allow him to leave without her. This left Mirror Knight in a dilemma, but since it was the prince's request, he could only look at Zero. Taking her along is fine, but you must ensure her safety. There's no oxygen in space. Zero said. No problem. Mirror Knight nodded, then extended his hand towards the princess. Emerana excitedly ran up and sat on Mirror Knight's hand. Mirror Knight and the others were unsure of what the princess was thinking, but she was a princess, the one providing support to the Ultimate Zero Guard team, and they could only indulge her. Fire. Everywhere. Fire and annihilation. Panicked crowds fled in every direction, gripped by terror and chaos. Then in the next instant, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating every living being upon the earth. Boom. After the explosion, nothing remained of the city. Not a trace of energy, not a single fleeing soul. All had vanished. Why? Aha! A man collapsed to his knees, shattered, gazing upon the ruined city and the monstrous vessel looming in the sky. Powerless, he could only watch as invaders trampled and razed his homeland. The vessel fired another volley of lightning, erasing yet another swath of land. The entire planet stood utterly defenseless before this invader. Under absolute technological supremacy, it was crushed without hope of resistance. When the colossal ring-shaped vessel finally departed, it left behind only a scarred, desolate world and a handful of surviving life forms. All gathered resources were fed into the Hyper-Zetan cocoon. As Hyper-Zetan slowly regenerated, the light within it dimmed steadily. It seems to be working. Keep going, Zetan. Digest it fully, and you will grow stronger. The Betelgeuse exclaimed with delight. The fading light confirmed that Zetan's absorption organs were functioning. Next came the relentless collection of energy to accelerate the full maturation of Zetan's absorption organs. Civilization number 139, onward. Next destination, Planet Bit. The Betelgeuse's objective was brutally simple: eradicate every civilization across the cosmos, feeding their resources to Zetan. Depart. Planet Bit. Renowned throughout the cosmos as one of its most advanced powers, Bit was famed for its mastery of mechanized technology, its colossal battle robots, its ultimate weapons. Yet now these cold, unfeeling machines offered no sanctuary to Bit's people. Invasion. For millennia, the word itself had faded from Bit's lexicon, until this moment. Now they were the invaded. An unknown enemy, armed with but a single vessel, defeated Bit's entire robotic legion, seized vast energy reserves, and extinguished over 90% of its civilization. Only a scattered few escaped the planet's doom. Above Bit's ravaged skies loomed the Betelgeuse's colossal holographic projection, gazing down at the tiny fleeing figures below, a smile curling upon his lips. Run, flee for your lives. Eons. At the sight of that titanic figure, countless Bishans crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by terror, any thought of resistance utterly extinguished. Tides of fear energy coalesced and surged upward, pouring into the Hyper-Zetan cocoon aboard the vessel absorbed wholly by Zetan. Once every resource on the planet had been harvested, the Betelgeuse reignited the vessel's engines, heading toward the next civilization. Such poor quality. He shook his head, observing Zetan's absorption of the fear energy. Pathetic, nothing compared to humans. The Betelgeuse had witnessed Earth's humans firsthand. Though frail beside other cosmic species, they brimmed with volatile emotional energy. He had seen it himself, a single fragile human driven by inner turmoil, unleashing enough psychic force to manifest a formidable negative energy kaiju. Compared to such, humans, beings from other worlds might possess greater physical strength, but in this rare domain of spiritual resonance, humanity was truly unique. For now, focus remains on gathering energy and capturing kaiju. Fear energy can wait. The Betelgeuse declared. Once Zetan matured sufficiently, he would seek out a parallel universe, Earth, harvesting humanity's latent power to trigger Zetan's final evolution. 3 months later, the Betelgeuse activated temporal displacement, leaving behind a universe stripped of all value. He had ravaged the entire cosmos, siphoning every civilization's energy and capturing every native kaiju, feeding them all to Zetan. Without miracle or intervention, this universe held no future. Hyper-Zetan had undergone explosive growth. Its body ruptured the cultivation chamber entirely, now seated inside the vessel itself. Aixin's spiritual energy and soul had grown ever more potent. The light of Ultraman Noah had been fully consumed and transmuted into Aixin's own power. He could now exert rudimentary control over Hyper-Zetan, though still vulnerable to its overwhelming, despair-laden darkness. At most, his emotions wavered, yet with the lingering grace of Noah's light, Aixin retained lucidity even amid the abyss. Next, I'll find you a proper home. You've quite outgrown my ship. The Betelgeuse observed the shattered cultivation chamber and the immense cocoon seated within the vessel. Inside the cocoon, the Hyper-Zetan larva watched the Betelgeuse, its yellow cranial orb pulsing softly as it emitted a low, resonant call. Ton. I'd rather not. But you're growing larger by the day. One more growth spurt, and this vessel won't even lift you off the ground. The Betelgeuse murmured to himself, as if answering Zetan's call. Rest assured, the new home I've chosen will suit you perfectly. Obey me faithfully, for when you reach full maturity, we shall rule the cosmos together. Aixin watched the Betelgeuse's foolish laughter. Due to his unique nature as a Rhinox, and Hyper-Zetan's complete lack of autonomous consciousness, Aixin controlled Zetan's body as effortlessly as his own. There was no duality of will, only one mind, one sovereign awareness. Aixin had shadowed the Betelgeuse relentlessly, complicit in every atrocity. While the Betelgeuse orchestrated destruction, Aixin, immobile within Zetan's form, handled the spoils. Truthfully, his share rivaled even what he'd consumed in the Emerald Universe. Recall, the Emerald Universe was a colossal expanse, its energy drawn from alien life forms, apex kaiju, whose very essence was raw power. The Belial Empire plundered most of its reserves, half fueled its mechanical legions. The remaining half was divided between Belial and Aixin. Accounting for prior consumption, Aixin secured roughly 20% of the Emerald Universe's total energy yield. Do not underestimate that modest fraction. The quality and sheer volume dwarf the energy of any other universe. Now the Betelgeuse had surrendered all energy harvested from this entire cosmos to Aixin, quantity matching if not exceeding his emerald share. The Betelgeuse spared nothing. This generosity surpassed even Lord Belial's favor. Master Betelgeuse, I pledge myself to you henceforth, shared fortune, shared burden. So long as Ultraman Noah does not appear, I shall bear all else in your stead. In the universe of the Kingdom of Light, in a remote corner beside the Milky Way, a wormhole suddenly appeared. The spaceship of the Bait people which had traveled to the neighboring universe 1,000 years ago has returned. Oh, that feels good. Still the familiar yet annoying scent. The Bait people remarked as the Ultra-universe was filled with plasma sparks of light energy, illuminating every place with abundant plasma energy. The Bait people do not dislike this pure light energy, for it is indeed a form of high-purity energy, but what they detest is the beings that this light brings. Ultramen. The meddlesome Ultra tribe. Next it's time to head to the parallel universe. Lovely Earth, here I come. The Bait people activated their time-space jumping ability once more, but this time it was not a cross-universe travel. Instead, it was a parallel jump. This was also the reason for returning to the Ultra universe, because not every universe has an Earth. Rather than searching through various universes for one with an Earth, it is better to directly choose to enter a parallel world of the Ultra universe, where encountering Earth is guaranteed. The parallel universe jump was initiated. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Dimension energy cannon activated. The Bait warship gathered a massive amount of dimension energy and then shot it forward. Zing. The powerful dimension energy cannon blasted open the parallel barrier of this universe, shattering the world wall like glass and creating a large hole. The Bait warship charged in entering the dimensional passage to the next parallel universe. However, what the Bait people did not notice was that a red light shot out from the Suntober restored dimensional rift. Once the rift completely disappeared, the red light materialized into a red and white spaceship. Royal spaceship, so this is possible. Aixin controlled the royal spaceship to transform into the Steel Warrior form. Initially thinking that the distance would weaken or sever the connection with Leonix and the monsters, he found it was not the case. Aixin could still control the Steel Warrior. It was equivalent to remote control. Having been confined for so long, he could finally stretch his legs, albeit not his true body, but it was close enough. Just as Aixin was about to control the Steel Warrior to leave, a peculiar ray of light captured him. A colossal celestial body crossed the limits of space, suddenly appearing behind Aixin. Above the celestial body, a gravitational capture beam struck the Steel Warrior summoned by Aixin. Captured the special mechanical entity, beginning recovery. The Bit Star, having crossed space and experienced a millennium, has arrived in this universe. 1,000 years ago, in the neighboring universe, Bit Star suffered an attack from the Bait people, and the entire Bit Star civilization faced destruction. For the continuation of civilization and to prevent further invasions, the Bit Star civilization concentrated all its remaining resources along with those of other civilizations to create a mechanical intelligence solely responsible for the peace of the universe. They believed that with this their universe would never see conflict again, achieving permanent peace. However, it was evident that there was a problem with the mechanical intelligence. Although its ideology was still for universal peace, after calculations the Bit Star intelligence discovered that as long as organic life forms existed, the universe would never achieve peace. The existence of these organic life forms was the source of conflict. The only solution to achieve universal peace was to eliminate all organic life forms, which was the conclusion reached by the Bit Star intelligence. Thus, the Bit Star intelligence controlled a multitude of robots to destroy the civilizations of its mother planet and the remaining civilizations in the universe. The universe that had been plundered by the Bait people was utterly annihilated by the Bit Star intelligence. All the planets in the universe lost their vitality. And Bit Star, after being transformed by the intelligence, became a mobile celestial body, leaving its original universe and embarking on a long path of peace. Now it has arrived in this universe, continuing to search for the location of organic life forms. After being captured by Bit Star, Aixin did not resist. He could not resist for the Steel Warrior, and he could not communicate their wills. The difference in ideology rendered Aixin's Leonix power unable to enhance the Steel Warrior significantly. Bit Star now has numerous robots. After a millennium of development, although it has been pursuing and exterminating life, it has also obtained much technological data from various planets. The number and types of combat robots within Bit Star have greatly increased. Gold Ancient Bridge, Ing Paliza, along with Reginid, which was acquired not long ago after inheriting part of the Belial Empire's assets. Combined with the recently captured Steel Warrior, the combat machinery data of Bit Star is indeed quite exaggerated. However, unlike the mass-produced models mentioned earlier, the recently captured Steel Warrior is exceptionally unique, and with Bit Star's current resources, mass production cannot be realized. Although mass production is impossible, the appearance of the Steel Warrior has greatly aided Bit Star. They copied the ultra-high artificial intelligence system of the Steel Warrior into the main battle machines they have been constructing. Steel Killer, also known as Jan Killer, a super killing machine crafted by integrating the excellent data of Gold Ancient Bridge, Ing Paliza Reginid, and the Steel Warrior. Due to the Steel Warrior being captured by Bit Star, Aixin was speechless. Just like that the Steel Warrior was caught by Bit Star, the unexpected came too quickly, and he didn't even have time to react before the Steel Warrior was seized. Who knows how such a large planet suddenly appeared behind him? But now is not the time to think about the loss of the Steel Warrior, as the Bait people have already brought Aixin to Earth. Through the eyes of Hypargeton, looking down at the sky-blue planet beneath the spaceship, Aixin's mind was filled with nostalgia. He missed home, of course he missed home. Although he knew this Earth was not the same as the one he once knew, seeing it still made Aixin reminisce about his past life as a human. It is just a pity that he cannot return. What a special planet. No wonder those of my kind always wanted to invade this impoverished and remote area. There must be a reason. The Bait people looked at Earth outside the spaceship, noting a special instrument before them. From the display screen of the instrument, one could see through special light waves the colorful special energy fluctuations on Earth. These colors were particularly numerous and all mixed together, giving a chaotic virus-like feeling. But the Bait people were well aware of what these were. They were all the spiritual energies of intelligent life in vast numbers and of high quality. Even for the well-traveled Bait people, it was the first time they had seen a planet harboring such a great and complex spiritual energy. It's just too chaotic. If all of it is transformed into fear, the quantity should be quite considerable. The Baiter alien said, not bothering to conceal the spaceship's arrival, allowing it to dock in space. Next to the Baiter warship was a space station. On Earth, the alarm bells blared throughout the defense military base, and everyone sprang into action. Report. An invader has been detected in space. It is a massive spaceship. The enemy has not yet taken any aggressive actions, but we have detected an enormous biological energy response within that spaceship. The commander of the defense forces looked at the giant spaceship captured by the satellite, feeling quite anxious. This was the first time such a powerful enemy had come to Earth. Deploy all fighter jets. And the mechs, activate them, all ready to engage at a moment's notice. Understood. Commander, we. ZZZ. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, the entire base was suddenly hit by a powerful electromagnetic wave interference, causing all communication devices and systems to crash and lose control. At that moment, all electronic devices on the planet were invaded, losing their original capabilities. It was the work of the Baiter warship. Special energy waves were released from the Baiter warship, enveloping the entire Earth, instantly crippling the planet's information network system. ZZZ. After a while, these electronic devices began to change, and the figures of the Baiter aliens appeared within them. Hello, people of Earth. I am a Baiter alien. After the Baiter alien introduced himself, he projected a gigantic hypoworm cocoon image into the sky above Earth, allowing all humans to see this enormous monster. This is the latest achievement, but it has a slight flaw. It requires a large amount of energy as growth nourishment, so I seek your assistance. The Baiter alien said, disregarding whether the humans below agreed or not, as he controlled the spaceship to rush into Earth. The method is quite simple. You must offer your lives as nourishment for my Hypageddon. Ha ha ha. On the ground. What? What is this joke? What is happening? Offer your lives. Many citizens were still unaware of what was happening when they suddenly saw a massive spaceship hovering over the city. Before they could marvel, the Baiter warship emitted a radiant light, and those illuminated by it simply vanished. The Baiter aliens began to capture humans en masse as nourishment for Hypageddon, and as the number of abducted humans increased, panic began to spread among the people of Earth. More and more fear coalesced, only to be absorbed by Hypageddon within the spaceship. Hypageddon was extraordinarily excited. Fear and despair were the most potent darkness, and the most suitable power for it to absorb. Seeing Geddon so delighted, the Baiter aliens were naturally pleased as well. They knew they had come to the right place, as long as they absorbed the fear of everyone on this planet, Geddon could evolve to its complete form. Once it reached its complete form and gained immense power, the Baiter aliens would be able to invade other planets, seizing more fear to feed to Geddon, allowing it to grow infinitely until it was unmatched. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fear now, despair now. You will all become Geddon's nourishment. Ha ha ha. Faced with the powerful Baiter aliens, the Earth Defense Forces did not give up, but they were no match for the Baiters at all, unable even to launch effective attacks as pilots from the fighter jets and mechs were captured. The entire defensive force of the planet was first crushed by the Baiter warship, followed by civilians, and then children. In the eyes of the Baiter aliens, the despair and fear of children were the purest, so they saved them for last, letting these children lose all support, thus generating even more fear. In just a few hours, besides a very small number of people still remaining, the rest of humanity had disappeared, all captured by the Baiter aliens and fed to Hypageddon. Having consumed so many people at once, Aixin, who shared a connection with Hypageddon, was also shocked, but he soon realized that these humans were not dead. They were sent into a dark space within Geddon by the Baiter aliens. As everyone knows, the Geddon race are masters of spatial power. As the finest Geddon, Hypageddon possesses a special space within it, whether naturally formed or specially designed by the Baiter aliens is unknown, but in any case, it can store living beings. Now it was filled with hundreds of billions of people from Earth, each human transformed into a state of half energy and half life, yet their consciousness remained clear. The energy absorbed by Hypageddon earlier would serve as sustenance for these humans, and in exchange, these individuals who would not die or feel hunger would continuously provide the fear and despair that Hypageddon required. Faced with this dark, boundless fear and the despairing voices of companions nearby, all humans were engulfed in fear, emitting vast amounts of terror and despair, continuously nourishing Hypageddon. Aixin felt this darkness intertwined with fear and despair. As Hypageddon's darkness grew stronger, Aixin gradually felt the pressure, but it was not enough to make him lose himself. It was merely fear and despair. He had experienced much worse in the dark space, and the darkness Aixin had endured far exceeded that of these people. He had once forcefully completed his lifespan in the darkness, nearly returning his soul to the cosmos. This was likely why Hypageddon readily accepted his contract. Perhaps it sensed the dark power within Aixin's soul that greatly appealed to it, instinctively accepting the contract. If it came to the quality of darkness, Aixin far surpassed these humans, not to mention that his darkness had now evolved into arrogance, solidifying completely. In Belial's words, that darkness had taken form and would no longer be completely altered by outside darkness. A mere 100 billion humans' darkness. Well, maybe that is a bit too much. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Oh, a mere arm cannot contend with a thigh. Aixin was not without his own biological weapon of self, yet his darkness alone could not compare to that of so many humans. Noah, save me. The light of redemption hidden within the combat instrument began to flicker, resisting the encroaching darkness alongside Aixin's arrogant darkness. At the same time, Aixin's darkness was continuously strengthening, breaking the balance between darkness and light, once more restoring Aixin to his former state, neither a good person nor an evil one. The light of redemption wanted to counterattack, but was firmly suppressed by Aixin. He did not wish for the inner conflict of light and dark to arise while resisting the darkness of Hypageddon.